Hello YouTube, welcome back to the channel and welcome to this 5-hour Vue crash course. I'm super excited about this crash course because this is actually 5 hours of an 18-hour long course that I hosted on Udemy. So if you really want to take your Vue skills to the next level and really be job ready, go to Udemy because we're going to learn a bunch of other things like authentication, Vue with TypeScript, as well as global store. So I'm going to go ahead and host a discount code in my description box below. Go ahead, it should not be more than $9.99. Well, enjoy the rest of the video. Welcome everybody to the most comprehensive Vue 3 composition API course on the market. This course is going to be down-packed with a bunch of different knowledge, and it's going to take you from an absolute beginner with no knowledge of Vue to learning some of the more advanced Vue features and pretty much ready for a Vue development job. In this project, we are going to be building 5 different projects, and all of these projects are going to help us grow as Vue developers, and each project is going to build on top of the previous one. So let's go ahead and quickly introduce these projects. The very first project is just going to be a very simple counter application, and it's going to serve to introduce Vue to us. It's going to teach us about some of the important Vue concepts like state as well as event handling. Once we're done with this very simple project, then we're going to move on to a little bit more complicated project, and this is going to be a notes application where we can save and take notes. Now this main project is mainly directed so we can learn all about directives. Directives is an extremely important concept in Vue, and we're going to be utilizing it throughout our application, and we're going to learn a bunch of directives in this project. Then we're going to introduce a massive application, which is going to be a quiz application. And this is going to teach us a bunch of new concepts, such as components, props, watching events, emitting events, routing for having multiple pages, as well as computing values. Now, once we're comfortable with that, let's move on to the TV shows application, where we're going to learn about how we can fetch data from an external API. We'll learn about some of the lifecycle hooks, suspense, slots, keep alive, as well as composables. And once we're done that, then we are going to move on to a huge application, and it is going to be an Instagram clone. So it's going to be very similar to what we actually see when we go to Instagram.com. And over here, we're going to be learning some of the cutting edge features. We're going to be learning about authentication, so how we can log in, sign up. And then we're also going to learn about Pinia, meaning how we can store our state globally. We're going to learn about database relationships. We're going to spin up a Postgres database. We're also going to learn about how we can upload photos and actually upload it to the cloud and retrieve it within our app. We're also going to learn about some of the scalability features like pagination, and we're going to learn how we can implement something like scroll-based pagination as Instagram does. And then all of that, we're going to be building our UI with an external Vue library. So we're going to learn how we can incorporate these libraries within Vue. So I hope you guys are definitely excited for this course. I definitely am, and it was a pleasure making it. Now let's go ahead and proceed to the next video. Before we get started with the course, there's just a bit of setup that we need to do. And luckily for Vue, there's actually not a lot of setup, and the setup is pretty easy regardless of your operating system. So the first thing that we need to do is ensure that we have Node.js installed on our machine. So if you have Node.js already installed, this is not a problem. However, if you don't have Node.js, we'll just go to nodejs.org/download and download it for your operating system. So if you have a Windows machine, click on this. If you have a Mac, click on this. Or if you have a Linux machine, then you can just click on this right over here. Now this is a very simple install, and I actually already have it installed on my machine. All it does is very simply just trigger a wizard, just continue, just click next, and then you should have it installed on your machine at the end of the process. Now to check that you have it installed or not, what you can do is open up your terminal or your command prompt and just do very simply node-v. this is going to get the version of Node that you have installed on your machine. As you can see, for me, I have 16.17.0. If you get any version, it doesn't have to be my version, just any version, that means you do have it successfully installed. However, if you're getting an error saying this node command is unknown, doesn't know what this node command is, then you haven't installed it and you're gonna have to go ahead and troubleshoot it yourself. And it's really, really easy. You can watch a few videos on it, or you can just try to re-download it. Maybe you downloaded the wrong installer. Now, once you go ahead and do node version or install node itself, it actually installs another thing called npm, and this is a node package manager. And we'll talk about this a little bit later. But to check that we also have that, we can just do npm-v, and we should also get a version. So that is the, this is probably the biggest step that we need to take. The other steps, or the other step, because there's one more step, is actually really, really easy. So the next step is to download a text editor in order to go ahead and start, utilizing that text editor when coding out our Vue application. So throughout this course, I'm going to be utilizing VS Code because it comes with a lot of amazing extensions, as you can see over here, and it's just overall the best text editor. However, if you want to use another one, if you already have one installed like Sublime or whatever it is that you want to utilize, go ahead and use that if you want. But just to warn you, I am going to be using VS Code, and we are going to be using some VS Code extensions. So I highly recommend just go to code.visualstudiocode.com, download it for your operating system, and you should get something like this. Now, once you get something like this, go ahead and open it up, and I want you to go to this extensions tab over here, and then I want you to search for Vue, and then I want you to go over here to the Vue 3 snippets. So Vue 3 snippets, as well as this Vue language features. And I want you to go ahead and actually install both of these extensions. So Vue language features is actually by Vue itself, and also the Vue 3 snippet by HoloTree. Go ahead and install it. And what this does is it gives us a lot of nice syntax highlighting that we'll see a little bit later. But again, for now, just go ahead and install them. And that's actually pretty much all it is that we need to do to get started with Vue 3. Now, the rest of the course, we're just going to go ahead and start coding. All right, everybody, enough of the introduction. Let us go ahead and move on to Vue 3. Now, typically, this is the point in the tutorial where an instructor defines exactly what Vue 3 is and defines exactly why we would want to use it. However, I always find that these definitions, especially if I am brand new to the technology, really are not that useful and actually make things a little bit more confusing. For example, this is the definition of Vue that I found on Wikipedia. Vue is an open source model view model front-end JavaScript framework for building user interfaces and single page applications. Now, does that make any sense to you if you are a complete beginner, which I assume you guys are, to Vue.js? Well, absolutely not. This makes no sense. What is a model view model? What is a front-end framework? What is a user interface? What is a single page application? This makes no sense. So that is not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to define what Vue is. Instead, I am going to show you what Vue is, and hopefully, when I show you what Vue is, you can kind of understand exactly why you would want to use it and the powers of Vue.js. Now, how am I going to show you what Vue is? Well, I'm going to show you what Vue is by building a very simple web application. Super simple. You cannot get a simpler application than this. And it is, as you can see from the screen, a counter application. So we have this title here saying the current count is, and then over here, initially it starts off as 0. And of course, the user can change the count by either clicking on the plus button or the minus button. If they click on the plus button, we add 1 to the count. If they click on the minus 1 button, we subtract 1 from the count. Now, how is this going to show us what Vue.js is? Well, here's the thing. We're going to build this application twice. We're going to build it first with vanilla JavaScript. So this is just pure JavaScript. And then we are going to build it with Vue.js, and we're going to see the differences between the two. And trust me, you're going to understand after we build it what the difference is with Vue and why we would prefer to use Vue with larger scale applications than pure vanilla JS. So you know what? Enough of that. Let us just get into it. Alright, my good friends, in this video, what we're going to do is build the counter application, but in pure vanilla JS. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our desktop, and then I'm going to right click and create a brand new folder. Now, of course, this folder doesn't have to live in your desktop. I'm just creating it in my desktop. You can create it wherever it is that you want to create it. And I'm going to rename it JS Counter App. So let's go over here. I'm going to say JS. Let's go counter app like so. And now what I am going to do is open up VS Code. So if you open up a fresh instance of VS Code, it should look something like this. I'm going to click on open over here, and then I'm going to find that brand new folder that I created in my desktop directory. So I'm going to go ahead and open that, and I should see VS Code like this. I'm going to zoom in just so you guys can see a little bit. Let's zoom in. I think zoom out a little bit. That is good. So this is where we are going to create our application. So of course, our web application is going to need some HTML. So let's first go ahead and create an index.html file. Now, if you are using a VS Code, you can actually use a little trick called emit. And this is going to create a bunch of boilerplate for us. So instead of us having to create the HTML boilerplate, what we can do is say Shift-1 to get the exclamation point, and then we say tab, and there we go. Now we have some boilerplate HTML, and it's just a little bit faster instead of us having to write everything out. Inside of the body, I'm just going to create a quick H1, just saying hello world, just so I can see this up and running. So now what I want to do is, of course, I want to, serve this application onto my browser. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do that with an extension called Live Server. So go to your extensions right over here. Let me just zoom in once more. Go to your extensions right over here, and then go to Live Server, and then install this extension. As you can see, I already have it installed. It's by this person over here, and it has, at the moment of recording, 25 million downloads. Now, what you can do is once you install this, you can actually go to your HTML, you can right click on it, and then you can see an option where you can open with Live Server. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna go over here like so, and as you can see, my application is now up and running on localhost 5500. For you, it could be different, but I think most of the time it is going to be 5500. So this is how we are going to view our counter application. Now, if I were to add some exclamation points, Live Server is actually smart enough to detect them. Okay, so this is wonderful. Let's actually go ahead and build out the HTML template for our counter application, which of course is going to be really simple. So inside of the body, let's add a div. And then inside of this div, what I'm going to do is add an h4. And then this is going to be the current count is, and then ... That's how it's going to show like so. And then over here, we're going to add an h1. And then inside of the h1, we're going to have the current count. Initially, we'll start it off at 0, of course. And then over here, we're going to have two buttons. So we're going to have a button. One is going to be the minus button. And then we're going to have another button, which is going to be the plus button. And there we go. We have our wonderful application. How beautiful is that? Well, actually, it is not very beautiful. So let's actually work on just styling it a little bit in the next video. Let us now go ahead and style our application. So to do this, we're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this styles.css. Now, we're not going to do much styling. We're not going to make this the prettiest application just because I don't want to focus all too much time on it. So we're just going to go ahead and just make it, well, look better than this over here. So let's go to our style sheet, and we're really only going to style two elements. We're going to style the div, and then we're actually going to style another element. We'll call this just the main element that is going to encapsulate the div. So we're going to have a main element, we're going to have a div, and we're just going to style these two. The rest of these we're not going to style. Who cares? Whatever. So let's go over here. We're going to style the main HTML element. We're going to give this a width of 100 VW, which is going to be 100% of the width of your machine. So whatever machine that you're on, it's going to be 100% of that. And then, of course, we're going to do the same thing for the height. This time is going to be 100 VH, which is going to be the 100% of the height of your machine. All right. And now we're also going to give this a nice background color of Alice blue. So now if I were to refresh this, of course, this doesn't work, because what we now need to do is go to our HTML and actually link it with these styles. So over here inside of the head, what we're going to do is we're going to add a link tag, and then we're going to, well, define exactly where the styles are. And now if I were to go here, you can see right away we have our wonderful styles. And actually, instead of adding these styles to the main tag, let's just add them to the body itself, because the main tag has some default styles that I do not want to override at this point. Let's just add them to the body. So get rid of the main tag, just add them to the body themselves. Okay, there we go. So you can see that we have some nice styles. I think it would be nice to center this div right in the middle. Now to do this, what we can do is we can do a display flex, and then we can do an align items center, and then justify content center. Now, if you're not familiar with flex, maybe you can go ahead and research it. I kind of do expect you to know the basics of these styles if you're taking this Vue course. But essentially what these three lines do is just center any of the children elements right in the middle. So as you can see here, it's centered right in the middle. Now, even though the div itself is centered in the middle, the text within the div isn't centered. So what we can do to fix this is very simply just go ahead and do a text align center on the div, and there we go. That is our complete application. I know it doesn't look all too great, but it looks better than what it used to. So you know what? Give me some props here. So now that we are done with the styling, let us make our application functional. So when I click on this button, this should change, add 1. When I click on this button, this should, well, subtract 1. So let's do that in the next video. Now go ahead and implement the logic that is needed to make this application functional. Now, what is functional? Of course, when I click this button, it is going to add 1. When I click this button, it is going to minus 1 to the count. So in order to do this, there are going to be 3 different steps that we need to take. Step number 1, we need to find the HTML element. So what are the HTML elements that we need to find in order to trigger our logic? Well, it's going to be these 2 buttons right over here. When I, well, click this button, I want this to change, of course. So it's going to be these 2 elements that I want to find. The next step is to tell those elements to listen to a particular event. What is the event going to be in this case? Well, it is going to be a click event. So I'm going to have to find the elements, tell them, hey, I want you to listen to a click event. And then if a click event occurs, so if that event was triggered, I want you to execute some logic. So let's go ahead and actually follow these 3 steps in order to make our application functional. So we're going to go over here and we're going to create an index.js file. And right away, we're just going to go ahead and link it to our HTML by creating a script tag with a source. And we're going to link it to our index.js. And to see that everything is linked correctly, let's actually use an alert. So we're going to say alert. And I'm going to say hello like so. And if I were to refresh, of course, nothing happens. Let me go ahead and instead console.log. I'm going to say hello. And let's go over here and inspect. Let's go to our console. We have invalid syntax. Wonder why that is. So we got the script tag, we got the source. Oops, I have the JS here. This should be JS, not HTML. And there you go. You can see the hello very faintly right over here on my dev tools. So you can see that this works a-okay. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to find, let's just begin with the plus button. I want to find this plus button. So how in the world am I going to find that particular plus button inside of my JavaScript file? Because right now there are two buttons. Well, typically the way that it's done is that you go to your button and you give your button a particular ID. So I'm going to go ahead and give this the ID of, let's say, add. And then inside of my JS, I'm going to go and save this. I'm going to go inside of my JS, and then I'm going to do a document dot get element by ID. And then I'm going to supply it with the ID, which in this case is string. And then, of course, I'm going to store this as a variable. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say count add btn. And then I'm going to say that that is going to be equal to document.getElement by ID, and then add. All right, so that is the very first step. We have accomplished this step. Then what we need to do is tell that element to listen to a click event. So let's go over here, and I'm going to say a count add button. And I'm going to go a little bit faster here because I kind of expect that you know this already. This kind of was a prerequisite to taking this course. You should know the basics of elements and, well, the DOM elements and the JS to manipulate it. So I'm going to say here count add button. And in order to add a listener, we very simply just say add event listener. And this is going to be a method that we are going to call, and it is going to take two parameters. The first parameter is the event that we want to listen to. And as you can see, we have many different events. I specifically want to listen to a click event. And then the second parameter is going to be a callback function. I'm going to make it an arrow function. And this is going to be a function that is going to be executed whenever a click event occurs on this button. And just to prove this to you, I'm going to go ahead and console.log hello from the add button. So let's go here. Let's go ahead and inspect. And whenever I click on this button, as you can see, I get a hello from the add button. If I click on the minus button, of course, I don't get this. So now what I want to do is, of course, I want to update the current count. Now we're going to actually need to store this count variable inside of the JavaScript because it is something that is going to be changed and manipulated. So over here, we can say something like let count is equal to 0. And I actually want this count right over here, whatever the value of this variable is, to be the value that is inside of this h1. So let's actually go ahead and give this h1 an ID of count. So let's give it an ID of count, and let's go ahead and do a const, and I'm going to say count header is going to be equal to documents. So document.get element by ID, and I'm going to call this just very simply count. And then, and let me change the header. I don't know why it's all capital there. Let's do header. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and say count header dot inner HTML. So inner, or maybe even inner text is better. So we're going to say count a header dot inner text, and that's going to be equal to the count variable. So right now, as you can see, it is still 0. But if I were to change this, for example, to 110 and do a little refresh, it does not work for some reason. Is that because it doesn't work for some reason, which is a little bit confusing. So we have over here the count header, and then we have a document get element by ID count, which is the count over here. And then what we have here is the count. Oh, that's what it is. There we go. There we go. You guys should have told me why I had to do all this debugging. Why don't you tell me I just misspelled it? Okay, so now let's go over here, change this back to 0. That is looking great. So what I want to do here is, well, when I click this button, I want to increase the count by 1. But just increasing the count by 1 isn't going to set the inner text of the count header to whatever the count is. For example, now you can see here, I'm increasing the count, but the current header needs to be updated. So over here, we're going to just go ahead and do this. So we're going to say the current header, the inner text, is going to be equal to what the count currently is after I updated it. So now if I click on this, as you can see, it is updating. So now we need to do the exact same thing for the minus button. So let's go over here, and I'm going to create an ID, and I'm going to call this, well, subtract. Let's go ahead and save that. And I am going to say const. I'm going to say this one, count subtract btn. That's going to be equal to document.getElement by ID. And we're going to say subtract like so. Now over here, we're going to have the exact same logic. We're going to have an event listener for this. We're going to say count and then subtract btn dot add event listener. And we're going to listen to a click event. And then over here, we're going to execute a callback. So over here, we're going to say count minus minus, so we can minus it by 1. And then we're going to say count header dot inner text is going to be equal to the count that we have just updated. So let's go ahead and save this. And let's go over here. And as you can see, everything is working as expected. So we pretty much finished this application. That is great. And that is pretty much all it is that we're going to need to do if you want to build an application like this with vanilla JS. Now, this is a really, really simple application, but it actually took quite a bit of code to execute with vanilla JS. Now let's actually go ahead and build this really simple application, but with Vue.js, and trust me, you're going to see the difference. All right, everybody, let us now replicate the counter application, but this time with Vue.js. So in order to do this, we first actually need to create a Vue project. And there are two approaches that we can take to create this Vue project. Approach number 1 is to create the Vue project from scratch. So very similarly to what we did with our application over here, we would create an empty directory, and then we would just start creating all of the different files that we need in order to create our Vue application. So that is the very first approach. The second approach is to use a command line interface to create a Vue project that has all of the boilerplate code that we already need. And this is actually the better approach because every single time we create a Vue project, we always need kind of the same files and folders. And it would be just a quick pain, and it is going to be error prone to create it from scratch. So instead, we are going to use a command line interface in order to create our Vue project. So to do this, go over to your terminal. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to open up my terminal. So you can open up a terminal, or if you're on Windows, a command prompt. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move into my desktop directory. So over here, it should say desktop for me. And now you can go ahead and move into whatever directory you want to create this project into. Again, I want to create it in my desktop. And then all we have to do is npm, which we already installed, init vue at latest. And what this is going to do is initialize a Vue application for us, a brand new Vue application at the latest directory or the latest version. So now what we can do here is actually go ahead and create it, and it's going to ask us with some questions. So I'm going to call this Vue counter app. That's going to be the project name. Package name we'll just leave as a default. TypeScript will say no. JSX will say no. Vue router will say no. Everything will say no. And we'll talk about these things a little bit later in the course. Do not worry. But for now, we'll just say no for everything. And then over here, it says, well, everything is done. And we have created our view counter app. And if you look at your desktop directory or whatever directory, you should see a new folder. And then what it's saying, in order to actually start this application over here, what you have to do is an npm install as well as an npm run dev. So let's actually go ahead and run these commands. I know a lot of these commands might not make a lot of sense. Don't worry. Again, we're just gonna go ahead and code this out really quick, and then we'll talk about it in great detail a little bit later. So let's move here, and we're just gonna move into our counter app. We're going to do an npm install, and then let us do an npm run dev, and that should run our application on this port right over here. So it should be localhost 5174. So now if I went there, you can see I actually have a Vue application up and running on that port. Okay, so we have successfully created our Vue app. Now, the one thing I want to do is actually want to have this Vue app opened up in VS Code. So over here, I'm just going to open up the application, which is in my desktop, the Vue counter app. And there we go. So now I opened it up in VS Code and actually see all of the different files and folders. Now, there's a bunch of different files and folders. Don't worry, we're going to cover everything in tremendous detail, so do not get too overwhelmed. Okay, so now that we got our application up and running, let's go ahead and actually convert it into this counter application that we have right over here. So what we want to do is we want to just have basically the same application, the same logic, but this time using Vue. Now, inside of Vue, in order to actually accomplish this, all we have to do is work with the app.vue file. So this might not make a lot of sense to you. That is okay. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and code out the application from scratch. And I'm going to do very little explanation. And as soon as I'm done, we're just going to quickly compare it to the vanilla JavaScript version. And then in the next section, we're going to rebuild this application, but go through everything in tremendous detail, more detail than you can ever imagine. So if you feel like I'm going really fast here and I'm not explaining things, don't worry, we're just going to code it out really quick, and then we're going to explain everything a little bit later. Okay, so inside of the source directory, we have our app.vue file. Over here, I just went ahead and I removed everything, and I'm going to go ahead and save it. And as soon as I save it, you can see now I have a blank screen. So it seems as though that this file is responsible for what is rendered over here. So the first thing that I'm going to do inside of this app.vue is I am going to create the HTML template. So let's go over here, and I'm going to say template as my first HTML tag. And then I am going to say, well, div. And then over here, let's have an h4 like we did before. And then I'm going to say, let's say the current count is, and then dot, dot, dot. And let's have an h1. And then over here, we're going to say, initially we'll have it as 0. We'll just hard code it as 0. And then we'll have a minus button as well as a plus button. So now we're going to go ahead and, well, as you can see, we have our wonderful app, and it is, well, nice, and the font's a little bit different, but that's okay. But you can see it is, well, the template is there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to need to style our application. So still inside of the app.vue, what we can do is we can actually add style tags. But this time, inside of this style tag, inside of this very first tag, I'm going to add a keyword called scoped. Don't worry about what this does. We'll talk about this later. Do not worry. But we're just going to add that for now. And what I want to do very simply is just kind of center this right in the middle. So let's go ahead and style this div. So really, there's only one div here. So let's just say div. We can say, let's give it just a background color of Alice blue. And then let's give it a height of 100 VH. And let's give it a width of 100 VW. And there we go. You can see it's kind of centered in the middle. That's fine. There's some styling here that's just kind of awkward. So what we can do actually to remove that is we can go to the main.css file and just remove kind of all the styling over here. Let's just remove that. And there we go. So now the styling is gone. We can just leave this if you want. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but we can leave that because I like these styles right over here. Okay, so we have that. So now we have the styling done. And now all is left is to kind of center this right in the middle. So let's just give it a display of flex. And actually, we're going to need to kind of, let's actually wrap this inside of a main tag like so. So main. And over here, let's wrap this with a main as well. Okay, and then over here, we can wrap everything inside of the main with a div like so. There we go. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, and by the way, if you don't have any syntax highlighting, just like I told you to do in the beginning of the introduction, just go to View Syntax and install this right over here, which is going to go ahead and give you some syntax highlighting for your Vue file. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that, and then over here we're going to do a display flex, align items center, justify content center, so we can get things right and centered, looking good. All is left to do now is to style the div and just give it a text align of center. And there we go. So now it is, the font's a little bit different, but that's okay. But you can see here that it is, at least stylistically, extremely similar. Now what we want to do is we want to make it functional. And remember, this was the part that, took the longest with the JavaScript. So let's actually see how long this takes with pure Vue.js. So what we're going to do is we're going to add right above this, we're going to add script tags. And this is where our JavaScript is going to live. So still inside of the app.vue. And then, just like we did with the styled, we're going to have another keyword called setup. Now again, I'm going extremely fast here. I'm not really explaining what's going on. Do not worry, we're just coding this out just for the comparison. We'll talk about exactly what everything is a little bit later. So we have our script tag, we have setup right over here. The first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to declare my state or my variable, which is this right over here. So the count. So I'm going to say const count is equal to 0. But I'm not going to declare it just like this. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import something from Vue. Again, each time I go through these things, I feel the need to explain. If this doesn't make sense, A-okay. We're going through this really fast for a reason. So over here, we're importing this thing called ref from Vue. And what we're doing is, instead of having it like 0 like so, I'm going to say ref, invoke it, and then have 0 in there. And then in order to actually use it inside of my H1, what I'm going to do is I am going to get rid of the 0, and then I'm going to do 2 curly braces. And then in here, I'm going to say count. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And you can see that the count is working A-okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to the buttons. And then very simply, I'm going to add an @click. And I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to, and then count minus minus. And similarly over here, I'm going to say click, and I'm going to say count plus plus. And there we go. We are completely done. Believe it or not, this is all it is that we need to do to get the exact same application working inside of Vue.js. Just for a quick second, look at the JavaScript that we wrote. This is all the JavaScript that we wrote compared to what we had before, which again, we'll do a little bit later. But to prove to you that it works, look at that. There we go. It is working A-okay. How terrific is that? All right, so now that we got that done with Vue.js, in the next video, let's just compare what we did with Vanilla.js versus Vue.js, and hopefully you can actually see the benefits of using an application like Vue. Okay, so now that we finally built our Vue application, let's now compare and contrast what we did when we built it with Vanilla.js versus what we did when we built it with Vue.js. So there are actually two main things that I can quickly point to that just makes development in Vue significantly easier. So when we built it with vanilla.js, we didn't have to, but it is ideal and it is also a best practice to separate your files. So we had to have separate files for the HTML, the JS, and the CSS, and then we had to link them together to have them work together. So this is something that we had to do. However, this is something that we actually did not have to do when dealing with Vue.js, because with Vue.js we only had this one app.vue file, and as you can see, very simply, we had our script, which is our JavaScript, we had our HTML, and we had our CSS. So we can quickly modify anything that is needed, whereas over here we had to go find the file, find the link that is attached to, etc., etc. So you can see that this is not the best approach. The second thing that I found that was way more convenient with Vue.js are event listeners. So with JavaScript, event listeners are actually pretty tricky and they can get pretty disorganized. Because over here, if we go back to our JavaScript application, let's say we wanted to add a listener over here. What we had to do was add an ID. Then over here, we had to find the variable and then add the event listener to it. And now let's say that later on in our application, somebody was like, hey, for the add button, we need to add, further logic. Well, in order to do that, I would have to go over here to the HTML. I would have to see, okay, this has an ID of add. I then have to find the JavaScript file. And then what I would have to do is, well, go over here, try to find the variable. Oh, look, it's this one. And then I would have to find the event listener, and then I can change the callback. So this is kind of tedious and is pretty disorganized, to be honest. Whereas with Vue, it is far, far simpler. The event listeners are actually attached to the HTML elements themselves. So you can see here, right over here, this is the add button. Oh, I just found it. Oh, here's the event listener. And oh, here's the function that is being called, or here's the logic that is being called when this button is being pressed. So I can go ahead and update it. So at the end of the day, Vue.js just makes developing web applications far, far, far simpler. That's pretty much all it is. Vue is a JavaScript framework, so it is built off of JavaScript. It is a tool that we can utilize that just makes developing web applications just significantly easier than building with vanilla.js. Now, at the end of the day, we can always accomplish the same thing with vanilla.js and Vue. Vue doesn't have some sort of magic power that we can actually do something that we cannot accomplish with vanilla.js. But trust me, especially with more complicated applications, an application that might take, Vue 5 hours to build will probably take vanilla.js maybe something like 50 hours to build. I promise you, this is why Vue is significantly better. But again, at the end of the day, we can accomplish the exact same thing with Vue as well as vanilla.js. So hopefully now you have an idea of what Vue is, and these comparisons right over here, they're just scratching the surface. There's so many more things that Vue.js does as a convenience, whereas with JS, it's just going to be such a pain to do. Now, for example, routing is something that Vue makes super, super easy, but with JavaScript, with pure vanilla JavaScript, it is a huge pain to configure. But we'll see all of the different benefits, and I'll mention them as we go throughout this course. All right, everybody, in the last section, we created our very first Vue application. However, we didn't really go through what we wrote or why we did things or how things work. So in this section, what we're going to do is replicate that counter application, but we're going to go through every little step that we do in tremendous detail. So by the end of this section, you should have a vast understanding of the application that we just built. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is to close the terminal that is currently running our legacy, our old counter application. So just go to that terminal window and then just go and click close. I actually already did this. And what I also did is I opened up a new terminal window and I moved to the desktop directory. And this is where I want to create or recreate the new to-do counter application. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to do an npm init, and then we're going to say view at latest. And of course, it's going to ask us a few questions. First question is the project name. I'll call this view counter. I'm going to call this view counter 2. And then package name, I'll just leave as is. And everything else, I'll just say no. All right, so this is going to create this new application inside of my desktop directory. Of course, we can go ahead and actually go to VS Code. So let's go open this up in VS Code so we can actually see the code itself. So I click open, and as you can see here, we have all of the code, and this should be relatively familiar. Over here, we have our app.view with all of the different boilerplates. Okay. So what do we need to do in order to actually get this application up and running on our machines? Well, over here, the steps are, well, move into the view counter 2 directory. So move into that directory and then do an npm install and then an npm run dev. So in the last section, we just quickly did these without really understanding exactly what they do. Well, not in this section. In this section, we're going to understand, again, every little thing that we do. And we're going to begin with npm install. So what is npm install? Well, when we created our Vue application, we have a situation that looks something like this. So we have our Vue counter application, and this is basically the boilerplate application, and it has a bunch of different code within this application itself. However, this code is not the only code that we need in order to run our application. So for example, I'm going to go over here to my VS Code, and I'm going to open up the integrated terminal. So this is just going to open up a terminal similar to this, but this time it is going to be in that exact directory. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip the npm install step, and I'm going to run npm run dev. Now, as soon as I run that, it actually gives me this error right over here saying Vite is not found. So what is going on here? Well, Vite is actually a package that lives in the Node package manager. And it is some third-party code somewhere all the way in the cloud that we need access to, and we need to bring into this application over here. And in fact, we actually don't need just Vite. We need 3 other packages. We need a package called Vue. We also need a package called @vite.js/plugin Vue. And of course, we also need Vite itself. So all of these are third-party packages, pieces of code that somebody wrote and hosted into the cloud. And we need to bring those pieces of code into this application, into our counter application, in order to run our application correctly. And that right there is exactly what npm install is for. So we do npm install to install all of these packages, all of the code associated to these packages into our local project. Now you might be thinking, well, if I run npm install, how is it going to know that, hey, I need Vue, I need this, I need this? How does it know exactly what packages my application needs? Well, let's actually go back to here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up, and then I'm going to go to the package.json. And this here contains really all of the instructions for our application. Now, there's a bunch of things going on here, and of course, this is in JSON format, so it's very similar to JavaScript objects, but everything is just wrapped in quotes. But right over here, you can see right here, we have dependencies, and then we also have dev dependencies. So dependencies, if you do not understand, are in essence things that our application or packages that our application are dependent on. So these packages right over here are actually dependencies for our app, and we need to go ahead and install them in order to get our application up and running. Our application is dependent on these packages. So right over here, we've actually listed all of the different dependencies that we need. We need this right over here, this package at this version. Over here, as you can see here, view, and then of course it's at this version right over here. Now also we need this package at this version as well as this package at this version. So what npm install does is it looks at this package.json file, it looks at all of the different dependencies, and it just goes ahead and installs them from the cloud onto our machine. So that is exactly what it does. Now you might be wondering, what in the world is a dependency versus a dev dependency? They're both dependencies, but one is a dependency that is going to be needed in both development and production, whereas this one is just really a development dependency that we actually do not need in the prod environment. But that's not really something that we need to worry about at this moment. So let's actually go over here to the terminal, and I'm going to run npm install. And I want you to kind of notice something that occurs to all of the different directories inside of our app. So I'm going to do an npm install. And as I do this npm install, please keep a close eye right over here. So let's do this npm install. And okay, so if you noticed, right over here, we have this new directory called node modules. So node modules, and you can see this has a bunch of different folders within it. But most notably, it has, well, this view folder. So right there, now we have the view code that we need in order to run our app. We also have Vite. So now we have all of the Vite code that we need to run our app. And if I were to scroll all the way up, we should have at view and then, at Vite.js plugin view. So now we have all of that to run our application correctly. So now we managed to get all of that third-party dependencies into our application. Now you might be wondering, why in the world are there all these other things? I only downloaded these three. Why do I have this package right over here or this package right over here? Well, it just so happens that it is extremely common that dependencies also have dependencies of their own. So in order to run Vue, well, Vue might have some other packages that it is utilizing, such as, like, let's say Post CSS or Revolve or Rollup. And so we actually have to install those dependencies into our machine in order to get the initial dependency that we want to work. And well, maybe those dependencies also have dependencies, so we need to also install those dependencies. So you can see it kind of has this really big loop, and it causes us to download a lot of different packages onto our machine. All right, so that's pretty much it, and that was the npm install step. It allows us to install all of the different dependencies onto our project. Now that we have a vast understanding of the npm install step, let us move on to the npm run dev step. What exactly does this mean, and what does this do? Now, in order to understand this, we first need to understand how web browsers get content when you go to a particular URL. So let's go ahead and quickly try to understand this. So let's say you're on Chrome or Safari or whatever, and you write airbnb.com and then you click enter. As soon as you do that, you're greeted with a bunch of different content. So you have pictures, you have styles, you have a bunch of different text. But how in the world does this content get to your browser? Well, this is actually the step that it takes. The first step that it does is, as soon as you go to airbnb.com, your particular browser on your machine makes a request to Airbnb's servers. So it makes this request right over here. The server then processes the request, and then it returns some data. So it goes ahead and it returns some data, and in this case, this data, the browser takes it and starts rendering it onto the screen. So it renders the images, as well as the titles, as well as all of these styles. So everything that was returned by the server. And this is how content is rendered to our browser. And if we actually go to a browser window here, and let's actually go to Airbnb itself, let's go to airbnb.com. You can see, of course, right away we have a bunch of different content. And if I were to right click inspect, and I'm on Chrome for this, so if I were to right click inspect, let me just zoom in here a little bit. Zoom in, control zoom. Okay, it's not really working. Hopefully this is good enough for you. And if I go over here to the network tabs, so let's go over here. I'm gonna do a quick little refresh. You can see these are all actually network requests that we are making to our server. So these are all of these different network requests that we're making in order to get this content right over here. So this is typically this is what is happening when we go to a website. Now, this is, well, the same process that we actually need to execute when running our application. So what we do is we actually run npm run dev, and what that does is it spins up a Vue development server on our local machine. So when we go to localhost 5174, we're actually going to this Vue development server. The Vue development server is going to go ahead and process this request and then return the content. So the HTML elements, the styles, the JavaScript, etc. So let's actually go over here to our package.json again, and we've looked at the dependencies, but this time I want to look at the scripts. When we run npm run and then anything else, what's going to happen is it's going to run whatever is in the scripts. So for example, if you ran npm run build, then what it's going to do is it's going to run vite build. If we ran npm run preview, it's going to run vite preview -- port 4173. But in this case, what we did is run npm run dev, which is just going to run vite, which remember is actually a development dependency that we installed in the last video. And that's why I said development dependency. It is a dependency that is only needed in the development environment because it is going to spin up a development server. So this vite thing is exactly what spins up that server, which is going to allow us to make network requests to that server and get content. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my terminal. And now that we installed everything, I am going to do an npm run dev. Now I could just as easily run vite, but I'm going to do npm run dev instead because that is the common convention. So now you can see our application is running on localhost 5137. And now if I were to go here, you can see, well, the content is being served to me. How terrific is that? In the last video, we learned that the npm run dev command spins up a development server that is going to serve content to our browser whenever we go to localhost 5174. In this video, we're actually going to go into this in quite a bit more detail so we truly understand exactly what's going on. So let's say we went ahead, we ran npm run dev, we have our Vue server up and running, and then we go to localhost 5174. So we're going to go ahead and make a request to the Vue server. And then initially, as soon as we make this request, the Vue server is going to process that request and send us back an HTML file. That's the only thing that it is going to send us back, just this HTML file. And this is kind of a special HTML file because it is pretty much completely empty. All it has is the basic boilerplate. We can actually check this out if we go to our application. Right in the root directory, we have an index.html, and you can see here that it is, again, completely empty. All that there is the boilerplate. So we have the HTML tag, we have the head, but most importantly, if you go look at the body, all we have is an empty div with an ID of app, and then we have a script tag that is going to get the JavaScript for main.js. So again, completely empty. And actually, once the browser gets it, it's going to go ahead and render it, but because there's nothing really in the body, it's going to be just completely blank. Now, well, that's not actually not what we saw when we went to localhost 5174. We actually saw some content. Well, that's because right after it sends the HTML, it actually bundles up all of our different logic into a singular JavaScript file. And it sends us that JavaScript file, or rather it sends the browser that JavaScript file. And that JavaScript file is going to contain all of the instructions about the elements that we need to render, as well as how those elements need to interact with one another to get our application to work. So what the browser is going to do is going to take this JavaScript file and start parsing it. So it's going to start creating documents, it's going to create the interaction, etc., etc. And only right after it does that do we actually have content within our application. So this is how Vue content is actually serving content to our browser. This is how our Vue server serves content to our browser, and is really, really important to understand. Now, because this is how Vue servers serve content to our browsers, they are known as two different things. So Vue is actually known as a client-side rendered application, and it is also known as a single page application. So let's actually begin with the very first one. So client-side rendered, or client-side rendering application. So what does this mean? Well, this means that the application is actually being rendered in the client. So let's remember over here, when we passed in the HTML, it was completely empty, and only once we gave it the JavaScript, the browser was able to parse the JavaScript. So the client, the browser, was able to parse the JavaScript and start rendering the HTML elements. And that's why it's known as client-side rendering. The Vue server didn't give us a completely full HTML file. It was actually pretty much empty, and then it gave us JavaScript, and it was up to the client, the browser, to parse that JavaScript and render the HTML elements. And that's why it's known as client-side rendered. Now, it's also known as a single page application. Why is that? Well, because it only sends us one index.html. So there's only one index.html that is ever sent to us. So if we went to our application, and let's say our application is Airbnb and it was built with Vue, and then we went to airbnb.ca. We got our application, we have it rendered, and then let's say we went to airbnb.ca / houses or / condos in Toronto. Well, our server is not going to send us another HTML file. It's going to be the exact same HTML file, but it's going to be up to the JavaScript to just change the HTML elements within that exact same index.html file. And that's why it is also known as a single page application. So these are two terminologies that are going to be you're going to see them all the time when it comes to Vue, and I think it is very, very important to understand. Enough of that. Let's actually go ahead and start coding. Now, in the last section, when we built out our app, we only did our logic inside of the app.vue. This is really where we wrote everything, the styles, the JavaScript, as well as the HTML. And there's a very, very good reason for this. And that's because, well, this right over here is our entire app. Every single piece of code that is existing to our application lives inside of the app.vue file. And let me actually tell you why that is. So let's go back to our index.html, and just as a quick reminder, let's look at the body tag right over here. So we have this div with an ID of app, and we also have this script tag that is pointing to the main.js. And that, of course, is this file right over here. So this file right here is actually the JavaScript that our Vue server is sending to our browser. So let's go ahead and take a look at this file right over here. And this is a relatively simple file. There's only really 4 lines of code. So the first 2 lines are import statements. So what we're doing is we're importing something called create app from Vue. So this is the package that we just installed. And then what we're doing is we're also importing our app from, well, app.vue. And then let's just forget about this. This is just importing some styles. This is where really the magic is happening. So what we're doing here is we are creating an app, and then we're passing in the app from the app.view file. And then what we are doing is we are mounting all of the HTML elements inside of the existing HTML element that has an ID of app. And well, you guessed it, that is this div right over here. All right, so this is pretty cool. So this right here is the JavaScript that is going to render everything inside of this div right here. So what we can actually do now is we can go to our app.view, and if we removed everything, well, you can see that our application now is, well, completely empty. So now what I want to do is I actually want to start adding some HTML. So we can actually add HTML directly into the app.view file. However, all HTML elements must begin with the template element. So it absolutely has to begin with this. Then we can add whatever it is that we want. We can add a div, and then over here we can say something like hello, or sorry, we can say h1 and then hello from view, like so. And now if I were to save this, you can see that this works a-okay. If I removed this template tag, now you can see that the syntax is a little bit different, like the syntax highlighting is different. And if I were to save this right away, you can see we get an error. Now you might be wondering, why in the world do we actually need to add these template tags? This makes pretty much no sense. I don't want this to appear on my browser. Well, the reason for that is this isn't technically HTML. It looks like HTML, it behaves like HTML, but technically it's not really HTML. Instead, it is a view template. And what it's going to do is we get this view template, and of course then we're going to convert it into JavaScript, which is going to allow us to create, elements within our client. So this right here is a view template. And the reason why it is a view template is you're going to see a little bit later, we're going to start doing some really weird and wacky things within our view template that are not really valid HTML. And we kind of saw this in the last video, but we did something like @click is equal to count plus plus. This isn't really HTML. This isn't valid HTML. However, it is understood by view because this indeed is a view template. So that's why we need to add these template tags. And actually what's nice about them is that these tags, whenever they're actually rendered inside of the browser, are completely removed. So these template tags are completely removed. So if I were to go over here and I were to inspect and look at all of the DOM elements, you can see we have our app right over here. And then I were to click here, you can see that we have no template. We just have a div, and then within that div, we have an h1. So it was actually completely removed, but we need to add them inside of the app.view to specify that this is going to be our view template. So now let's go ahead and actually create our HTML or our view template for our counter application. So I am going to, first of all, I'm going to change this to a main tag. And then within the main tag, let's add a div. And then within the div, we're going to have an h4. And we're going to say the current count is, and then dot, dot, dot. And then we're going to say h1. For now, we'll initialize this as 0. And of course, now we want our buttons. So we're going to say button. And we're going to say button, we're going to say this one's going to be minus. And then over here, we're going to have another button that is going to be plus. So now if you were to save this, you can see we have our wonderful application right over here. And I'm not really going to increase the size of it. You can just zoom in or out to, have the size work a little bit better for you. So that right there is going to create the HTML within our browser. All right, everybody, let us now style our application just so that it looks a little bit better than what it does right now. So let's go into our app.view, and just like we can create our templates within our app.view, we can also style that template as well. And to do that, right after the template tags, what we can do is add style tags. And in here, of course, we can start adding any styles that we want to this template over here. So we can do something like main, and let's say I want to change the background color to Alice blue. And if I were to do this and refresh the page, as you can see here, very faintly, you can see that there's an Alice blue background color. Of course, I can give this a width of 100 VW. So let's do a width of 100 VW, a height of 100 VH. And that way, if I were to refresh, that way it is, as you can see here, it is taking up the complete page. Now, there are some weird styling discrepancies. So to fix this, what we can very simply do here is just go to the main.js and just remove all of these styles. Let's go ahead and do that. And there we go. So now we got these styles pretty much working the way that we want them to. So let's go back over here and let us now do the display flex. So display flex, and then we're going to do an align items of center. And lastly, we're going to do a justify content of center as well, just so we can center this right in the middle. I'm having to refresh because I haven't worked on this project in a while. So that's why it's not hot reloading for me. Actually, what I can do if I wanted to is I can go open up my terminal and just do a Control-C if this ever happens to you. And I can just say, okay, or cancel, not now. And then I can just do an npm run dev again. Okay, so that is going to be the main. And now let's just do a quick little styling so that everything within this div is nice and centered. So over here, I can just add div, and I can just say text align center. And there we go. So you can see that it is working a-okay. And of course, it's not functional because we haven't made it functional yet, but the styling is working. Now, there's one last thing that I want to add. I think so far this should be relatively simple. This isn't anything new. This is just styling. The only thing that might be new is that we can actually add these styles within the app.view file themselves, and this is the format to do them. However, now what I want to do is something that you probably haven't seen before. So right here within this tag, I'm going to do a space, and then I'm going to add scoped. And this is a best practice. Now, what does this mean over here? Well, let me explain. So right now, inside of our app.view file, we have this view template that is our HTML that we might eventually want to style. However, later on, and we'll see this definitely later on, especially in bigger projects, we're going to be working with multiple different view files. So we could have our app.view, it could have our, view template, as well as the styles. But with bigger projects, we're not going to want to stick everything into one file, even though right now that is exactly what we are doing. Later on, we're going to want to have multiple different view files with multiple different templates. So what actually ends up happening if, let's say, right here within my app.view, I want to style this div that is housing this h1 that says hello. So I add these style tags, and then I want to style the div, and I give it a background color of, let's say, blue. So what ends up happening is that this div right over here ends up having a background color of blue. But actually, so does this div right here, even though it is in a completely separate file. So this actually might not be the intended effect, and most of the time it is not the intended effect. Right here, we basically defined global styles that are going to apply to every div in our application, regardless of where they live. So what I actually want to do is I only want to give this div a background color of blue, not this div. So what do I do to kind of scope it to this file? Well, very simply, I add the scope keyword within the style tag. So by adding the scope keyword, what it does is it only applies these styles to the HTML elements within the file itself. And that's why it is very important to add this right over here so that we don't accidentally start adding global styles and affecting the styles of other HTML elements. So we finished the HTML, we also finished the styling. The next thing that we need to do is, of course, make our application functional with, well, JavaScript. So just like we can actually define the HTML as well as the CSS within the app.view file, we can also define the JavaScript. And typically with Vue 3, this is actually going to be the very first thing that we have in our file. So it's going to be typically, the order doesn't really matter, but it is good convention to have JavaScript, HTML, and then CSS. Now, how are we going to define our JavaScript? Well, we are going to create script tags. And just for now, we'll talk about this later in great detail, but in order to get things to work, just in this script tag, this very first script tag, we're going to do space setup. So we're going to talk about exactly what this means a little bit later, don't worry, but we needed to get it to work. So let's just go ahead and write this for now. So the first thing that I actually want to do is declare a new variable and actually utilize that variable within this HTML template right over here. Now specifically, this is going to be the count variable. So let's go ahead and create a count variable the way that we have always been creating variables. So we're going to say let count, and initially that is going to be equal to 0. So now what we need to do is we need this h1 right over here to actually have the inner text of it be whatever the value is of this variable. So how are we going to do that? Well, before we did something like document.get element by ID. We gave this a particular ID, like let's just say h1, whatever, or just say 11, and then over here we gave it an h11 to get it, and then we said we assigned it to a particular variable, like something like header element, and then over here we said header element dot inner HTML, and we set that equal to the count. That's what we did before. So let's just go all the way over here and let's just see if this is working a-okay. It doesn't seem as though it is working. So it seems like though it actually crashed something. So if I were to inspect this and I go to the console, you can see here we're just, something is crashing. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go ahead and completely remove this because this isn't the way that we are going to do things nowadays. Because honestly, this is the pain that we were trying to alleviate when utilizing Vue. So what we're going to do is completely remove this. Let's also remove the ID. We don't need that as well. You can see now everything is working a-okay. But still, what I want to do is I want to get this variable, the value of this variable, within this h1. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do that really easily. So let me go ahead and get rid of the 0, and I'm going to do an enter. So within the h1 itself, what we're going to do is curly braces. So we have one open curly brace and then another closed curly brace, and then we're going to do the same thing again. So curly brace. So we have two open curly braces, and then we have another two closed curly braces, and then within here we can actually add any of the JavaScript that we have declared within our script tag, and this right here is going to actually act as JavaScript. So for example, if I say count, it is going to take the count from here and parse its value and set it as the inner HTML. So if I were to save this, you can see it is still 0. And for example, if I were to change this to like 1,000, you can see that it is, well, now 1,000. How easy is that? Now I don't even have to find the HTML element, set its inner text. I can just do this right over here. That right there is the powers of Vue.js. Now let's go ahead and actually make our buttons functional. So the first thing that I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to create two new functions. One to add to the count and then another to subtract from the count. And whenever I press these buttons, they should call the appropriate function. So over here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to say add to count. And let's just very simply make this an arrow function. And I'm going to say count is equal to count plus 1. Very simple. I could also do count plus plus, but I think this is very explicit, so that's how I'm going to say it. And now let's also create another variable. I'm going to say subtract, or another function. I'm going to call this subtract from count. And let us say very simply that this is going to be count is equal to count minus 1. So these two functions are the functions that actually we want to call whenever we, well, press these buttons. So typically what we had to do before is, well, find the buttons with a document.findById. Then we had to add an event listener to it. And then we had to define the callback that we wanted to call. Well, with this, as you can imagine, going to be extremely simpler. I just fumbled my words there. All right, so over here, what we want to do is we want to add some sort of listener. How do we do that? Well, right on the button itself, what we can do here is add a listener. And we can add a listener by doing at, and then over here we can see all of the listeners that we have saw before in the previous section where we built it with vanilla.js. So they're all the same listeners. Now what I want to utilize is the click listener. And as soon as I do click, it's going to say equals to, and then over here, some quotes. Now this is going to be a little bit confusing because quotes we often symbolize with strings. So over here, I can add whatever string that I want. Well, right here within these quotes, we're actually not going to add any string because within these quotes, it is actually JavaScript. So over here, we have this at click listener, and it's equal to these strings. And then within these strings, we add valid JavaScript, not any string. And this is going to be pretty confusing because we're going to see other attributes out there like href that is going to be equal to, and then these two double quotes. And then within here, we're going to add a string, but within something like this, it's going to be JavaScript. So it's going to be a little bit confusing sometimes to distinguish exactly when we can add JavaScript within the strings and when to add a string within the strings, or within the quotes, sorry. But don't worry, later on we will figure out exactly when we add JS in the quotes or when we add just the regular string within the quotes. So right here, again, this is not going to be a string. I cannot add like anything that I want because if I went ahead and actually saved this and I refresh, unless I actually went ahead and clicked on this button, it should give me an error in the console. Let's go over here. And it's actually not giving me an error, but I guess it's just not really doing anything. Let me just kind of like invoke it like so, and let's go here. You can see here right away, it's giving me an error because this is, well, JavaScript and not a string. So we can't really add whatever it is that we want. Well, what I want to do is I want to call this function right over here, add to count, whenever I click this button. So what I can very simply do now is just add that function. I can leave it like this, or I can just go ahead and call it and invoke it. Vue is smart enough to figure out that, hey, when you click this, I want to call the add to count function, or you can do it just the same thing. These two are just the same syntactically. So now if I were to go over here, and let's just do a quick little refresh, so remove this. Now you can see I get no error. However, well, the count isn't updating. So am I really calling this function? Well, yes, you are. Yes, you are indeed calling this function. And I can actually prove it to you by adding a console. So I'm going to say, well, hey, hello from add to count. So now let's just do a quick little refresh. And when I click it, you can see here, it is indeed calling this function. But again, the count isn't updating. And there's a very good reason for this, and we'll get to this reason in the next video. But for now, let's actually do the exact same thing for the subtract. So over here, let's add a click handler. And this time I want subtract from count. I'm going to just go ahead and invoke it. So let's just go ahead and remove this. Actually, let's keep the logs. And let's go here. And I'm going to say subtract from count, just so we can see that this is actually calling the correct function. So you can see here, we're calling it. And then when I click on this, we're calling subtract from count. But again, nothing here is updating. Why is that? Let's get to it in the next video. So we added these functions and they do indeed seem to be working. However, they're not really updating the counter within our application. So when I click on plus, it is indeed calling the function, but it is not updating it onto the screen. Similarly over here, when I click on minus, it is also not updating it onto this screen. So what is going on here? Well, let's actually look at a diagram. So right here, this is the current state of the application. And notice that I said something very important, state. So currently our application is in a state where the counter is 0. Now, when I click this button over here, I expect that the state of the application changes so that the current count is 1. And similarly, if I click it again, then I expect the state to change so that it is now 2. And of course, this is going to also change inside of the HTML themselves. So when I click on the plus button, I expect this to be 1. When I click on it again, then over here, I expect this to be 2. So how does Vue actually update the state of our application so that it is reflective inside of the HTML? Well, this is what it does. So let's say this is our old state. Currently, our count is 2. And then I click on the plus button. And then right over here, this is the new state. So what does Vue end up doing in order to actually show this change in state within our browser? Well, this is what it does. It takes the old state, all of the HTML, and it pretty much just throws it in the trash. It completely deletes it. And then what it does is it re-renders the new HTML with the new state. So it re-renders another HTML, exact same HTML tags, but this time with the new state. And that is how we will actually see this change from 2 to 3 through this re-rendering process. So again, Vue is going to update the state of our application by re-rendering the HTML. Now, this is something that we probably do not want to do often, not with every single operation, because continuously re-rendering our HTML can actually slow down our app, and it's just not great for performance. So Vue is smart. Vue is like, you know what? I'm only going to re-render the HTML whenever some sort of state within our application is updated. Anything else that occurs in the JavaScript, that's a-okay. We're not going to re-render. I'm only going to re-render when some state is updated. So that begs the question, well, this right over here is state, right? Why is this not updating? Well, Vue has no idea that this is state. It sees this as just a regular JavaScript variable. It does not see it as a piece of state. So what we actually need to do is define this as a piece of state. So to define this as a piece of state, what we're going to need to do is import something. Let me actually tabulate this. It might look a little bit better. Is import something from the Vue library that we have just installed. And specifically, we're going to import something called ref. And we're actually going to utilize this over here in order to create or to transform this into a piece of state. So how are we going to do that? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change this to a constant, and I'll show you why in a bit. And then what I'm going to do is instead of having this be equal to 0, I'm going to say that this is equal to ref. I'm going to invoke ref, and then I'm going to say 0 like so. So now if I were to save this, you can see that the application still works a-okay. And if I went over here and let's say I changed this to 10, you can see that this is updated a-okay. But this time, Vue actually recognizes this as a piece of state. However, now when I click on plus or minus, of course, it's still not getting updated. So what is going on here? Well, this count over here actually isn't equal to 0. Indeed, it is actually equal to some sort of object. And let me just go ahead and console.log the count just to prove it to you. So whenever I actually declare some sort of variable as a state, it actually has this object value, and this is going to be of type ref imlp. Not really sure what that stands for. Now, specifically within this object, and let me zoom in here, within this object, there is going to be Well, a property on it called value. And that indeed is, well, the value over here that we want to update. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to say count.value, and then here count.value, and then over here count.value is going to be equal to count.value minus 1. So that is what we want to update. So now if I were to refresh this and I were to click here, you can see now it is actually updating that state and it is triggering that re-render. Now you might be thinking, why in the world do I have to define value over here, but I don't have to define value within my HTML template? Well, within the HTML template, whenever I put any piece of state in there, it just extracts the value of it because it just assumes that you do not want to use anything but the value. But within the JavaScript, we might want to use some other things. So we have to explicitly say that we want the value. All right, so that's pretty much it. And we have pretty much, well, replicated our entire application. How terrific is that? Now, the only thing that we are really missing in understanding is this setup. And tell me, and trust me, this is going to be quite a bit of a story. So let's talk about it in the next video. The last mystery that we need to discuss is this right over here, this setup keyword that we had to add to the first script tag. So let's first actually discuss exactly why we even need the script tags. Well, we need the script tags, at least in this case, to define our state, as well as to define our handlers that are going to update our state. Then within the script tags, we also use these handlers as well as state in the HTML. Now, there's actually two different ways that we can define our state as well as our handlers. And it actually depends on a certain option that you use. So there are two options. There's something called the Options API, and then there's something called the Composition API. Now over here, to define our state as well as our handlers, we used the Composition API. The Composition API is the new kid in town, and it is the way that Vue applications are going to be built in the future. The Options API is kind of the old way of doing things. You're still going to see it all over the place because it is still pretty popular, but I think in the future it is going to be replaced by the Composition API, and you know what? I'll show you why. So let's go ahead and actually quickly replicate what we did over here in this script tag, but with the Options API. So I'm just going to quickly comment this out, and let's go over here to our application, to localhost 5143, and of course nothing is working, and actually our count isn't there because, well, we removed that variable. So now what we're going to do is we are going to create a script tag. So let's create a script tag, and then within this script tag we are actually not going to add the setup. Instead, what we're going to do is very simply export default, and then we're going to invoke it, and we're going to export a object. Now within this object, we're going to have a bunch of different properties and methods. Now in order to store our state, what we're going to do is create a method called data, and this method is going to return an object that is going to contain all of our states and their respective values in key value pairs. So instead of defining it like this, so const count is equal to ref, we're going to define our state within these objects. So it would look something like count and then 0. So if I were to save this, you can see right away now we actually have the count. All right, let me actually just move this so I don't have to keep going back and forth. And now I have to move this. And there we go. Okay, so this is how we define our state in the Options API. We define it in this data method. Now, personally, I honestly prefer this way over here. It just looks cleaner and it just looks like normal JavaScript, where this just looks like some sort of magic is happening in order for it to render onto the HTML template. Okay, so that's the data. But now what we want to do is we want to define the methods. So let's go over here So right after this data method, we're going to create a methods property. And this is going to be an object. And then within this object, we're going to have all of our different methods. So I'm going to say add to count. So add to count. And this is just going to be a method. And what I'm going to do is just console.log hello. Hello. So let's go over here. And just to prove to you that it works, let's go to our console. And let's just click on this method. And as you can see, it is indeed working. So again, this is how we're going to define functions that are eventually going to update our state. Again, I kind of prefer this way. I like having it. This is more JavaScript-y rather than having it in this object over here. But now what we want to do, of course, is update the state. So what did we do before? We did count.value is equal to count.value plus 1. Well, in this case, we actually have to refer to the object that we currently live in to get the state. So we have to use the dreaded this keyword that I know a lot of people don't really understand what is going on. So they're going to have to do something like this.count is equal to this.count plus 1. And honestly, if you're a JavaScript developer, which I am expecting you to be, if you're taking this course, you probably hate this keyword, but you have to use it with the options API. So now let's go ahead and let's go over here. And there you go. You can see that it works. Now we have to define our other method. So let's go over here and let's just say subtract from count, invoke it. We're going to have to use the disgusting this keyword again. So this.count is equal to this.count minus 1. And oh my goodness, I keep going back to that one. And then there we go. It should be working. So this right here is the options API. At the end of the day, the functionality is exactly the same. So we still have our state, we still have our methods, and we're still able to update our count the way that we should. However, syntactically, they're different. So this is what we had to write in order to accomplish the same thing with the options API. But this is what we had to write in order to accomplish the same thing with the composition API. Now, let's actually uncomment this. Oh, well, no, actually, let's comment it again. What do you prefer? What do you prefer? I honestly prefer this. This looks cleaner. This looks like pure just JavaScript, whereas this kind of just looks like some magic that Vue is doing in order to relate it to what we have over here. And that's why I actually prefer the composition API. And that's why it is the new and improved way of writing Vue. So I wanted to introduce the options API because you will see it all the time, because it was kind of the legacy way of doing things. And I did want to introduce it to you, but with new Vue applications, the composition API is kind of the way to go. And this is what we are going to be focusing on with the rest of this course. Now, just because we're learning the composition API, it doesn't mean that, you're completely losing out on the options API. I think at this point, you probably understood exactly what was going on here relatively quickly because you understood what was happening in the composition API. You understood, okay, this is my state. These are my methods, and I'm able to access them within my HTML template. So just because I'm going to be teaching the composition API, and I'm going to be teaching a lot of other things within the composition API, they easily also translate to the options API. So if you ever have to work with a project that has the options API, believe me, if you have a solid understanding of the composition API, you will be a-okay. You might be, searching around for different, syntax, but you will have a great and a vast understanding of what to do. So don't worry, you're not missing out. So let me go ahead and actually remove this options API. Don't want it anymore. So let's go ahead and remove it. I'll zoom in once more. And what I want to utilize is, the composition API. Now, in order to utilize the composition API, I have to provide this right over here. So this setup keyword. If I don't provide it and I save and I refresh, you can see nothing is working okay. We don't have anything in there. So we have to tell it that we want to use the composition API by saying setup, and it will know, okay, you want to use the composition API, That's fine. Go ahead and define everything you need, and we're going to set up everything correctly. All right, everybody, welcome to a brand new section and a brand new project. This project is going to be a notes application. So very simply, we're going to have a header here that says notes, and we're going to have this button. And when we click on this button, it is going to trigger this modal to appear. We can, of course, always close the modal as well. So it can trigger it, close it, trigger it. Now, right in here, what we're going to do is add a new note. So I'm going to say this is my new note, like so. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on add note. And as you can see here, it's going to create this card with my note as well as the date when I created the note. So I'm going to go and zoom in here. That's the date when I created this note. Now, of course, we can continue on. We can add more notes. This is another note, my friends, something like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and add this, and you can see it adds another note, but this time in a different color. And of course, we can just keep going on and on and on. You guys get the point. Now, this seems like a very simple application, but it is going to introduce a lot of new Vue concepts that we are going to learn. So I'm super excited to teach you this app, and well, let's get started. Now, in order to get started, we're going to actually need to build a lot of HTML as well as CSS. So not really related to Vue. So what I'm going to do in the next video is dedicate that video specifically to building the HTML as well as the CSS for this application. Now, if you do not want to build the CSS and HTML because this is something that you're already familiar with, you can 100% skip that video and just download the boilerplate code that is attached to this video right over here. So you can download that and then skip the next video where we build the HTML as well as the CSS and just go directly and jump into the Vue. If, however, you like to build things from scratch and you want to build the HTML as well as the CSS with me, well, you can just proceed to the next video. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, to create our application, the first thing that we need to do, of course, is to create a Vue app. So I'm going to open up my terminal, or if you're on Windows, your command prompt. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to move into my desktop directory. And then very simply, I am going to do an npm init and then vue at latest like so. So this is going to create a project. I'm going to call this project, let's say, Notes app. So let's call this Notes app. We'll say the package name is nothing. No. All right, so now we have created the Notes app. Let's actually go ahead and open this up in VS Code. So I'm going to say open, and I'm going to go to my desktop, and I am going to go to the Notes app. So let's go over here. This is my wonderful Notes app. Okay, so now what we're going to do is build the HTML for this application as well as the CSS. But before we do that, of course, what we're going to need to do is an npm install to install all of the dependencies. Let's remember that we need to do that. And then let's run our application with npm run dev so we can spin up a Vue development server. So we're going to say npm run dev. And it should run on port localhost 5174. There we go. Very beautiful. All right, so there we go. We have our application running. The first thing that I'm going to do is we're going to go to that app.vue file. And then within this app.vue file, I'm just going to remove everything. And of course, once I remove everything, you can see here we have a completely blank application. So the first thing that I want to do is, well, just let's build out the HTML template for this app. So let us go over here and let's create a template. Let's create a main tag. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a div, and we're going to give this a class of container. And I'm going to go relatively fast with this because, again, I kind of expect you to know HTML and CSS. So I'm not going to bother kind of explaining what I'm doing. I hope this is kind of really basic for you if you're following along. So let's go over here. Let's create a container. And within this container, we're going to have a header. And that is going to contain our notes header, and it's also going to contain that button. So let's just create a button, and within it we're just going to say plus. So there we go, we have our header. Now we're also going to create another div, and we're going to give this a class of card styles. So let's create a div, and we're going to say, or sorry, card container, that's what we're going to call it, or cards container. And notice here what I'm actually doing. I'm doing a dot, and then I'm doing cards dash container. And so what this is actually going to do is create a div element with this class over here. So if I actually go ahead and do that, you can see it's just an Emmet abbreviation that you get right off the bat with VS Code, in case this wasn't something that you're familiar with. All right, so there we go. We have created our cards container. Now within it, I'm just going to create the HTML structure for one card. So let's go over here, and I am going to say, well, I want to create a div with the class of card. And then within it, let's create a p tag that is going to contain the notes. And let's give this a class of main text. So what I can actually do is say, hey, p tag, and then dot the class. And that's going to create a paragraph with this class. And then lastly, let's create another p tag, but this time this one's going to be the date. And there we go. That's really all the HTML structure that we need. Now we also need the HTML structure for the modal, but we'll create that a little bit later. Okay, so this is looking a-okay. One thing that we're gonna need to absolutely do is to go to our, let's go over here to our assets, to main.css. Everything below this import, just remove it. And that way it should look something like so. Okay, looking decent so far. All right, so now what is the next step? Well, of course, the next step is styling. So let's actually go ahead and style this application. And let's begin with the main. So let's go over here. We're going to say the style tags. And we're going to add the scoped keyword to make sure that everything is scoped together. So all the styles are scoped to this HTML in this file. So I'm gonna style the main first, the main HTML tag. I'm gonna give this a height of 100 VH and a width of 100 VW. All right, so this is looking pretty good. Not weight, width. I misspelled that, or I just wrote the wrong word, whatever. So there we go. So now we have that. So now let's actually style the container. So how are we going to style this container? Well, let's go over here. Let's grab that container class. And I'm going to say container. And then I'm going to say the max width of the container is going to be 1000 pixels. And then I'm also going to give this container a padding of 10 pixels. And lastly, I'm going to give it a margin of 0 auto, so it can actually center this right in the middle. And now you can see it's kind of centered right in the middle. So we have our notes. Okay, so this is pretty good, but now of course we need to style our header, which is this right over here. So let's go ahead and style this header. So let's give this a style. Now I want this to be positioned kind of horizontally, not vertically. So the best way to do that is to very simply just give it a display of flex. And we also need to give it a justify content of space between, so that, well, we can see here they're kind of all separated apart. Now lastly, so we don't have this kind of funky large button. Let me zoom in here for you guys. So we don't have this funky large button. Let's go ahead and give this an align items of center. And that's way we have another nice looking button. All right, so this is terrific. But now what we need to do, of course, is to start styling the H1 as well as the button that is within it. So let's go over here. Let's say H1. And we're going to give this a font weight of bold. We're going to give this a margin bottom. Margin bottom. We're going to give this a margin bottom of, let's say, 25 pixels. And lastly, let's also give it a font size of 75 pixels. Let's go ahead and save that. And there we go. We have our button. I can actually zoom out a little bit now. Where we have the header nice and big and, well, pretty beautiful. So now what I want to do is style this button within this header. So let's go over here. We only really have one button, so let's just style the button itself. And we're going to give this a border of none. And we're going to give it padding of 10 pixels. We're also going to give it a width of 50 pixels, a height of 50 pixels, and then we'll give it a cursor pointer. And let's also give it a background color of RGB. I'll say 21, 20, and then 20. And lastly, let's do a border radius of 100%. So it can be nice and round. And let's do a color of white. And the absolute last thing, a font size of 20 pixels. Now, if this is, again, too big for your screen, not a CSS course, just adjust it so it looks a little bit better if that's something that you care about. All right, so that's pretty much all it is that we need to do for that. Now what we need to start doing is to style our, our cards. So let's go and just style the card itself. And so let's go over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say .card. And we're going to give this a width of 225 pixels, a height of 225 pixels. So it can be a square. We're going to give it a background color. Now, this is going to be dynamic. This background color is going to be kind of just randomly generated. But just so we can see it, let's just give it a background color of RGB. And then I can say 237. And I can say 182. And I can say 44. All right, so I can give this nice yellow color. Let's also give it some padding. Let's give it a border radius. So give it a border radius of around 15 pixels. Let's also give it a display flex, because what we're eventually going to want to do is separate the notes from the actual date itself. So to do that, we're going to have to actually change the direction to column. And then we're going to say justify content, and we'll say space between. And lastly, we'll do just a little bit of margin from the right and the bottom. So we'll say margin right, we'll say 20 pixels. And then lastly, we'll say margin left, bottom rather, which will also be 20 pixels. All right, so this is looking pretty good. So now if we went there, you can see we have our wonderful card. So let's actually now style the text within the card. So let's first add some text. So a nice little shortcut to adding text if you're using VS Code is you can say lorem and then whatever number of words you want. And it just generates just 15 words of gibberish that you can actually utilize just kind of for like testing your styles. So I think honestly, this looks pretty good. I don't really have too much of a complaint with this. I'm wondering if I should maybe change the size. Honestly, I'm just going to leave it as is. So usually I had some styles for this, but this honestly looks pretty good. And let's go over here. Let's just give this a date of, let's say, 5 years, 6,853. That's a pretty good year. Okay, maybe this one we can make a little bit smaller. So let's go over here. We can give this a date. So you can say font size. And we can give this a font size of, let's say, 12.5 pixels. Yeah, a little bit smaller. That looks good. And maybe we can also give it, I think that's good. We'll just leave it like that. Maybe we can also make this bold, actually. Let's do font weight of bold. And there we go. Beautiful looking card. So now the only issue is once we start having multiple cards, so let's say I add another card, they kind of stack up horizontally, which obviously is not what I want. So what we're going to need to do is just very simply style this right over here, the cards container. So we're going to just need to add some flexbox styling to this. So we're going to say here, display flex. And then lastly, we're going to say flex wrap. And if you're unfamiliar with flex, just go ahead and read about it. It's kind of a simple thing. I do also have a tutorial on YouTube if you are interested in it. I just do not want to spend way too much time on, CSS when your expectation is to learn Vue. Okay, there we go. So now you can see it is horizontally displaced. So the last thing that we need is the modal. So this is actually something we're going to build from scratch. So right over here, so right above this container, let's actually create another div. And this div we're going to call overlay. So we're going to call this div overlay. And the reason why we're going to call it overlay is because it's going to overlay pretty much everything that we have over here. So we're going to go ahead and style this first, and then we'll add our modal. So let's go all the way down, and we're going to go ahead and style right here. And let's say overlay. And we're going to give it just some basic style. So the first thing I want to do is I want to give it a position of absolute. So it can just be absolutely positioned above everything. We'll also give it a width of 100%. And this is going to be relative to the main, which has a 100 VW. And then we're going to say height of 100% as well. Okay. Now we need a background color. So we can say background color here. And this time we're going to use an RGBA value. And then we're going to say 0, 0, 0, and then 0.77, just so we can have a little bit of opacity. And you can see here the cards are kind of like above. They're kind of more towards you. And that's not really what we want. So what we can actually very simply do to fix this is just give this a z-index of, let's say, 10. Now you can see now this is above the cards, which is what we want. Okay, so that's pretty good. The last thing I want to do is I want to give it a display flex, and then align items center, and then justify content center as well. All right, that's pretty much it for the overlay. But now what we need to do is start creating our modal. So let's go over here and let's create a div with a class of modal. And then within this, we're going to have a p tag. And actually, no, within this, we're going to have a text area. And we'll just leave it like that. We can give this a name of just note, an ID of note. That's fine. We'll have this text area. And then we'll also have a button. And, well, that's actually going to start conflicting. The styles are going to conflict with this button. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say header button like this. And then over here, let's just create a button. And we'll call this add note like so. All right, so that's pretty much all it is that we need to do. Now, of course, we need to style it. So let us move all the way down to style this modal. This is kind of why I gave you guys the reason to, if you guys not interested in this, you can just go ahead and skip it. It's kind of just a bit of styling. So we're going to give this a width of 150 pixels. We're going to give this a background color of just pure white. We'll also give it a border radius of, let's say, 10 pixels. We'll say padding of 30 pixels. And let's give it a position of relative, a display of flex, and lastly, a flex direction of column. Beautiful. All right, so that should create this, which is looking pretty good. Let us now style the, let's go over here. Let's style the button first, actually. So we'll say modal button. And we're going to give the button some padding. So padding top and bottom, so 10 pixels. And then left and right, 20 pixels. And then we'll say font size. And then 20 pixels. And then width, we'll say 100%. And we'll say the background color for this will be, we'll say blue violet. We'll say border of none. We'll say color of white. A cursor of pointer. And lastly, a margin top of 15 pixels. Save that. There we go. We have our button. And that's honestly pretty much it. The text area looks pretty good. We just need a way to close this. So what we're going to actually do here is we're just going to add another button. So let's go over here. Let's add another button. And we're just going to say close. Let's just give this a class of close. So over here, we can just say dot close and maybe just give it a background color of just something like red. So maybe we can change it to like a darker shade of red. And it's purple. So why is that? Let's say dot modal dot close. That should. There we go. And maybe we can give it a margin top of like 7 pixels. And there we go. Looking really good. So that's pretty much it. That is the HTML structure. Now for now, what we're going to do, just so we can actually just get out of this modal, because I do not want this modal to appear for now, is we're going to go ahead and just comment this out. But at least now we have the HTML and the CSS. So whether you took the route of just very simply getting the boilerplate or you wrote out the HTML and CSS, at this point in the video, you should have an application that looks like this. So the very first thing that I want to do to make our application functional is to very simply make this button right over here work. So right now, of course, when I click it, nothing happens. However, if I go to the complete application, when I click it, it triggers this modal to appear. And then when I click close, as you can see here, the modal closes. So this is what we are very simply going to do in this application. So how are we going to do that? Well, right over here, we commented out the modal HTML element. So if I were to uncomment them, you can see here that we get our modal. And instead of having a close sign right over here, I just added a button. That's why it looks a little bit different. So what we want to do is to either render these HTML elements or not, depending on whether the user clicked this button or not. Now, what does this sound like to you? Well, this sounds like state to me. Our application is either in a state where the modal is nice and rendered, or it is not rendered. So what we're going to need to do is, well, let's go over here. We're going to need to create script tags. Let's provide the setup, and we're going to need to define our state. So of course, to define state, we have to tell Vue that this is explicitly state. So what we're going to say here is from Vue, we are going to import something called ref. All right, so let's go over here and let's go ahead and import that. And I'm going to call my state show modal, like so. And then over here, I'm going to say that that is going to be equal to, and initially I'm going to set this to false. So this is going to be a Boolean value, and initially it is going to be false. So let's actually just go ahead and save this. And now actually what I want to do is whenever I click this button right over here, this plus button, I want to change this to true. Now I could create a method handler for this. For example, I can create something like toggle show modal or whatever, and then I can invoke that call within here, within the @click handler that I'm going to add here. Or what I can very simply do, because this is just plain old JavaScript within these strings, I can just very simply just say show modal is equal to true. So show modal is equal to true, and that's really all it is that we need to do. So just to prove to you that this works, right over here, so right within the H1, I'm going to use the curly brace, and I'm just going to go ahead and render the show modal value. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. You can see initially it's false. If I were to click on this, now it is true. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, what we need to do now is to, well, render these HTML elements if this is true. However, if it's false, then we do not want to render them. And this actually seems like a daunting task, but it is really easy. And it's really easy because Vue gives us a bunch of directives that we can utilize to manipulate DOM elements. Now you might be wondering, what in the world is a directive? Well, very simply put, this is just a very simple definition. Directives are instructions for Vue to do certain things, and they are placed on the HTML elements themselves. So what we want to do is we want to have a directive that is going to instruct Vue, hey, I want you to just render these HTML elements if this is true, and well, if it's not true, then I do not want you to render these HTML elements. That is the directive that I want. So let me go ahead and uncomment this with command and then question mark. And then right here on the parent HTML element that we either want to render or don't render, we're going to add the vif directive. And what this is going to do is it's going to be equal to some JavaScript. And this right over here, so within this JavaScript, this should either be a Boolean value. So it would be a truthy value or a falsy value. So very simply here, I'm going to say vif show modal. So if show modal is true, what this directive is going to do is it's going to render this parent element as well as all of its children. However, if show modal is false, then it is not going to render it at all. So I'm going to go ahead and actually save this, and let's go over here. And now if I were to click on this, there we go. You can see now it is rendering it. And we can actually inspect that the HTML elements are actually being removed and created. So let's go over here to our network. Let's go here. Let's go to main. So you can see here we have this vif comment right over here. And when I click on this, the vif comment gets replaced with the actual div elements. So now let's actually do the same thing, but this time we want to actually remove this when we click this close button. So let's go to over here to the close. We're going to say at click. And what I'm going to say is show modal, and I'm going to set that to false, like so. So there we go. You can see now we are rendering it back and forth. Now there's actually multiple different directives that can kind of accomplish the same thing. And we're going to go through a list of all of the different directives out there. But we can actually accomplish the same thing with something like vshow. So if I were to save this and I were to you can see here that it is working indeed the exact same way. So you might be wondering, what is the difference between vif versus vshow? Well, let's actually take a look at the HTML elements. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly refresh. And you can actually see with vshow, the actual overlay div is still there, even though we are not presenting it. However, stylistically, you can see it adds the styles of display none. Now over here, if I were to click on it, now that the style of display none is gone, but the div element is still there and was always there. So we can again accomplish the same thing, but how it does it is a little bit different. So vif completely removes the HTML elements, and then it renders them when we need to. vshow always shows the HTML elements. However, it has a display of none, which means it's just the HTML elements are there, but we can't really see them because of these styles, and it just toggles that back and forth. Now, when do you want to use one or the other? It really depends on your situation. Maybe you have a lot of information on, let's say, your modal or whatever card you want to render, and it's really, really good for SEO, for readers, and it might really promote your website. So if you did something like a vif, that HTML isn't going to be within there. So it's just not going to be caught by the readers, and it won't promote your website. So maybe in that case, it's actually better to do a v show rather than a v if. However, if it's something like this where we don't really care if this HTML element is present or not, we are going to stick with a v if. And that is probably the more common convention of doing things. But again, it depends. But I want to introduce that to you because, well, these are different types of directives, and we're going to see plenty of directives throughout this project and all of the other projects to come. In the last video, we were able to get our wonderful modal to work. So a user can now go ahead and click on this button, and now this wonderful modal appears. Now, what is the next thing that the user is probably going to do as soon as they click on the button? Well, probably they're going to go to this text area and start typing. Type something like this is a really cool or good course. Please take it. It's good. So they'll probably go ahead and start typing things. Now, let's quickly talk about exactly what needs to be done when we have some sort of text area or input where a user needs to type things inside of a Vue application. You might be thinking, well, there's probably nothing that needs to be done. It's working. Why do I have to change anything? Well, let me explain. So let's go over here to this diagram where we have our browser and we have this white box that is representative of an input or a text area. So as soon as a user sees this, it is going to be in a completely empty state. So again, notice the keyword here is state. It is completely empty. Our application is in a state where our text area has, well, no value. And then the user is going to start typing into it, which is going to change the state of the text area. So now the text area can say maybe have an H in it, and they can continuously type. Let's say they type another word in there, HE. Well, now our text area is in a state where it has the value of H and E. Now, because we are dealing with state, we actually need to define and store that state within our script tags, similarly to what we have done right over here. So we can call this state, for example, new note, and it should be reflective of the value within our text area. So for example, if we went ahead and added maybe another L, that should change our state so that it becomes HEL. And by the way, I'm trying to spell hello, but I guess in the process it's going to spell hell, so apologies for that. So this is what we need to do. So anytime we update our text area over here, it should update our state. But in a good Vue application, if we update our state, it should also update the text area. So before we were talking about if I update the text area or to update the input, it should update the state. But in a good Vue application, and you'll see why in a second, in a good Vue application, if I update the state, so let's say I add a L here, so I update my state. As you can see, the arrow is updating the state and is adding an extra L in here. This should also update the text area. So these two should be kind of, well, exactly the same no matter what. Now, if I go back here and let's say I add an O, of course, this should update the state so that there's an O. So no matter where the change is, these two things need to be synced up. And this is actually a really good thing because let's say what we want to do eventually is maybe clear this text area. There's a bunch of input in there and we want to clear it. Well, we can't really go into the text area and then do a .inner HTML is equal to an empty string or value equal to an empty string. We can't really do that with Vue. So instead, what we actually do is we just take this piece of state and we just set it to an empty string. And as soon as we set it to an empty string, you can see here that our text area is now empty. So I hope that kind of makes sense. So no matter where we are, we want to have this kind of binding. And this right over here where the value is always going to be equal to the state, and the state is always going to be equal to the value if any one of these changes is going to change the other. This is actually known as two-way binding, and it is really, really important to implement inside of a Vue application. So let's actually just go ahead and implement it. So let's go over here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define my state. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to call this, let's say, new note. And initially, I'm going to give this a value of an empty string. Okay. Now, this is the text area where I want to perform this two-way binding with. And luckily, this is actually very, very easy because, well, we have directives for this. So there is a v model directive. And this is going to be equal to just some sort of state where we want to perform this two-way binding. And well, in this case, the state is new note. And that's really all it is that we have to do. So now anytime we make a change here, it is going to change the new note state. And anytime we make a change to our new note, well, it is going to change the text area. So let me go ahead and just prove this to you. So let's go over here. So we have our text area. And I'm going to go ahead and just change my state to say something like, hello world. Hello world. That's it. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And right away, if I were to click on my modal again, I'm going to zoom in here. You can see it right away starts off with a text of hello world. That's the value that it has. Now, let me actually go all the way to this modal, and I'm going to render the new note input. So the new note input. And as you can imagine, this is also hello world. Now I'm going to start making updates, and you can see that this is going to update my new world state. All right, so this is looking really, really good. So that is pretty much all it is that we need to do. And trust me, later on, we're going to see the powers of this two-way binding in future lectures. So we set up everything that we need with the click right over here that shows our modal, as well as the two-way binding within the text area. And speaking of the text area, let's just quickly clean up what we have here. Let's go over here. Let's just remove the new note. And similarly for the state, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the state right here. Looking great. Okay, so now if I were to do a little refresh, everything is working fine. But the next step is for the user to, well, type something, and then they're going to want to add the note, which is going to add the note to this card right over here. So let's just go to the complete version. They're going to create some sort of note, and that is going to close the modal, and it is going to add a new card. Now, I think at this point, you probably understand that this right here, the rendering of cards, is going to be stored in some sort of state. Because, of course, this is a state that our application is currently in. Currently, it is in a state where we have one card. If I were to add another thing, our application is in a state where it has two cards. So the cards are going to be stored in some state. Now, because we have multiple different cards that we can have, well, we're actually going to store the state inside, or we're going to store the state as an array, specifically an array of objects, because each note can have multiple different properties. For example, it has the text itself, it also has the date, and it also has a background color, and it probably should have some sort of unique auto-generated ID. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let's actually go ahead and create that state variable. So I'm going to go over here, and I am going to create const, and I'm very simply just going to call this notes, and it's going to be equal to ref, and it is going to be equal to, for now, an empty array. So this is what we are going to have. Now, what we're going to want to do as soon as we will type something is push a new object onto this state array right over here. And that way, we're going to have a new note that eventually we're going to render onto our screen. So let's actually go ahead and, well, accomplish that. So let's go over here and let's add a handler for our click event. So what I'm going to do is, and if you hear my cat, apologies, or not apologies, the sound of cats are really beautiful. So let's go over here and let's create a handler called add note. That's what we're going to create. It's going to be a callback function. And very simply, we're going to have kind of a naive implementation at first. We're just going to very simply just say notes.value.push, and we're going to push in a new object. Now let's remember the properties that it's going to have is the text. Now where is this text going to come from? Well, it's going to be the value of the text area. So it's going to be the value of this text area. Now luckily we have two-way binding, so we can actually access that value with this piece of state right over here. So I can say something like new note.value. Very, very simple. Now it's also going to have a date. Now this date is just going to be the current date at the creation of this note. So let's just say new date like so. And it's also going to have some other properties. So for example, it's also going to have an ID, which should be just a random unique integer. And to actually generate a random unique integer, we can just use some JavaScript for this. We can say math.floor, and then we're going to say math.random. So math.floor, math.random, and we're going to invoke math.random, and we're going to multiply it by, like, let's say 1,000,000 or something like this. Yeah, this is 1,000,000. And so what this is going to do is it is going to just generate a random number between 0 and 1,000,000, something like that. So technically, we could have potentially an ID that is the same, but the odds are like 1 in, I don't know, 500,000 or something like that. All right, so let's go ahead here and let's add one more thing, which is going to be the color. So this is going to be the background color of the card, because remember, it is indeed random. So you can see here, it's just kind of a random color. So let's go ahead over here and let's just say color, and we're going to even call this background color. And over here, we're going to have to randomly generate a color. Now this color also should be relatively light. So as you can see here, it's a light color. I don't want to have a dark color because then our text is black, and we do not want to have a dark color because then at that point we're not going to be able to read our text. So if you actually notice here, every single time I actually generated a color, it's kind of a relatively light color. And honestly, I did this by kind of just copying code from Stack Overflow. So I went to Google and I said JavaScript generate random light color. And then I went over here to Stack Overflow, and right here, I utilized this function right over here. This one right over here. Honestly, there's an explanation for this if you're really interested, but this is just kind of a CSS thing that I don't really understand, but I just know that the function works. So what I can do is I can just very simply copy this, and let's just go over here and let's just paste it in there. So we're going to paste in the color, and then we're just going to invoke this get random color every single time we create a new note. And that's very simply what we're going to do. We're going to push it onto this array. So let's go over here, and just so we can actually see the array being rendered, I'm going to go right here onto this header, and I'm just going to say notes like so. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in here. As you can see, initially it is empty. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add, this is my very first note. And I'm going to go ahead and add it. And as soon as I add the note, of course, nothing's going to happen. That's because we're not using this handler at all. So let's go over here and let's just say at click. And we are going to say add note. That's the function that we want to call whenever we have a click event. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this again. And nothing's happening again. Let's go ahead and inspect just to see what's going on. Let's go to our console. So we have some error here saying color is not defined. Okay, no problem. Okay, for some reason this person treated this like JavaScript or rather than Python. So what we can do here actually is just very simply return like this. like this. We don't even need to have that variable. So I'm going to go ahead and say this is my first note. And if I click on this, you can see right away it actually is going to populate my my array with a new object. So we have this object that has this ID, and then we have this this text over here. We got the date, and we also have this random background color. Now, one thing that isn't really nice is that as soon as I add a note, I probably want to close this modal. I don't want to have to close it manually. I just want it to automatically close. Kind of like, well, what we did over here. So I add the note, it automatically closes. So we can actually do that relatively easily. So right after we add the note, we can, well, update the state of the show modal. So let's go over here. We're going to say show modal.value is going to be equal to false. Very simple stuff. So that is going to, as soon as we add a new note, I'm going to add it, and there we go. You can see right away it closes it. Now, there still is another issue. If I want to add another note, I would click on this button, but you can see that my text area has a value currently, has this a new note value. Now, we don't need this anymore. We should probably clear this text area. Well, now we can, because of the two-way binding, we can do that by just very simply setting the state to be an empty string. So let's go over here, and I'm going to say new notes.value. I'm going to set that to be an empty string. So that is pretty much it. That is pretty much it in terms of adding a new note. Later on, we're going to do some validation. But now if I add a new note, blah, 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 it adds into the array, gives it a random background color, gives it a random ID, it gives it a date, and if I were to click on it again, you can see it is completely empty. Now, there are quite a bit of problems to this. For example, a person can just write a note with one letter. That's not good. A person can even just go ahead and just open this modal, add a note, and that's just going to add an empty note. So there are a few problems with this, but we'll fix that a little bit later. But the most important thing is you understand how the handlers work. So let me just remove this over here. Let's go ahead and do a little quick save. And there we go. Everything is a-okay. Now what we want to do is we actually want to get that array. And for each array, we want to render a notes card. So let's actually do that in the next section. So we created our notes state, and we added the handler that is going to update the state whenever we type something in, and then we click on the add notes button. But of course, no new note cards are being rendered because we haven't added that functionality yet. So again, what's going to happen here is it's going to update the array itself by adding a new object within it with an ID, text, date, and a background color. But that array is not being used anywhere, and thus, of course, it is not going to render a brand new card. Well, we are going to fix that in this video. Now, for each new object that we add to the array, we want to render a notes card. Let me actually show you a diagram. So let's say that this is our array over here, our notes array, and then within it we have, let's say, 4 different objects. And of course, each object is going to be pertaining to a note. So it's going to have an ID, text, background color, as well as a date. So ideally, if we have 4 objects within our state array, we're going to want to render 4 different cards, 1 for each object. So 1 note card for this object, 1 for this one, 1 for this one, and 1 for this one. So what are we going to do to accomplish this? Well, this is an array, and thus what we're going to do to accomplish this is iterate over that array. So we're going to iterate over this array one by one, and for each object, what we're going to do is render some HTML elements in order to create our card. So we're going to iterate over this one. We're going to create an HTML element for this. Then we're going to iterate over this one. Then we're going to create an HTML element for this. Then we're going to iterate over this one, create another HTML element for this. And lastly, what we're going to do is iterate through object 4, create another HTML elements for these, and that's going to create 4 different cards for us. And then we're going to reach the end of the array. Okay, we're done. We have 4 different cards. So we can actually do this, as you can probably imagine, very, very, very easily with directives. So let's go over here. And what I want to do is I want to find the HTML elements that are creating one particular card. So let's go over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of this cards container. And as you can see here, the HTML elements needed to create one card is a div of a class of card. It also needs to have a paragraph that has this class over here, as well as another paragraph with this class. For now, let's just go ahead and get rid of this. So in effect, what we want to do is for each object that we have created, let's say we have 4, we want to create this once, iterate over the next one, and then create another one, and then iterate over the next one, create another one, and then iterate over the next one and create another one. So eventually we're going to have something that looks like this. But of course, how are we going to do this? Well, we're going to do this with directives. So really, with directives, all we need is just one HTML element that is going to represent the HTML elements of the thing that we're trying to iterate over and create multiple times. And then within here, we're going to use the v4 directive. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, which again, I presume you are, for is kind of like a for loop. So it's going to allow us to iterate over our array and then render these HTML elements. So let's go over here and I'm going to say v4, and I'm going to say in here, this is JavaScript. I'm going to say note in notes. Now this might not make sense to you at this point, but I'll explain it right now. But in effect, what this is going to do is iterate over every single object within our notes array and render these HTML elements for each one. Now, at this point, we have nothing within it. So we have absolutely nothing. So it should actually just give us nothing. We should have no HTML elements at that point. So if I were to save this, you can see there's nothing. But of course, when I add something, let's just go ahead and add something. There we go. You can see now it is updating. And let's just add another thing. This time, let's just add something meaningful. This is my really cool note. I'm going to say add. Now you can see now it adds another thing. However, the issue at this point is that it is not really using any of the data pertaining to that object. So the text here is just hard-coded. Obviously, the dates are hard-coded. The background colors are hard-coded. We need to fix that. So how are we going to fix this? Well, we're going to fix this with this right over here, note. So this right here is going to be the object that we are currently iterating over. So just as a quick little explanation, we have our array and we're going to iterate over every single object in this array. And for each object, we're going to render some notes. So let's say, well, we start from the beginning. We're going to start with this very first object right over here. And let's say that this object has a title of hello and a color of blue. So as the very first iteration, this note right over here is going to be equal to this object that has the title of hello, color of blue, and then I didn't add the date or the ID because just to save some space, but they're there as well. And so what we're going to do is actually access the title as well as the color in order to dynamically render our notes with whatever it is that we need. So over here, what we can actually do is now remove this and then just say note dot, and then I can say text. Similarly over here, I can say note dot, and I can say date. Now this is going to be just kind of a date that it's not going to look that nice. It's not going to be formatted that well. So I'll just show you once we get there. But this is how we're going to kind of dynamically generate our stuff. So let's just go here. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now you can see, let me just do a little refresh here. Now you can see if I add something, you can see it has this text, the dynamic text, as well as this date. Now again, this date, like I said, not the prettiest date in the world. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change the format of this. So we're going to say to local date string, and then we're going to say English US, and this is just going to change it to this date over here. Now another thing that we want to do, of course, is to update the background color. So how are we going to do that? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to add a style, and we're going to say that that is going to be equal to, I don't know, some sort of color. Now within these right over here, within these strings, this is actually going to be JS, or rather it's actually just, it's not really it's going to be just normal strings. So in order to actually bind our styles so that it is valid JavaScript, in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to say colon and then style, and we're going to say that that is going to be equal to some JavaScript. And then over here, we're going to say background color as an object. So background color, and I'm going to say colon, and then I'm going to say note.background color. Note.background color. So let's go ahead and save this. And there we go. So now we have our dynamic background color. If I were to add something else, we have, oddly, maybe we got the same color twice. That's pretty odd. There we go. So very unlikely, but we got the same color twice. Or maybe with this algorithm that we copied, it's not unlikely. There we go. So you can see now we are rendering multiple different cards with this wonderful v-for directive. In the last video, we utilized this v-for directive in order to iterate over the notes array and render these HTML elements for each particular note. Now, every single time that we iterate over a particular array and render elements by utilizing the v-for, we also need to add one more attribute to this div, and that is going to be the key attribute. So what we're going to do here is right after the v-for, we're going to say colon key, and this is going to be equal to just a unique value that is going to be different than all the other values within this array. Now, the best unique value that we can actually utilize is the ID, because theoretically the ID should be unique across every single object in the array. So what we can very simply do here is say note.id. And now we are completely done with this iteration. Now you might be wondering, why in the world do we need to do this? Well, let's look at a diagram. So right over here, we have our array. And of course, we've iterated all over the array. And for each particular iteration, we created a HTML element that is representative of our card. Now, let's say that later on in our application, we remove, let's say, this object right over here, object 3, note 3, whatever you want to call it. What we end up expecting is our HTML elements to change as well. We would expect this card right over here to be completely removed. Now, that is actually going to be the case. It is indeed going to be removed. But the question is, how is it going to be removed? So if we don't add this key right over here, what actually ends up happening is Vue completely removes every single card and then reiterates over this updated array. So it goes over this one, and this one, and it creates these 3 cards. So again, let's look at that process again. If we don't add the key, what's going to happen is anytime we make a change, and it doesn't also have to be a delete change, it could also be just an update to the text. What it's going to do very simply is just remove all of the HTML elements and reiterate over the array again, rendering the cards. So in effect, it actually looks like it is working, and it is working. We are removing our object, and thus we are removing the card. However, as you can imagine, this isn't very efficient. We don't want to remove every single HTML element and then just iterate over the array again. What if the array is really, really big and it takes quite a long to iterate over it? Just not the best experience, and it could lead to just bad performance. So what do we do instead? Well, what we do is we supply each HTML element a unique key that is going to be associated to the object that we created. And this, of course, is going to be the ID. So let's say the ID, if this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going to give the HTML element the ID or the key of 1, 2, 3, 4. That way, well, let's say if we remove this right over here, object 3, Vue is going to be smart enough to associate, oh, we just need to remove this HTML element because we can link it to this object right over here. So if we remove it, it's just going to remove that HTML or those HTML elements and leave the other ones untouched. So really it is a performance thing whenever we make some sort of update to our array. Now in our case, we're actually never really going to make an update, so we're never really going to reap the performance benefits, but it is a still good practice to do. And later on, we're going to render multiple different HTML elements where we are going to have updates, and it is going to be really good to add the key. So far, our application seems to be in a good state. A person can click on this over here. That's going to trigger the modal to appear. They can click on close if they want to, or they can click right back and add a new note. If they add a note, let's say this is a note, and they click on add over here, it actually adds the card as well as the date as well as the random background color. However, there is one potential problem, and of course I alluded to this before in a previous video. Right now, a person can very simply click on this button, trigger the modal, add a note with no text. Or they can just add one word or some stuff like that. And obviously, this isn't something that we want. We might want maybe a maximum or rather a minimum of 10 characters in order to actually create a note. So what we need to start adding are some checks and some of these error handlings that we can accomplish. So let's go ahead and do this. So the objective right now is to ensure that a person goes ahead and has a minimum of, let's say, 10 characters in order to create a note. And what we can do here is inside of this handler, very simply, what we can do is just a very simple check. So we can actually do all of these things, push this new object into this notes array, and then update the show modal as well as the new value only if the new notes.value.length is greater than, let's say, 10 characters, or 10 characters. So let's go over here. So we're going to say if, we're going to say new note, and then we're going to say dot value is, let's just say, larger than 9 so that we can have 10 characters. And if it is larger, then what we want to do is we want to continue on. So what we can actually do is we can very simply check the opposite. So if it is less than or equal to 9, or we can even do something like less than 10, we can very simply just return early. So we can say return. And so if it ever hits this if block, it's just going to return and not do any of these other things. So let me go ahead and save this. And let me type hello. And I'm going to click add. And let me refresh. And let's just say hello and add again. Something's wrong with our logic here. So if note.value.length, I'm forgetting that, of course, is less than 10, then we should return. So let's try this again. Hello. We're going to click add, and you can see that nothing is happening, which is good. Now, it's also in a way not good because maybe the user doesn't know that we need to have 10 characters maximum. And they have just a very simple note, just saying something like my note or my friend or whatever. And this is less than 10 characters, but they don't know that they have to have more than 10 characters. So if they click on add, they're just going to think that our application is very buggy. What is going on? Why is this not working? Okay, I'm just going to leave this application and go to another one. So it would be nice to show some sort of error message right over here saying that, hey, the note has to be 10 characters or more. So let's actually go ahead and do this. Now, of course, we're going to need to store this variable in some sort of state because our application is either going to be in a state where it shows the error or it's going to be in a state where it doesn't show the error. So let's go over here and let's just go right here. And I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say error message. And initially, I am going to set this to an empty string. Now, if you're familiar with JavaScript, which again, I do expect you to be, an empty string, if I were to want to get the Boolean value of this, is actually a falsy value. And let me go ahead and actually prove this to you. So let's go over here. And if I were to do something like if, and I can say empty string, I want to console.log, I'm going to say hello. So I'm going to go ahead and run this actually in the console. So I'm saying if empty string, I want to console.log hello, and well, nothing's happening. However, if I have any text inside of my string and I actually render this, you can see that the console is indeed rendering. So a string with values in it is truthy, a empty string is a falsy value. So this is kind of the equivalence of just true and false. So what we can do is we can actually utilize this right over here to conditionally render the HTML for our error message. So let's go to our modal and let's go right here, and I'm going to add a p tag, and within this p tag we're going to have our error message, and what we're going to do is we're going to have a if, and over here we're also going to add error message. So if our application is in a state where this is empty, an empty string, this is going to be falsy, and thus this is not going to be rendered at all. However, if we are in a state where this is indeed a value, like some sort of error message that we want to assign, like, hey, your note has to be 10 characters or more, then this is going to be a truthy value. So it's going to render the p tag, and also it's going to use its value as the text itself. So just very simple stuff. And let's actually just give this a nice little class here. Or you know what? We don't even need to give it a class. Let's just go over here all the way to the styling. Just say dot modal p tag. Just give it a color of red, or maybe even this color right here, just to be kind of more consistent, just so it looks better. Okay, so that's really all it is that we need to do. But now what we want is whenever we actually reach this state over here, I want to actually trigger that error message. So I'm going to say return, so we can return early, and then I'm going to say error message dot value is going to be equal to, let's say, a note needs, what am I doing here? Note needs to be 10 characters or more. All right, so let's go ahead and actually give this a little test. And let's go here, and I'm going to say hello. I'm going to say add, and there we go. Now we get a nice little error message. All right, cool. Now, there is one little thing that can actually happen that can kind of just break everything. So if a user is smart enough, what they can actually do is very simply just say hello, and then they're like, okay, hello. Oh, I need 10 characters. Oh, let me just add a bunch of spacing over here. So I'm going to add a bunch of space here. I can even also add a bunch of space here. And then our application is going to treat this as, well, each space is going to be a character. So definitely it's going to be more than 10 characters. And the person can go ahead and add a note. So that's obviously not good. Another thing that they can also do is they can always go over here, just add a bunch of space, and they can just add an empty note. Another thing is this error message is always appearing. So ideally, after we're done, what we can do is also set the error message. So we can say error message dot value is equal to a string. So what are we going to do here in order to fix kind of this spacing issue? Well, very simply, what we can actually do is just trim the white spaces from the front and the back. And we can actually very easily do this in the check itself. So we can say new notes dot value, and then I can say dot trim, and then I can say dot length like so. And now if I were to do this, hello, and add just a bunch of spaces, you can see that we get this error message. The issue with doing it this way is now our state actually has this value over here. So it has hello and a bunch of empty spaces. We just trimmed it in this check. So ideally, we can actually trim it even before it reaches our state. And we can actually do that really, really easily. So let's just remove this for now. And to do this, what we can do is right on the V model, we can say .trim. So this is going to perform the two-way binding, and it is going to trim any white spaces. So now let's try it again. I'm going to say space, 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 hello, space, 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 space. I'm going to try to add the note, and you can see right away, it actually removes all the white spaces because they're just unnecessary, and it throws the error. Now we can just fix it, and there we go. And if you go right back, everything is working fine. Hallelujah, we just finished our second project. We finished one project. Well, the best thing to do now is to move on to another. This right here is the new project that we are going to be building with Vue 3 and the Composition API. And it is, trust me, going to be significantly more difficult, and it's going to cover significantly more Vue topics than the one that we did last time. So I hope you guys are excited. Let me go ahead and do a quick little introduction of the project. So over here we have a very simple quiz game. And what you can do here is you can just go on this website and start viewing all of the different quizzes that we have. Math, biology, chemistry, physics, history, and psychology is what is appearing right now. Now let's say that this is a very exhaustive list, and maybe what you want to do is you want to search for a particular quiz. So let's say you're looking for chemistry, but you can't find chemistry even though it's right here. What you can do is you can use this search bar. So over here, you can start typing chemistry, and you can see that it's going to return any cards that has this match right over here. So CH, chemistry, and also psychology has a CH. And of course, you can continuously refine your searches. Now, of course, you can delete your searches and it comes right back. So we're going to have this search ability that is going to remove cards based on your search. Now, of course, what we're going to do is we're going to make these cards clickable. So when you click on a particular card, let's say you want to, well, learn math, I'm going to go ahead and click on this card, and it is going to actually take you to a brand new page. So over here, you can see that the URL, it might be a little tiny for you, but you can take my word on it. It used to be just localhost 5173, but now it's localhost 5173/quiz/the quiz ID. And we're going to talk about all this different stuff, this routing stuff in tremendous detail, so you don't have to worry about that right now. Now over here, we are greeted with our math quiz. Of course, we can go ahead and, well, start answering the questions. So let's say with this, I'm going to say, let's say 24 for this. I'm just going to get some right, some wrong. Let's just go over here. And then this one I'll try to get right on purpose. So 9 times 9 is, or 3 times 3 is 9. Divided by 3 is going to be 3. So 3 plus 3 minus 3 is going to be 3. So right away, we get this really cool animation, as you can see here. And we're going to learn how we can do that natively with Vue. And then we get our results, which is we got 1 right out of 3. And then we can actually go back and we can pick another one. Now, let's try to get a little bit more right this time. So let's just say this time, this I believe is 16. This, let's just say 21. This one's 3. There we go. Now we got 2 out of 3 right. And you guys get the point. So this is what we are eventually going to build. And there's going to be a ton of different things that we are going to learn when it comes to Vue. So let's get started. In order to get this application up and running, we're going to need to, unfortunately, write a lot of HTML as well as CSS. So what we're going to do is kind of similar to what we did in the last section with the previous project. If this is something that you are interested in writing and coding along with me, feel free to continue watching this video, because in this video, we're just going to build the HTML and CSS for this web page right over here. However, if this is something that you, well, don't want to watch and you want to skip right to the Vue, feel free to download the boilerplate code that is attached to this video, skip this video, and move on. Both options are completely fine. It just depends on what you prefer. So, well, here's your chance. Do what you got to do. So now what we're going to first do is create our Vue application. So let's open up our terminal, and I'm going to move into the desktop. And then in the desktop, I'm going to run an npm init vue at latest. So that's just going to create a new project. I'm going to call this quiz app. Package name nothing. We'll just say nothing for everything else. And now what we're going to do is open this up inside of VS Code. So let's go here. Let's open this up. Go to desktop. Let's go to quiz app. And let's go here. And let's go to our terminal. And what we're going to do now is just a very simple, well, first let's zoom in a little bit. That's too much. That's good. Let's do npm install to install all the dependencies. And then we're going to do an npm run dev in order to spin up our development server. All right. So now that we got that up and running, for me, it's running on localhost 5154 or 74 rather. And there we go. We got our Vue application. So what we're going to do first is we are going to go to our main.css, just remove all of these styles right here, except for the import. The import has just some fonts that I prefer to use over just kind of the regular fonts that we used. So now that we got that, let's actually do a little bit more cleanup. So this components directory, and we'll actually talk about components in this project, but for now, let's delete it. Completely get rid of it. And inside of the app.vue, let's completely get rid of it as well. Let's just add a template with a div, and then this has a hello in there. All right, so there we go. So that's really all it is that we need. So now all we have to do is very simply just code out the HTML and the CSS of our application. So let's go over here. And if you want to follow along, continue. And again, if you don't want to follow along, completely fine. You can just skip this, because I'm not really going to be explaining what I'm doing. I'm just going to be writing the HTML as well as the CSS. All right, so the first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to create a div, give it a class of container. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a header. And then within this header, we're going to have a quizzes. Always use the W here. A quizzes h1. And we're also going to have an input. And this input we'll just leave as is. It's going to be a text. So kind of similar to what we had before. So now we have it's not really refreshing. Oh, let me save. There we go. We got quizzes. We got the input. Not looking great. Well, but that's because we need some styles. And we'll style it a little bit later. So now that we got that out of the way, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div. And I'm going to give this div a class of options container. So options container, and this is just going to house all of the different cards. So it's just going to be our cards container. We can also call it cards container, whatever, it doesn't matter. Now let's go ahead and actually style. We'll add the cards HTML a little bit later. So let's add some styles now. So I'm going to say scoped, and let's first style our container. We're going to give this a max width of 1000 pixels. And we're going to also give it a margin 0 auto. And there we go. So we got it nice and kind of centered. Now let's style our header. So I'm going to say header. And over here, we're going to say margin bottom. And this is going to be 10 pixels. And we're going to say margin top. Also 10 pixels. And then, or rather, actually, we'll do 30 pixels for margin top. And then we'll do display flex. And then align items off center. There we go. Looking pretty decent now. So now let's style the H1. So we're going to say header H1. And we're going to say font weight of bold. And then we're going to say margin right of 30 pixels. Something like that. The last thing we need to style within the header is the input. So let's go over here. Let's add some styles for the input. We'll say a border of none. And we'll say background color of RGBA, and we're going to say 128, 128, 128, and then 0.1 for the opacity. And then we're going to have some padding just to make it nice and big, 10 pixels. And lastly, a border radius of 5 pixels. Let's go ahead and save that. And there we go. This is looking pretty decent to me. Now, again, if this is too small or too big, it's not a CSS course. You can adjust it, or you can zoom in or zoom out. Do whatever it is that you feel is best. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is actually go to here, and I'm going to add a placeholder because I think the placeholder is really important. So we're going to say placeholder. We're going to say ... So search ... Okay. So that's looking pretty decent in my opinion. Now what we actually need to style and actually write the HTML for are the cards. So let's go ahead and actually write the HTML for the cards themselves. And this should be pretty simple. I'll just create one card for now. So we're going to say div. And we're going to give this, let's just do it like this. So styles of card. And then we're also going to have an image within this. And we're also going to have another div that's going to have card text. And this is going to have an H2. And that's going to be whatever the text is. Let's just say math for now. And we're going to have another paragraph tag. And it's going to tell you how much questions are in the quiz. For now, we'll just hard code 15 questions. All right, so let's actually just grab something from the internet. Let's just search for math. And let's just grab some sort of image from the internet. I like this one, whatever. Let's just copy the image address. And let us go over here. And let's just paste that in there so we can have some sort of image. So now we have this really gross looking card. Let's go ahead and style it. So let's go over here. And I'm going to leave just a comment just saying that this is the card that we're styling. So anything below is going to be the card. And you'll see later on. So let's first style the card container. So I'm going to give this a width of 110 pixels. We're going to give it an overflow of hidden. We're also going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 2%. And then we're going to say box shadow. We're going to say 1 pixel, 1 pixel. We're going to say 10 pixels. And then RGBA. We're going to say 0, 0, 0. And then 0.1. So we can make it nice and looking like a shadow, basically. Let's say margin bottom. We'll say 35 pixels. Margin right. We will say 20 pixels. And lastly, cursor pointer, because we're going to want to eventually click on it. So might as well tell people that, hey, this is clickable. All right, so this is looking pretty decent. Obviously, there's still quite a bit more. Let's also style the image, because that's obviously making everything really bad right now. Let's give it a width of 100%. And that should kind of fix that. We'll also give it a height. So we'll give it a height of 190 pixels. And we'll also give it a margin of nothing, 0. So it has no margins. All right, so this is looking pretty great right now. The other things that we need to style, of course, are the card text. So let's say card text. We're going to say padding of 0 and then 5 pixels. So we can have some padding on the right and the left. And then we also want to style the H2. So let's style that H2. We're going to say font weight of bold. So that's pretty much actually it for it. All we now need to do is just add a little bit of styling for the options container. So the options container, we'll keep it here for now above the card, because it's not really card stuff, or I guess it is card related, but it's fine. We can just keep it on top. So we're going to say display flex for this, and we're also going to say flex wrap, and we're going to say wrap. And lastly, we're going to give this a margin top of 40 pixels. And that's it. So we have completely styled at least the front application. So now we can actually start working on this functionality, and then we can move on to the other functionalities later. All right, my good friends, the first thing that I actually want to do is I want to start rendering our cards. Now, of course, to render our cards, we're going to need some card data. So attached to this lecture, I have a JSON file that is going to contain all of the data. So go ahead and download it and place it inside of the source directory. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to create inside of the source directory a data directory. And then within this data directory, we can have our quizzes.json file. Again, for you, you're just going to have to download it and put it inside of this data directory, or honestly, wherever it is that you want. So let's go ahead and, I'm going to go ahead and paste it for you again. It should be there. But this data should look something like this. So JSON is, very similar to JavaScript objects. So we have an array of objects. Each object has an ID, it has an image, it has a name, and then it has an array of questions. And each array of question is going to be an object that has an ID, the question itself, which is text, and then an array of other objects, but these ones are options. Each option is going to have an ID, label, text, and an is correct value. Now we should have 3 different quizzes here. But for now, let's not worry about this. If this is a little bit confusing to you, this data is a little confusing to you, let's not worry about that. All we really have to worry about right now is the image and the name in order to render our cards. So we have the math quiz, and if I go all the way down, we also have a biology quiz, and if I go all the way down, we also have a chemistry quiz. So the first thing that I am going to do is we're going to need to import that data. So let's go over here, and we're going to import the quiz data from, this path right over here. So let's, set up our script tags. Within it, we're going to have our setup function. And what I'm going to do is I am going to import, and I'm going to say import Q for like quizzes. And then I'm going to import that from, and I'm going to go the data directory. So I'm going to move to the data directory, which is right here. And then I'm going to say quizzes.json. And what this should do, if I render, for example, Q here, we should have our data. Now you might be thinking what we can do now is we can just use this Q right over here and do a V4 on it to render our cards. And that would actually work a-okay. But let's actually look at the final product. Remember, in the final product, we're going to have this search ability where we can search for specific cards. And that is going to, of course, change the state of our application and show the cards that match this search. So we cannot really reasonably have our variable like this. We actually have to store it inside of some sort of state. And that's why I called it Q, because later on we are going to create some state that is going to be called quizzes. So let's go ahead and actually import ref now from view. And what we're going to do here is we're going to create a piece of state called quizzes. And that's going to be equal to ref. And I'm going to say Q like so. All right. So now what we can do is we can utilize this and iterate over it and render some HTML. Specifically, these cards are right over here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to add a V4. We're going to say for quiz in quizzes. And let's also supply it with a key right away. That's going to be quiz.id. So over here, you can see that the source is a string. What we want to do is we want to change this to JavaScript so that we can do something like quiz dot, and if you go to the JSON file, it's quiz.image like so. So quiz.image like that. So of course, this is not going to work. It's not going to actually do it. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to add a colon here, which is going to make this JavaScript. Okay. So over here, we're also going to add those curly braces, and we're going to say quiz.name. And lastly here, we can change this to quiz dot and then questions dot length. So that should be it. And if I were to refresh, and let's get rid of this Q over here, you can see we get our wonderful quizzes. And each quiz has only 3 questions. You can add more if you want, but I actually had to write these questions from scratch, and my my chemistry and biology and math memory is very low, so I couldn't really come up with any more questions. So there we go. So now we are rendering our cards. So we got our cards to render. The next thing that we need to do is make our input functional. So of course, when I search for something, it should filter the cards based on what I searched for. Now, anytime that we're dealing with inputs or text areas, we need to add two-way binding. So let's just get that out of the way. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to create a new piece of state with ref, and I'm going to call this just an empty string like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this input, and I'm going to add the v model so we can have the two-way binding. So I'm going to say search, and I'm actually also going to add trim so we can trim any white spaces. So there we go. Now we have our two-way binding. Anytime we make a change over here, it is going to be reflective in our state. Okay, so this is good. So now let's actually make this completely functional. So whenever I search something, so let's say I type in CH, what should happen is it's going to look at all of the different quizzes, their names specifically, and sees that, hey, do they have a CH within their name? If they do have a CH, it is going to include them, but if they don't, it's going to completely remove them. So over here, if I had a CH, it's only going to show this card, while it's not going to show these other cards. If, for example, I started off with an I, well, it's not going to include the math card. And let me zoom in here. It's not going to include the math card, but it's going to include the biology card because it has an I. And similarly, chemistry has an I as well. So it should also include this card. You guys get the point. So in effect, what is happening here? In effect, what's happening is anytime that this piece of state is changing, so anytime that it changes, what we need to do is run some logic that might potentially also update this state. So anytime that this changes, we need to run some logic that, again, might potentially update this state over here. So what we actually need to do is listen, continuously listen to this piece of state over here. So if it is empty, we won't run any logic, but then if it changes to something else, then we will run the logic, and then if it changes to something else again, then we will run the logic again and again and again. I hope I got that point across. Now we can actually do that very easily with something called watch, and we're going to import this from view. So far we have been only importing ref in order to define our state, but there are a bunch of different things that we can import, including watch. Now watch is going to be a function that we are going to invoke, and it's going to take two different parameters. The first parameter is the thing that we want to listen to. So in this case, it is search. And then the second thing is going to be a callback function. And this is where, well, we're going to execute the logic anytime that search changes. So let me go ahead and console.log hello from watch. And let's actually just observe the behavior here. So I'm going to go ahead and do a control inspect. Obviously, this looks really ugly on a smaller device, whatever. It doesn't really matter. We don't care about styling. We care about view. So I'm going to do a quick little refresh. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start updating the search. So I'm going to say H. You can see now this was called. And if I update it again, oh, it was called again. It's called again. It's called again. So anytime that this changes, it is going to be called. And thus, this is going to be an excellent place where we can add our logic to update our quizzes. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go over here. And what we're going to do very simply is say quizzes.value. And we're going to say that this is going to be equal to Q. So this is Q that we get from over here, our JSON. And we're going to say .filter. So this is just an array method, a very common array method. And then we're going to say quiz. And what we want to do is we only want the quizzes that have a name. And let's go ahead and actually lowercase this. So we're going to go ahead and say .to lowercase. So to lowercase. to not to local lowercase, just to lowercase. And then what we're going to do is say dot includes. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to say search dot value. And also we're going to lowercase this to lowercase. So that's just going to ensure that whenever we make, let's say the user types in a lowercase c, it's going to ensure that it's going to show chemistry, even though the character over here is a capital C. That's why we added the lower cases. So that's pretty much actually all it is that we have to do. So again, let's just quickly go through this because it's kind of a long expression. We're doing a q.filter. We're iterating over every quiz, and we're only keeping the quizzes that have names that include what is, well, within this search right over here. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and let's just do a quick little refresh. Now, if I start searching for math, or like M, for example, you can see chemistry and math are there. And if I keep searching for that, you can see now MA. If I go back, I get chemistry. However, here's the issue. Now, if I go all the way back to an empty string, there we go. Actually, that's not an issue. It's working the way that we expect it to. Okay, so this is great. This is awesome. So it's working a-okay, and we learned a new thing, which is watch. Before we move on, I want to quickly discuss the structure of our application. Currently in this project, and well, all of the other projects, all of our code existed inside of the app.view file. So right over here, we had all of our code. However, later on, once this application gets bigger and bigger and bigger, it's going to be ideal to start separating our code into different components and to different files. So for example, if we look at our app.view, right now, I actually think that separating our card HTML as well as the CSS associated with it might be a good idea to split it into its own file. So instead of having something like this, app.view, we can have two files, one app.view and then another which is card.view, and right over here is going to contain all of the HTML, JS, and the CSS that pertains to the card. Now, doing it this way actually adds two benefits. Benefit number one is it isolates the code. So let's say later on our application is really big, and what we want to do is we want to modify our card in some way. Well, what do? If our application code exists in one file right over here, the app.view, you can imagine that it's going to be really hard to point where the card is and then modify it without probably altering something else. So that is one thing. It isolates our code so that it becomes really easy to modify things. The other thing is that it adds reusability. Let me show you what I mean by this. And we'll see the powers of this later on. So if you don't get it right away, that's fine. But let me just quickly do an explanation here. So let's say we have three different view files, 1.view, 2.view, and then 3.view. And let's say 1.view and 3.view require to have the exact same card with the exact same HTML elements as well as the CSS. Well, if we didn't separate this into its own file, what we would have to do is just write the HTML for the card and the CSS in this file, and then we would have to do the exact same thing in this file right over here. So you can see that there's a lot of duplicate code. And let's say sometime in the future we have to do a modification to our card, then what we would have to do is make that modification here and then also make that modification here. So obviously this is not great. Instead, what we can do is completely isolate the code for our card inside of this own file. And what we can do is just import that card into the files that we need. All right, so this is exactly what we are going to do. And let's actually just go ahead and do it right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is just for now, we are going to, this is the HTML for our card. just for now, we're just going to remove the v4. Maybe we can just cut it out and then put it over here and comment it out just so we can have the code. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove it. And let's just remove anything associated with the v4 itself. Actually, you know what? Let us just write the HTML again. So I'm going to comment this out, and we're just going to write the HTML again in a separate file. So what we're going to do here is we are going to create a new directory. And let me zoom in here for a bit. We're going to create a new directory, and this is going to be called components, because in effect what we're doing are creating different components that different file can utilize. So we are creating a card component that maybe the 1.view file can utilize and the 3.view file can utilize. And we can create multiple different components. For example, we can have a navbar component, a hero component. In this case, we're going to have a card component. So let's go ahead and create this card component. So let's go over here, and what we're going to say is card.view. So very similar to what we've had before, card.view. And then in here, we're going to build out the HTML structure for our card. So let's go ahead and we'll start with the templates, and we're going to have our div. And then we're going to create, well, what we had right here. Let me just close this. We're going to recreate what we had right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and, well, just take a quick look. So we had a div, and that had a class of card. And then what we had was an image. And let me fix that. We had an image tag. And we'll add just a random source. Let's just add a random image right over here. Let's add math for now, just so we can see the card. And there we go. So we're going to go ahead and just add that image. Alt, who cares about it? And then we're going to have div with card text. And then what we're going to do is have an h2. For now, we'll just hard code math. And now what we can do is just say p tag, and we'll say 3 questions. We'll just hard code it for now. Later on, we'll learn exactly how we can pass data into these components. So this is actually all it is that we need to do. Now let's actually go ahead and style this. So I can say style, and we're going to add the scoped. And what I'm going to do is we're going to grab all of these styles that pertain to the card. So all of these styles, we're just going to cut them from this file. So you can see now we're completely removing stuff from this file and actually isolating it. So again, it's going to make it a lot easier to maintain. So we're going to go ahead and save this. And now we're done. So now what we need to do is actually render these cards, or this HTML element, somehow inside of the app.view. So let me go ahead and quickly just save this, and let's just see what we have thus far. And I gotta open this up. There we go. Let's open this up over here. So right now we have, of course, nothing. So what I want to do is I want to render this component. So how are we going to do that? Well, it's actually going to be really easy. We're going to go over here to the script tag, and we're going to import this component in. So we're going to say import, and we can call this whatever it is that we want. Typically, what we're going to call it is the name of the file, and typically it starts with a capital letter. Any component typically starts with a capital letter. It doesn't have to, but it is kind of a more common convention to do it that way. So I'm going to say import card, and I'm going to say from, and then what we're going to do is /. We're going to move to the components directory, and then we're going to say card.view. So let's go ahead and now render this right over here. So we can actually treat this kind of like an HTML tag. So very simply, we can actually go right here, and we can say card, and we can just have this be a self-closing HTML tag like so. And you can see that the syntax highlighter actually notices that this is a component, and it goes ahead and gives us a nice green color. So if I were to save this now, and I were to go back over here, right away you can see that we have our component. How cool is that? So we completely isolated everything, and we're still getting kind of the same result. So instead of having all of this code as well as all that other CSS code in this file, we completely isolate it here. And of course, we can actually duplicate this and utilize this wherever we want. Let's say we need to use it here as well as here. Well, of course, we can do the exact same thing. So you can see now we have 2 cards. And we can use this, of course, in different files. And we'll see that when we have more files in our application. Now, of course, what I want to do is I want to iterate over this quiz right over here. This quizzes array. And I want to render these card components. Now, I can very much do the exact same thing. I can over here just add a v4 directive. And I can say quiz. And I can say in quizzes. And of course, I can also give it a key. And I can say quiz.id. And very simply, now I can go ahead and save this. And again, it's going to behave the exact same way. However, at this point, the data is hard coded. So now it's going to get a little bit tricky. How are we going to kind of pass the information that we need to this card component? Because before, what we did was, well, we had the HTML right there. We were able to modify it whatever way we want. But now, well, we have this card component, and how are we going to kind of pass the data and tell it, hey, I want you to put the quiz.image inside of the source of the image tag. I want you to put the name over here, and I want you to put the length over here. How are we going to do that? Well, let's actually address that in the next video. So we managed to, well, separate our code into a component and actually utilize that component inside of our app.view file. However, the thing that we're missing is we need to pass this quiz data to this card component. So we need to do something like this. The app.view has a bunch of information about the quiz. The card doesn't. So what we need to do is to very simply pass this data to the cards.view so it can actually utilize it when rendering the card. Because of course, right now, what we're doing is simply hard coding everything. Well, we can actually very easily do that with something called props. So you know how over here we have defined this key attribute with this colon? Well, we can actually define any attribute with a colon and pass any data into it, and then we can actually access that data within the card.view file. If that doesn't make any sense, let's just go ahead and do it, and I think it will make sense. So over here, what we want to do is very simply just pass this quiz data into this card component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another attribute, and I'm going to call this quiz. And I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to, and of course, this is going to be JavaScript because I'm adding the colon, and I'm going to say quiz. So I can call this whatever it is I want. This indeed is known as the prop, and this is what we're going to utilize to access this data, which is coming from here, which is the object from the card component. So again, we can call this whatever it is that we want. You can call this burrito if we wanted to, but it's, well, good convention to call it something meaningful, like exactly what it is, because it's a quiz. So I'm going to go ahead and actually save this, and now we can actually access this data right over here because we passed it as a prop. So let's go over here to our script tags. I'm going to say script. We're going to say setup. And then to access a particular prop, we're going to first import something from view. So we're going to import something called define props. So we're going to say define props like so. All right, so we're going to import that. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new variable. And this variable is going to be called props, and it's going to be equal to define props, and we're going to invoke this, and this is going to take in a parameter of all of the different props that we want to have access to. Now in this case, we only defined one piece of prop, but we could have just as easily passed in many pieces of prop. For example, maybe instead of passing the object itself, we could have passed everything separately, like for example the image. And we could have done here, maybe we could have called it something like quiz image, like so. And over here, we could have done something like quiz.image. And then over here, we could have also done name, and then we could have done here quiz.name. So we could have done this just as easily, and this would have been just as valid. Now, of course, this isn't that elegant. I'd rather just pass the whole object itself. So let's just go ahead and do that. So just because we only passed one, that doesn't mean we cannot pass many. And over here inside of this array, we need to define exactly which props we want to have access to within this card. Well, in this case, we just want to have access to the quiz prop. And that's really all it is that we need. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and log the prop just so we can see exactly what it looks like. So let's do console.log props. And if we were to inspect this and to console, you can see that we actually get this 3 different times. And it seems a little bit funky, but really what's actually happening here is it's returning our data back, but inside of this proxy. So what we can actually very simply do in order to access our data without having to deal with this proxy stuff is to just destructure what we want. So we're going to say we want the quiz. And this is going to be, of course, the exact same name as we have defined right over here and defined right over here. So we're going to say quiz. And this time I'm going to go ahead and console.log the quiz prop. And if I were to do a quick little refresh, you can see here now we get our data. So you can see ID of 1. This one has a name of math. This one has a name of biology. This one has a name of chemistry pertaining to each particular card. So now that we have access to that data, we can use it right over here. So now instead of hard coding math, we can say quiz.name. So we can say quiz.name. Instead of hard coding the length, we can say quiz dot, and I forget what it was. It was, what was it in the JSON file? It was called questions. So we can say questions dot length. And lastly, over here, we can turn this into JavaScript, remove this over here, and we can say quiz dot and quiz dot image. There we go. And there we go. So now if I went ahead and saved this, you can see we have the exact same behavior, but our code is nice and formatted and isolated. Okay, everybody, welcome to a brand new section. So we were able to complete this page right over here. We're able to render our cards. We were able to, of course, start filtering for specific cards with watch. So this is looking pretty great. But now what we want to do is we want to make these cards clickable. Specifically, what we want to do, and let's go to the final application here. If I click on a particular card, it's going to redirect me to a different page that is going to be the quiz for that particular card category that I clicked. So in this case, it redirected me to this page over here with the quiz of, well, math. And I can go ahead and answer. And then right over here, I can click go back. And it's going to redirect me back to this page. Now, if I were to click on biology, it's going to redirect me now to the quiz for biology. And I can go over here and I can say whatever it is that I want. And I can go back. So you guys get the point. What we want to do now is start introducing multiple pages inside of our Vue application. And this over here is known as routing. Let me just go ahead and explain with a diagram. So let's say that we are operating a car website and our website is on www.cars.com. Very, very simple domain. And as soon as you go on here, you see this nav bar and you also see a bunch of different cards that you can select. Let's say before you want to purchase any particular car, you want to learn more about the business. So what you do is you click on this about on the nav bar. And what this is going to do is redirect you to this page and is going to change the route of our application to www.cars.com/about. And you can see here that now it's a completely different page with completely different DOM elements. Now we have the dealership and a little text that tells you about the car dealership. Of course, now you can go back and forth, flip back and forth between the different routes that are going to render different types of DOM elements. So this is what we need to know. We need to know that routing is just a way that we can render different DOM elements to the user so that we have the illusion of having pages. Now you might be wondering, why in the world am I saying the illusion of having pages? Well, let's quickly remember that Vue is a single page application, meaning that once we route from, let's say, home to about, it's still using the exact same HTML file, that index.html file. We don't have an index.html file specifically for the home, and then we have another index.html file or another HTML file specifically for the about. We only have one index.html file. So how in the world are we going to be able to render different pages if you only have one HTML file? Well, we're going to do it with components, and that's why it's really important to understand the components. So we're going to have multiple different components. For example, we're going to have the home view component. And if we are at the path of www.cars.com without any particular route, our JavaScript is going to render this component right over here, the home view component. However, let's say we go to /about that route, then we're still going to use the exact same index.html file, but our JavaScript is just going to remove this component and render maybe the about view component. And that way, even though again it's one page, we are switching DOM elements unless we have the illusion of having multiple different pages. So this is what we are going to do, and this is what we are going to learn. So let's go about it in the next video. Just because this stuff can be relatively complicated, routing can be a really difficult thing to understand at first, what we're going to do is create a completely blank Vue application and just work with routing, understand everything that we need to know about routing within that completely blank application, and then we're going to go ahead and translate it to what we have over here inside of our quiz app. So let's go ahead and do that. So of course, what we're going to need to do is let's open up our terminal, and over here let's go into I'm going to do it in my desktop directory, and I'm going to create a brand new application with npm init, and I'm going to say Vue router, and then actually we're not going to call it Vue router, that might cause some issues. We're going to call it maybe router Vue learning. So that's what we're going to call this wonderful app. We're going to go ahead and initialize it. And of course, I completely forgot Vue at latest. And what we can do is you can actually add a space and then give the project a name right away. So you can see it's probably not even going to ask us for the project name. It's going to ask us for the package name. So I'm going to say enter, and then enter. And then what we're going to do is we're going to open this application inside of VS Code. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to open a new text editor. And let's just open it up over here. So we're going to say open. And we are going to open router Vue learning. So we're going to go ahead and open that. And there we go. So now it is nice and opened. And now, of course, let's just go ahead and do the npm install and npm run dev. So npm, just wait for the terminal to render. It's taking a while. There we go. Npm install to install all of the different dependencies. And lastly, let's do an npm run dev just to run the application. And there we go. Now it's running on localhost 5175. So for the foreseeable future, we're going to be working on this application until we have a great understanding of React Router. And then we're going to, of course, translate it back to our app. So we just created and ran this boilerplate application. What I'm going to do is we're going to go to the source, and just like usual, let's delete the components. Let's go to assets. Let's remove everything under the import. Save that. And lastly, let's go to our app.view file. And in our app.view file, let's remove everything. So right now we have a completely blank slate. So what we want to have is two different pages, kind of similar to what we had with that cars analogy. So we want to have a home page, and then we also want to have an about page. Now, again, each page is going to be a component within itself. But what we're going to do is actually not store it in the components directory. Instead, what we're going to store it in is a views directory. Now, this doesn't really matter where you store it, but is typically page components are in a views directory, whereas card components or other pieces of components that are reusable across pages are in a components directory. So let's go into this views directory, and I'm going to create a home view file. I know that's pretty confusing, home view, but notice the spelling is a little bit different. So over here we're going to have a template, and over here let's have a div. We're going to make this very, very simple. We're just going to say home view. That's it. And then we're going to have another page. This one's going to be the about view. And very simply, we're also going to have a div and an h1, but this time this is going to say about view. So what we're going to want to do is, of course, conditionally render each component depending on the path. So if we are on, let's say we're on this over here, this path, what we want to do is we want to render the home view. So we would want eventually something that looks like this. Let me just go ahead and import it from the script. And we'll say script setup, and we're going to import home view from, and we're going to import it from the view/home view. So, and let's also import the about view. So about view like so. And over here, we're going to get this from about view. So again, if we're on this path right over here, eventually what we're going to want to render is the home view, like so. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And, well, of course, nothing is happening here. Home view has already been declared, yada, yada, yada. Wonder why that's happening. What's going on here? So home view, oh, yes, absolutely. I don't know where that came from. So yeah, so if we're on this path, we want to render this home view component. However, if we switch it up to / let's say about, then what we want to do is we want to render this component. So again, the HTML file is just one HTML file, but we're going to be rendering different components. So we're going to actually need to install a library to do this, and we'll talk about that in the next video. In the last video, we created two different view components. And what we want to do now is conditionally render these components inside of the app.view file, depending on the path that we're in. So if we're in the /path, we want to render the home view. And if we want to go to the /about, then we want to render the about view component. So how are we going to do this? Well, unfortunately, we cannot easily accomplish this with the code that we have right now. So ideally, what we're going to do is need to download some sort of external code that is going to help us out with this. Now, where does these external third-party code live? Well, they live as packages inside of NPM. Now, specifically, we're going to download this package right over here, the view router package. And what this is going to allow us to do is, as you can imagine, well, add routing to our view application. Now, this is an extremely popular package. As you can see, it gets around 2.2 million downloads every week. Extremely, extremely popular. And it is also supported by the creator of Vue. So it is supported by Vue itself. So what we're going to do now is we are going to open up our terminal. And we're very simply just going to install this package into our application. Now, to install a package, all we have to do is npm node package manager install, and we're going to install view router. So this is going to be the package name. So let's go ahead and install this. And what this is going to do is add the source code inside of our node modules And also it's going to add it as a dependency inside of our package.json. So you can see over here, we have view router. Let me go ahead and just remove this for now. It's just getting a little crowded. Okay, so now that we have that installed, what we can actually do with this is, well, routing. We can actually define our routing rules. So let's go over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to create inside of the source directory a router directory. And inside of the router directory, we're going to create an index.js file. So this is what we're going to do. And in here, we are going to define, I'm going to say define our routing rules. So what are our routing rules? Well, basically our rules are, if you're on the /route, then we want to render the home view component. If you're on the about route, then what we want to do is render the about view component. That is what we want to define. Of course, Vue doesn't know this right off the bat, so we need to define it. So let's go over here and define it. So in order to define it, what we're going to need to do is import something from the Vue router. Specifically, we're going to need to import something called create router like so. So over here, we're going to say const router, and we're going to say create router. We're going to invoke it, and then we're going to pass in a bunch of options. So this is going to be an object, and then within here, we're going to supply the router with a bunch of different options. So the first option that we are going to supply is going to be the history. And we'll talk about this a little bit later. But for now, what we're going to say is we're going to import something else called create and then web history. And we're going to say here create web history. And we're going to do import.meta.env.base_URL. So notice the capitalization. So we'll talk about this a little bit later. Do not worry. But the other important option that I want to talk about are the routes. And this is actually going to be an array of objects. And we can have as many objects in there as we want, so long as we want to actually define them as routing rules. So the first thing is, let's go ahead and actually define the rule where if you are on the /route, then we want to render the home view component. So over here, that's where we're going to define that rule. So the first thing to define is this right over here, the path. So we're going to say path, and we're going to say, well, /. And then if we're on this path, what component do we want to render? Well, you want to render the home view component. So of course, what we're going to need to do is actually import that home view component from our views file. So let's go to views. Let's go to homeview.view. And now what we can do is actually render that component like so. All right, so this is great. Now what we can do is define another rule. And actually, it's also a good convention to add a name to your path. So what we're going to say here is this is going to be the home. So now let's go ahead and define our other rule, where if it's about, then we want to render the about view component. So over here, we're going to say path like so. And we're going to say about, so /about. We're going to give this the name of about. And lastly, we're going to give it a component of about view. So about view like so. Now, of course, what we're going to need to do is import this. So let's go ahead and import that. So we're going to say about, and similarly over here, about like so. All right, looking great. And that's pretty much all it is that we need to do in order to define our routing rules. Now, of course, if we went back to our application here, it's still kind of stuck with our hard-coded about view. So it's not really working. And that's because we just defined the routing rules. We didn't tell Vue to use them. So now we need to tell Vue to use these rules. So over here, this router, what we're going to do is we're going to do an export default, and we're going to go ahead and export that router. And now to tell Vue to use these rules, we're going to go to our main.js file. And then right over here where we actually create our app, before we create it, what we're going to do is tell our application, our Vue application, to use the routing rules that we have just defined inside of this file. So instead of creating the app and then mounting it right away, what we're going to do is we're going to say const app. And we're going to say that that is going to be equal to create app. And we're going to render the app.view component. And then over here, we're just going to very simply say, instead of create app.mount, we're just going to say app.mount. And why we did this is now we can actually leverage app before mounting it to utilize different aspects. So what we can say here is app.use, and we can say, hey, we want you to use, and let me go ahead and import the router from the router like so. So we want you to use these routing rules. So now that's pretty much it. So now we have told view that we want to utilize these routing rules. Now again, if I refresh, you can see that I'm still seeing the app.view. So what did we do thus far? We have defined our routing rules inside of the index.js. We told view to use these rules by using app.use. But now what we need to do is we need to tell view where to use these rules. So specifically, we want to use them inside of the app.view component. And how are we going to do that? Well, it's actually going to be really, really easy. So instead of actually importing these two, what we're going to do is import another component. And this component is going to be from the view router library. So we're going to say view router, and we're going to import something called router view like so. And we're just very simply going to render this component like so. So we're going to go ahead and render this component. And now right away, you can see that we got the home view. Now I'm going to go to /about, and you can see that now this changes to the about view. So what is happening here? Well, we have our router view component, and what this is going to do is start reading some of the rules that we have defined over here. So we have defined these rules over here, and of course we connected them to our application. So the router view is going to start looking at the different paths. So it's going to see, oh, we're on the slash path, and because we're on the slash path, it's going to render the home view. And now if we're on the about path, it's going to render the about view. So I know this was quite a bit of setup, but really this is just something that we have to do once. But it is really, really important to understand. Let's just go through it one quick time. So inside of the index.view, we have defined our rules. That is all we did. We just defined our rules. Then what we wanted to do is connect it to our view application. So we went ahead and did that inside of the main.js file. We connected our rules, our routing rules, into our main.js file by basically connecting it to our app itself. Then what we want to do is define where we want to start rendering these rules, and we can render these rules in any different component that we want to. Well, we want to render these rules inside of the app.view component, and that's why we created, or that's why we rendered this router view component that we got from view router. So I hope this is making a lot of sense, and now you have a great understanding of how to do routing. In the last video, we were able to successfully add routing to our application. So if we are on the path /, this is what we get. If we go on /about, then we get a brand new component. However, obviously, this isn't how we want our users to navigate across our application. We don't want them to consciously know that there's a /about page and then consciously know the path and then go ahead and write it in the URL and then have them navigate to it that way. Obviously, that is not going to be a good user experience, and most likely our users are never going to know about the existence of our about page. So typically, what do we do in situations like this? Well, very typically, we add a nav bar that shows the links to all of the different pages that we have in our app. So let's just go ahead and actually add this navigation. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm actually going to create a new component for this, just so we can get into the habit of creating components. So let's say components, and let's say over here, we're going to have a nav.view file. And then over here, we're going to have a template, a div, And then for now, we'll just add paragraph tags. We'll say home. And then over here, we'll also have an about. Now, what we want to do is we want to render this probably on every single page that exists. So the best case scenario is to actually go to the app.view and import the nav from our components. So we're going to say from our components, we want to get the nav, and we are going to render it right here. So what's going to happen here is it's always going to render the nav. Every single page is going to have the nav, and then our view router then will determine the component that we want to render over here based on the route. So now, as you can see here, we have home as well as about. Now, of course, we want to make these clickable. And not only do we want to make these clickable, we also want them to, well, update the route of our application. So typically, this is actually done with A tags. So over here, anchor tags. So we have A, and then we have an href. And then what we're going to say is, well, this one, if you click it, you go to the path of slash. And then over here, we'll add another anchor tag. And here we'll say href. And if you click this, then you go to about like so. And this is actually going to work completely fine. So now if I go over here to home, you can see we get the home view. If I go over here, we get the about view. So this is actually pretty good, but it's also pretty bad. Let me tell you exactly why. So look over here at this tab right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on something. And as you can see, there's like a tiny little refresh. And that's actually what's happening in our application. Anytime that we click on a particular anchor tag, it's actually refreshing our application and changing our route at the same time. Now, because the route is indeed changing, then the view router is going to, well, catch it and render the correct component. But it's refreshing our application every time, which isn't really all that great. It's not really good performance-wise, and it's also going to refresh our state, and that's going to reset it back to the default value that we gave it, which isn't probably ideal. So what we're going to do here, just to prove this to you, is we're going to go over here to the console, and I'm very simply just going to console.log hello. Let's go ahead and console.log hello, and I spelled it incorrectly. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to this page, and you can see that console is completely gone because, again, we refreshed our page. Not what we want, not ideal. And to show you how bad this is, let me go over here, and I'm going to create a piece of state. So let's go over here, and I want to import from view. I want to import a piece of state. I'm going to say ref here, and let's go here, and I am going to say let's have a piece of state in here, and we're going to say what am I doing here? So let's just say just random. I'm going to say random state. I don't really care what I call it. I'm going to say ref, and initially I'm going to set it to an empty string. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to render this random piece of state over here. And I'm going to add a button that if you click it, it's going to update the state. So it's going to update the random state to, let's just say, hello. We'll say the string hello there, like so. So very simple stuff. And over here, we got to close this off like so, looking good. And we'll say click me. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click it, and as you can see, this is going to update my state. Now, of course, I want this state to persist regardless of the page that I'm on. But over here, if I go to the about page, because now we refreshed our application, if I go back to home, you can see that it is completely empty. Again, not what we want. So instead of refreshing our page, we just want to tell our view router, hey, look, we want to change the path. What we want you to do is to just change the component associated to this path. Well, how can we do that? Well, we can do it very easily with a built-in component that view router gives us. So we're going to go to the nav over here, and let's create a script tag, and we're going to say setup over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to import something called from view router, we're going to import something called router link. And instead of using anchor tags, we're going to use router link. So let's go over here. We're going to say router link and router link. And then over here, router link. And similarly over here, router link. Now, instead of href, we're going to rename this to 2. So 2 slash. And then over here, 2 and then about. And this is going to do the magic of not refreshing our page. It's going to change the route and then change the associated rendered component. But again, it is not going to refresh our application. So let's go over here. And this time, let me go ahead and actually console.log something like hello, like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on about. You can see here that nothing has refreshed. The console is persisting. And if I go over here, you can see everything is a-okay. Now let's make sure that the state is persisting. So now we got that state. And now across any component, our state is also persisting because, again, we are not refreshing our app. So in almost 95% of the scenarios, you're going to want to use this to navigate across your application. Really, the only time that you're going to want to use an anchor tag is when you're maybe linking it to another particular website that's not associated to your own. But anytime you want to navigate across your app, you're going to want to use router link. So we were able to create this hideous nav bar that is able to navigate across different pages without refreshing our page. This is terrific. However, we could improve this nav bar just a tiny bit. And we can, well, improve it by maybe bolding out the word where our application is in. So for example, if we're in the /about page, maybe it would be nice to bold this right over here, the about. And if we're on, well, the home page, then we're not going to bold this, but we'll bold this over here. So let's talk about exactly how we can do that. So let's go over here. And actually, let's go to our app and let's just remove this button. I think we get the point at this point. We can remove this and we can remove that. And also we can remove this. Okay, looking terrific. So again, what I in effect want to do is I want to style the router link that is associated to the page that we're in a little bit differently than the other router links. And luckily, this is super easy with the router link component. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to add some styles and let's make them scoped. And over here, I'm just going to say active. This is going to be the active class for our router link. And very simply, maybe I'm going to go ahead and do a font weight of 900. And let's just really make this apparent. Let's just change the color to, let's just pick a color. I'm going to pick a random color that's just like very apparent. Something like gold, like that. So very simply, to accomplish this, we're going to add a prop to the router link. And it is going to be a built-in prop called active class. And very simply, we're going to pass in the name of the class that we want for it to utilize when this is active. And we're going to, of course, pass the exact same thing over here to this router link. So very simply, what this is going to do is, let's say we're on the home page. What this router link is going to do is check, hey, are we on the home page? If we are on the home page, then I'm going to give this anchor tag, because in effect, this is an anchor tag at the end of the day. This anchor tag, we're going to give it a class of active. And that over here, we have defined it. Now, in this case, let's say we're on slash. Well, this router link is going to do the exact same thing. It's going to look, hey, are we on /about? But in this case, we're not on /about. So it's not going to give this the active class. So let's go over here. And as you can see right away, we can actually see the styles. And now we can actually render these styles back and forth. Now, let's just go ahead and actually inspect the elements. So let's go over here, elements. Let's go here. So we have our anchor tags. You can see we have the slash, and then we have the /about. And you can see now this has the class of active because that's currently what we're on. If I go to home, you can see now the about doesn't have that class anymore. But this time, this anchor tag does indeed have it. So this is terrific. Now we can style it so the user can have an actual idea of exactly what page they're on without having to look at the URL. Alright, my good friends, so far we have created a 2-page application with the home view as well as the about view. However, if we look at our car application over here, eventually what we're going to want to have is make these car cards clickable. And as soon as they click on a particular card, we want to redirect the user so that they have more information about the card that they clicked on. And I keep saying card, but I mean car. So sorry, apologies for that. So over here, let's say that they click on this car right over here, and it's going to redirect them to this page. It's going to have an image, it's going to have a price, their kilometers, as well as the year. However, if they click on this car right over here, the page format is going to be exactly the same. However, the data is going to be different. We're going to have a different image, we're going to have a different price, kilometer, as well as year. So this is actually going to present quite a big challenge. Are we going to have a component for every single car? Well, no, obviously that is way too unrealistic, and eventually we might have our data coming from a server, and thus we're going to have no idea how many cars that we're going to have. Now, luckily, we can actually look at these two different pages, and again, the format of the page is exactly the same. The HTML is the same, as well as the CSS is the same. The only thing that is different about it is the data. So what we can actually do is create one component with the HTML structures and the CSS, and then we can figure out how to populate the data dynamically depending on the car that they clicked on. And we're actually going to do that with the path and the route. Let me explain. So let's say they clicked on the pink car. What we're going to do over here is we're going to redirect them to /car and then / that car's unique ID. So let's say this car has a unique ID of 53. So that's what we're going to do. It's going to be /car / the unique ID of the car. And then what we're going to do is inside our component, we're going to extract this ID from our path and then figure out the data that we need to render based on that ID. So now if they click on another car, maybe something like this, the path is going to be /car and then /21. Our page is going to extract that 21 and figure out the data that it needs to render based on that car's ID. So over here, the path is always going to be /car, and it's always going to be /car /ID. However, the /car part is static and is never going to change, but the ID part is dynamic and will most likely always change for every single car page that we go to. So we're going to need to figure out how we can accomplish this. So let's actually go ahead and code it out. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to create inside of our source directory, we're going to create just some data for our cards. So let's go over here. We're going to say data. We're going to say cars.json. And this is just going to be a JSON file that's going to be an array of objects. So each object is going to have an ID, which is going to be just a unique identifier for the car. We're going to have the name, which we'll say is, let's say, Chevy. And we'll also have a price, which is going to be, let's say, 15,000. And we're also going to have a year. And this is going to be, let's say, 2015. So this is all the data that we are going to have. So let me go ahead and copy that. And we're going to do the exact same thing, maybe 5 more times. So let's go here. Let's just change this up. Let's change this to 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's change these things up. Bentley, let's say. This one's going to be 200. And we'll say 21 here. And this one's going to be a Ford. Let's say this one's 5,000. The year is 2005. Over here, we're going to say, let's say Land Rover. And this one's going to be around 85,000. This one's going to be a 2019. And lastly, we're going to have a Nissan. This one's going to be 25,000 and a 2019. All right, so this is looking pretty good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our home view. And what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over this data. And we're just going to render some cards. So we've done this before. And we know how to do it with the V4. So let's go here. And let's import our cars from the data cars. And what we're going to do here is, let's say over here we have the cars, and then over here we're going to create an anchor tag that is going to house all of our different cars. Now, of course, what we're going to do is want to generate multiple different anchor tags depending on how many cars that we have. So over here we're just going to say a v4, and we're going to say car in cars, and we're also going to give this a unique ID of car.id like so. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. And then inside of the anchor tag, what we're going to do is we're going to have the car.name like so. All right, so this is looking pretty good. Let's go over to our home view. You can see now we have all of our different cars. Let's just do a little bit of styling just to make it a little bit nicer. So we're going to say style, and we're going to say scoped. And let's say the cars, we're going to give this a, we'll give it a display of flex. And I think that's it for now. And then for the anchor tags, so cars, anchor tag, let's give this a text decoration of none. We'll give it a color of just black or white. No, we'll do black, of course. And okay, so this is looking pretty good. Maybe we can give it a width of, let's just do 100%. 100% width. All right, let's refresh. Okay, looking pretty decent now. And let's also give it maybe a box shadow of 0, or let's do 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and then maybe a blackish color here. See how that looks. All right, this is looking pretty okay. Not great, but it's okay. And let's also give it just some margin. So we're gonna say margin, and we'll say 10 pixels. So let's do a quick refresh. There we go. Okay. Obviously, this doesn't look beautiful, but who cares? We want to learn about routing. We don't want to care about styling. So now we have our cards, but this is just hideous. Let me just reduce the opacity a little bit. Okay, there we go. So this is a little bit more bearable. Okay, so when I click on a particular card, what I want to do is I want to get redirected to /cars/ that particular car's ID. And this is something that you and I should already be able to do. We've already learned how to do this. So we want to redirect. So we could keep it as an anchor tag, but of course this is not great because it's going to refresh our application. So instead what we're going to do is we are going to import the router link from view router. So we're going to say router link. We're going to import that from view router. So we can call it router link. And then over here, router link like so. And let's copy this. And let's go ahead and do that. Now, obviously these styles, well, I mean, the application at this point is the cards are not showing up because we need to add a to, but the style should remain the same because this is still an anchor tag. So let's go over here, and we're also going to add a to. So remember, we have to define where this is going to. So again, what we wanted to do is we wanted to go to /cars/ whatever that car's ID is. Now that card's ID is going to come from over here, car, and then .id. So we need to turn this into JavaScript rather than an ordinary string. So to do that, of course, we're going to add the colon. And now over here, we're going to add template literals. So template literals, and then here we're going to say $, curly brace, and then we're going to dynamically add the ID. So now we're going to have /car/ whatever the ID is. So let's go ahead and save that. And now we get our card. And if we go over here, you can see that we actually get redirected. And unfortunately, I cannot zoom in here, so you might not be able to see it. So I'm just going to copy it. So we got redirected to /car/3, which is terrific. Awesome. So now what we actually need to do is to, well, actually dynamically render a page. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to need to define some new route rules. So I'm going to go over here. Let's go to our router. We're going to define some new rules. So over here, what I'm going to say is I want some new rules. We're going to define a path, of course. We're going to call this name. We're going to call it car because we're really just looking at one particular car. And we're going to say the components. So the component is, and we haven't really created the component yet. So let's go ahead and create this view component. And we're going to call this car view dot view. And over here, we'll just say templates and div. And we're going to say h1. And we're going to say car view like so. So we want to render this component over here anytime we have a path of /car, or I think we call this /cars. Yeah, /cars. So anytime we have a path of /cars / any ID over here. So it could be anything, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's what we want to render. So let's go back over here to our index.js. Let's import our car view, or yeah, car view like so. And this is the component that we want to render, the car view. So now let's talk about the path. This is where it's going to get a little bit tricky. So let me just go ahead and save this for now. So the path this time is going to be /cars and then / a dynamic ID. So it could be anything, could be whatever it is that we want. So what are we going to do in order to specify that this is going to be dynamic? Well, very easily, what we're going to do is we're going to do / and then we're going to say colon, and then we're going to give this dynamic path a variable name. And we can call this whatever it is that we want. We can call it ID, we can call it banana, we can call it whatever it is that we want. But by adding this colon and then giving it a variable name, we are essentially saying, hey, we want to render this car view anytime we go to /cars / some dynamic path over here. This could be anything. And we're going to assign that dynamic path to the variable of ID. So now, that's pretty much all it is that we need to do. Now, if I go home and about, if I go home and I click on forward, for example, you can see I get redirected to this car view, even though my path is /cars /3. If I go to Nissan, same thing, same thing, same thing. So now we figured out how to dynamically render a component based on some dynamic routes. So we have created these wonderfully dynamic pages, but now what we want to do is within these dynamic pages, we want to render the data of that particular car. So what we're going to need to do is somehow extract the ID from the path that we have defined. So let's actually go ahead and go to our car view and let's create some script tags. We're going to say script setup like so. And then right over here, what we're going to do is we're going to need to figure out a way to extract the ID from this path. So again, over here, it's going to be /3, and this right here is given the variable of ID. So we can actually do this by importing something called useRoute from viewRouter. So over here, we can say viewRouter, and we can import something called useRoute. And this is actually something known as a composable that we'll talk about a little bit later in the course. But now, in order to actually utilize this, what we can say here is route is going to be equal to useRoute, and we can invoke it. And we can actually get all of the different information about the route that we are currently in by utilizing this route variable. Specifically, we can get the params. So if I were to console.log route.param, so let's say params, we can go ahead and log this. And if I were to go to the log, you can see this is an object, and you can see we have the ID variable. Remember, this is a variable, and right over here, it's a variable because we assigned it right over here as ID variable. Now again, if I change this to like banana, then the object is going to be banana like so. So I hope this makes sense. This is the variable that we assigned it to, and its value is the string of 3. So even though over here it's actually an ID, so in our JSON file, it's actually a number. Inside of the path param, even if it is a number, it's always going to be returned back to us as a string. So nonetheless, now we got the information that we need. And of course, now we can utilize it to figure out which car data do we need to show. So let's go over here, and we're going to import cars from, let's say, data / cars. And we need to find the particular car that we want. So what we can say here is const car. And we can say over here, well, what we want to do is we want to return, well, first of all, we're gonna return cars.find, and we're gonna find the car that has the ID that is equal to, and over here, what we can do is utilize this, and we can say parse int, because remember, this is gonna be a string. So we can say parse int route.params.id like so. And now what we can do, if I were to right here render the car data, okay, so this is looking pretty good. So over here, actually what we can do is, this shouldn't be a function, it should be kind of like this. There we go. So now there we go. You see we have this object that has an ID of 3, a name of Ford, the price, and 2005. Now if I were to change this to, let's say, 2, for example, you can see now we get different data. So now we can actually render all of this data that we need. So let's go over here. Now we can start showing more information. So we can say something like car.name. And let's add some more stuff. So let's add car.year. And lastly, I believe it was car.price. So there we go. So now if I were to refresh and I were to go to my home view, and well, something's going wrong. Let's see what that is. Let's inspect console. And we have some error handling here. So it's saying here, cannot read property null. Okay, that is completely fine. Oh, oops. It's not car. It's car, not card. There we go. All right, so let's go now to our home view. So this is our home view, our about view. If I click on Land Rover, for example, I get to Land Rover. If I go to Chevy, I get the Chevy information. Let's go back home. If I go to Nissan, I get the Nissan information. So this is how we can actually dynamically have different data, but really still have the same exact path. Okay, so this is what we have thus far. When we click on a particular car, it shows us the information about that car. This is great, and actually some pretty advanced use cases of the view router. But let's actually take this one step further. So let's look at this page, and let's of course imagine that it's kind of similar to this page. We have just information about the car itself. Obviously, stylistically, it's not there. We don't have an image, but this page is representative of this page, as this page has information about a particular car, and so does this one over here. So let's go over here, and let's say we want to add a new component where a user can actually contact the dealer that is responsible for selling this car. Now they can only access the component within this page if they go to the path of /car/21 and then /contact. And only when it's /car/21/contact do we display this component. Now this is actually a little bit different than we've been doing before, because this right over here is actually a nested route. So we have a nested route within an existing route, and only once we hit that particular nested route, or this child route, do we show this component. Now the way that we do it is actually kind of overall the same. However, we're going to be dealing with this page right over here. Now if that doesn't make any sense, let's just actually go ahead and code this out, and hopefully by then it will. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my cars.json and I'm just going to add a little bit more data. So I'm going to go over here, I'm going to add contact, and this is going to be an object, and we're going to say dealer, and let me zoom in here for you guys in case that's a little bit too small. There we go. We're going to say dealer. You can give the dealer any name you want. I'll just call it Blythe. And then over here, we'll give them the number. And we'll say the number is going to be 111-111-111. So let's go ahead and actually do this for every single individual, every single car we have. So let's go here. I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. And let's paste that in. And paste that in. And paste that in as well. Okay, looking great. So now let's just change the names up. So let's call this person Sam. And we'll change the number to 222, 222, 2222. Similarly over here, we'll call this person Ed. And we'll say 333, 333, 333. Okay, I missed the person here. We'll call this person, let's call this person Turner. And we'll say this person is 444, 444, 44444. And lastly, let's go over here and let's say Jess. And this is going to be 555, 555, 555. Okay, looking great. So now what we're going to want to do is let's just close everything up just to make this a little bit cleaner. So we're going to go over here to the views. And then within here, we're going to create and we're going to call this a contact view.view file. So contact view.view. Actually, I already have a contact view because I was working on this before. I'm just going to go ahead and delete it, and then we'll just do it again. So let's go here, and we're going to say contact view.view. And over here, let's just very simply add a template, an h1, let's make it a div. Then we're going to have an h1, and then in here we'll just say contact info. We'll hard code this for now. Okay, so again, what do I want to do? Well, inside of this right over here, so this car view, eventually what I'm going to want to do, and I'm just going to do this for now, I'm going to import the contact view from contact view, just for now. Later on, we're going to remove this. But what I'm going to want is if I go to /contact, I want to, well, of course, continuously render everything that I have here. And then I also want to render the contact view component. And I'm probably going to want to pass in some information through props, but we already know how to do that. Okay, so that's looking good. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to have to define this rule inside of our index.js. So what we're going to define is right over here inside of this path, we should have a child path, a nested path that is going to go to /contacts. And we can actually do that by saying comma and then children, because overall these are going to be children paths to this overall path over here. So this is going to be an array, and we're going to have, well, different paths inside of this array. And we're going to have the same overall structure. So we're going to say path, and then I'm going to say contact. So what's going to happen here is when we go to /cars and then /id /contact, then what we're going to do is render the particular component. So we're going to say render, and we want to render the contact view component. So import contact view, and we're going to go ahead and import that from views /contact view.view. And we're going to go over here and we're going to render this component. So let's just take a look at what's happening right now. So we're going to go over here and let's go home. Let's pick the Bentley. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to /contact manually. And right now, as you can see, we are only rendering the car view. So what eventually ends up happening is because this is nested, this component is going to be rendered within this page right over here. So remember, when we actually didn't define this, so let's comment this out, and we didn't define this, and we went to /contact, you can see that we actually don't have anything. But now, because we have defined it, we're going to render the car view, and then we are going to render the contact view. Now, as you can see here, there is no contact view, so you might be wondering where it is. Well, now we have to exactly define where do we want to render this view when we hit this particular route. And very similarly, we're going to do this very similarly to the way that we did it with the app.view. So with the router view right over here. So we're going to have to go to the car view. And then over here, we're going to get the router view. And over here, we are going to go and render the router view. And so what this is going to do, the router view is going to be really smart. It's going to basically tell, oh, I'm inside a view itself, and this view has this path right over here. So I'm going to see if there's any children associated with it. And yes, it does have children associated with it. And we are at the path where we do want to render the children. And there we go. Now you can see that we actually have the contact being rendered over here. So how terrific is that? That's really just some really cool, powerful stuff. So now let's actually just go ahead and very simply, what we're going to need to do is pass the data to the contact view. Now, unfortunately, this is not a component, so we can't really pass data that way. So we're going to have to do kind of something similar to what we've done over here. So we're going to have to do the use route in order to get the ID, and then what we're going to need to do is find the car, and then render the car information. So over here, what we can do is we can say script setup, and over here let's just do an import, and we're gonna use route so we can get information about the route that we're currently on from view router, and we're gonna say const route is equal to, and we're gonna say use route like so, and let us go ahead and import something. So we're gonna import the actual cars from the JSON file. So we're going to say from data / cars.json, and then what we're going to do is very simply we're going to do const, and we're going to say car is equal to cars.find, and we're going to go ahead and try to find that car. So we're going to say c, or just maybe, yeah, we'll just say c for now, and we'll say c.id is equal to route.param.id. Looking great. So over here now we can just start rendering some of the contact information, like the name. Let's say p tag over here. We can say car dot, and we can say let's go. We want contact dot dealer, and then over here we can say car dot, and we can say number. So now, let me just do a quick little refresh. Let's go here, and I'm going to go to /contact, and everything fails. Let's see why that is. Let's go ahead and inspect our console. Let's see what is erroring out here. So cannot read property of undefined. Not a big deal. Let's see why that is. So it's probably saying that c.id is undefined. So let's go to our car view. Let's just see how we did it here. Oh, parse int, of course. Let's just go ahead and copy this, because remember, this is actually a perfect example. This right here is a number, but this over here is actually a string. So that's why we're getting that error. So I'm going to go ahead and now do that way, and let's just refresh now. And there we go. Now we get our information. How cool is that? So that's pretty much it. So now we know how to actually implement nested routes. Now, another nice thing that we might want to do is not have them have the ability to go to /contact by writing it out. We might want to add maybe some sort of button in here. Now, before we have been using router link, but let's say we don't want to use a anchor tag for this particularly. Maybe we want to use a button. So how are we going to programmatically add this navigation in order for them to go to the specific route that they want? Let's talk about that in the next video. Okay, my good friends, now we need a way to actually get to the slash contact page from the car view. Now we can do this relatively easily by utilizing a router link, but that will force us to use an anchor tag, which we might not want to use. Maybe we want to explicitly utilize a button. So over here I can say button, and I want, click me for contact. And once I click this button, it is going to programmatically going to adjust my route to slash contact. So obviously this isn't going to be possible with the router link component because again, the router link is an anchor tag. But it is very much programmatically possible to adjust the route. And we can actually do this by using another composable, and this composable is going to be called useRouter, like so. So this might be a little bit confusing. What's the difference between useRoute and useRouter? Well, useRoute is a composable that is going to allow us to extract information about the current path that we're in. So for example, we're able to extract the params, so these query params. And if I were to go ahead and console.log the route, you can see all of the different things that we can utilize to extract information about this path. So let's go over here to the console, and if I were to, I guess we can't really see much here. Oh, there we go. We can see the full path. That's something that we can get. We can get the hash, we can get the match, we can get the name of it, we can get the query, so we can get information about the path. However, something that we cannot do with the useRoute composable is to adjust our path. So do some modifications on our path. And this is where we're going to need to utilize the useRouter. So over here, if I were to go and say const router, and I'm going to say useRouter like so, I'm going to go ahead and invoke it. And I'm going to go ahead and console.log the router. And now let's take a look at all of the other methods that we can utilize within the router. So you can see here, these are going to be methods that we can utilize to actually manipulate and change the path. Like add route, we can go back if we want, we can go forward if we want, we can push if we want, and that's exactly what we're going to do in order to push a certain path to this URL. Let's actually just go ahead and do that. So over here, when I do an @click, what I want to do is I want to do a router, so router dot push, and I'm going to push the path that I want to go to. So it's going to be slash cars, and then slash that particular car's ID. So let's go over here, and we're going to get that from right over here. Let's actually store this as a variable. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say, let's say this is going to be ID or car ID. We're going to store that as a variable like so. So we can utilize it over here as well as over here. And then we're going to say slash contact. And this is how we're going to programmatically do this. Now, we can actually, of course, add this as a function within over here, and maybe with certain conditions we can adjust it or not. But this is, in essence, how we're going to programmatically change the thing. And of course, we can always do this with any sort of a DOM element. It could be a div, it could be a header, it could be whatever it is that we want. It doesn't have to be an anchor tag. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And that's pretty much it. So let's go over here. Let's go to About. Let's go to Home. Let's go to Bentley. Click for contact. There we go. Now we got the contact information. So now you can see how we can actually programmatically adjust things. How terrific is that? Now, one thing that we can do if we want, and just to show you the powers of programmatically doing this, is we can create a function. So I can say function, and I'm going to say show contact. And maybe we do not want to show the contact for certain cars for some reason. Maybe if it's this Land Rover, we do not want to show the contacts for this particular car. So maybe I can say here, if car ID is equal to 4, so if the car ID is equal to 4, we're just going to return early, And then if it's not equal to 4, then we want to execute this logic. So now we can actually conditionally route users using this programmatic stuff, whereas with the router link, we couldn't do that programmatic kind of stuff. So over here, we're going to say instead return, and then we can say router.push, and then that particular path. And I'm going to go ahead and just show contact. So now, let's just go home. Let's go to Chevy, click on this. Okay, this is great. And let's say for some reason we do not want to show the contact. We probably shouldn't even show the button at all. But now when we click this button, you can see it doesn't work. So you can see that there are definitely going to be some use cases where we might want to run some logic, and if some sort of condition occurs, we want to navigate them to a different page. And again, we cannot do that with the router link. We're going to have to do that with the use router composable. So as a quick summary, use route is going to get information about our path. Use router is going to kind of mutate and adjust our path the way that we want it to. Alright, my good friends, the next thing that I want to discuss are times where a user searches for a particular page that doesn't really exist. And at least in our application, we have two different scenarios that could exist. So the first scenario is that a user tries to search for a car using a car ID that doesn't exist inside of our data. Now, typically, of course, this data would probably come from a database, but right now our data is coming from this JSON file, and we only have, well, cars from ID of 1 to ID of 5. We most definitely do not have a car with an ID of 7,120 or 71,231. Now, if I actually went ahead and tried to fetch this, an error is going to occur. So I'm going to go ahead and say 7,000. I'll just say whatever, anything. And as soon as I do this, you can see that nothing is being presented, which kind of makes sense. But really what's happening is we're getting an error inside of our browser, which isn't a good thing. So you can see that the error is, hey, we're trying to read the name of something that is undefined. Let me show you exactly why that's happening. Let's go over here to our car view. And right here in our car view, what we're doing is, well, we are, well, fetching the car that has the particular ID that is in the route.params.id. Now, if it can't find that car, this isn't going to be an object. Instead, this is going to be undefined. And actually, if I hover over it, you can see the type of it. So it's either going to be an object with an ID, name, price, blah, 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 or it's going to be completely undefined. And then right over here, what we're trying to do is, well, we're trying to access different properties of this car. Now, if this was an actual object with this data, that is terrific. We can access this data, we can access the name, we can access the year, we can access the price, A-okay. However, of course, if this is undefined, we can't do this. We can't get properties off of undefined, and that's exactly the error that we're getting. So to kind of fix this, we can actually very simply use a vif velse directive. Now we've seen the vif directive, but now let me go ahead and actually introduce the velse directive as well. So what we can do here is we can go ahead and actually render. So we can say vif, and we can render this div as well as the content below it only if, well, we actually have a car object. So we can say here vif car, then we want to render this. Now, in case that this condition doesn't pass, then we also do want to render some HTML. Let's say we want to render this div right over here, but then we want to say something like car not found, so that the user can actually know what the error is. So what we can actually do here is actually use another directive known as velse. So very similar to an if-else statement. So we can say here, if we have a car, we want to render this HTML block, else what we want to do is we want to render this HTML block. And that way we can actually kind of safeguard against these individuals that, well, want to search for particular data that doesn't really exist. So let me go ahead and save this. And let's go over here. You can see right away we're getting the car not found. So now if I go home, I go to Bentley, and you can see I get my data. If I were to change the ID manually for some reason, you can see here car not found. Now, of course, ideally, we can also do the same exact thing for the contact view, because this is going to prompt us with the exact same error. I'll actually leave this up to you just because, well, this is just the exact same step. You know what? Actually, let's just quickly do it. Might as well. So over here, we're going to do a quick vif. We're going to say vif car. And then we are going to have maybe a velse. And actually, you know what? We can just leave it like this without a velse, because if, let's say, we do not have a particular car, let's just not render anything, because we already have this information right over here saying the contact or the car is not found. So let me just say here, let's just put in some random ID. Let me add /contact. And you can see here all that is being rendered is the car not found, and the contact is not even being rendered as well. And we also have no errors. Okay, so we dealt with that, but there's also some other cases where a user can just put in some kind of random route that really doesn't exist inside of our application, like /bananas. So if they actually went ahead and did that, our application is actually going to behave the way that we configured it. So if you did /bananas, you can see that all we see is our nav bar, because that's what we defined inside of our app.view. But because there's no path that we have specified in our rules about /bananas, it's not rendering any component. I think it would be a nice idea if for every other path that we haven't defined in our application, we render some sort of not found page, a 404 not found page. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to create a brand new view. And I'm going to call this 404 view. And I'm going to say .view like so. Let's create a template. Let's create a div for this. We're going to have an h1. We're going to say 404 page not found like so. So we're going to say page not found. So we want to render this anytime we go to a particular page that we haven't defined a rule for. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our index.js file and we're going to specify a new rule. So let's go over here, and this time this is going to have kind of a very special path. So we're going to say path, and then right away we're going to say something like colon, and then we're going to say something like catch all. And this is actually going to be a regular expression that is going to catch all of the different paths that we haven't defined. In order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to do brackets, then we're going to do dot stars on 8, and then over the right after the brackets, we're also going to say star as well. What this is going to do is very simply anything that is not defined over here, well, we're going to have a component that we're going to render for it, and we've already created this component. So let's say not found, and over here we're going to say component. Let's go ahead and actually import that component. So we're going to say import, let's say not found view, and we're going to get that from, we'll get it from views, and then over here we'll say 404 view. I believe that's what we called it, 404 view.view. All right, so over here now what we can do is we'll render this component. Now, if you're unfamiliar with regex expressions, highly go ahead and I suggest kind of learning them. But this is how we can actually utilize regex expressions inside of our path. And this right here is the catch all regex expression that's going to catch anything that we haven't defined. You can actually go to the documentation to see some of the other regex expressions. You can see I pretty much basically just copied it from here. And you can see that this is the catch all regex expression. Now there's a bunch of others. So if you go over here, maybe to the advanced matching, or over here, somewhere in the documentation, I honestly do not even know where it is, but there's somewhere here where it has more kind of regex expressions, or maybe you can, force it to be a number or a string or whatever, etc. Okay, nonetheless, this is what we have. Let's take a look at our app. So currently our app is working a-okay. If I go to Bentley, I can, just click around. Everything is perfect. But now if I go to /bananas, which is a route that doesn't exist in our application, you can see here we get a 404 page not found. And this is terrific. This is awesome. Now, of course, the styling could be better. A nice example of some really good styling for a 404 page is GitHub. So if I put in like just some random path, you can see here we get this 404 page. And this is in effect working in the exact same way, but obviously it is styled way better. All right, my good friends, now what we're going to talk about are redirects. So let's say that we have a scenario where a lot of our users are going to the /home page expecting to see the home view component. So what they do is, instead of just going over here to the actual website, what they do is they go to the /home and they enter this and they get this 404 not found. Well, a lot of our users are doing this, so it would be nice if we go to the /home page, we also render the home view component. So one thing that we could do is very simply just add a new rule here, and we can say something like, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it as well, and we're going to say /home, go ahead and save this, and now if you go to the /home page, you also see this as well. However, I actually kind of don't want this. I do not want to maintain all of these different paths. But again, if a user goes to the /home view, I want to redirect them to this component right here. So how can I do that without adding another route that I have to maintain? Well, very simply, instead of actually rendering a component for a certain route, what I can do is if a user goes to the /home, what I can do is very simply redirect them to the /path. So I can actually say redirect and then / like so. So again, if you go to home, I'm going to redirect you to /, which means that I'm going to change the path to /, which means that we're going to follow this rule over here, rendering the home view. So let's go over here and go ahead and type /home. And as soon as I type this, you're going to see that it redirects us to the /. So it completely removes that /home. Now, of course, this can be done anywhere. If we have, /info and a lot of our users are going there, we can, of course, redirect them to /about. So this is just another neat trick that I wanted to discuss. Now that we have learned pretty much everything it is that we need to learn about View Router, I highly suggest that you go back to the quiz application and you implement the routing for this app. So just as a quick reminder, this is how the routing works. When you click on a particular card, let's go to the final version here. Let's say you click on the math card, it's going to route you to /quiz/ that specific quiz's ID. So it's going to again be /quiz/ID. Now, of course, you don't have to work on this part over here or work on this one together, but I just want you to work on the path. So go ahead and try it on your own. So pause this video and try it on your own as kind of a challenge and an exercise to reinforce your View Router skills. Now, I'm going to assume you paused it, and I'm going to go ahead and actually, go through with it right now. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our package.json, and we're going to observe that we haven't yet installed View Router. So that's exactly what we need to install. We're going to go ahead and install the View Router library. So View Router, like so. So now that we installed that, remember, the first thing that we have to do is to define our routing rules. So let's go over here. And let's go to our source and let's create a router. And within our router, we're going to create an index.js file. And this, of course, is where we're going to define all of our different routing rules. So let's go ahead and import create router and create web history from View Router. So from View Router, like so. And what we're going to do here, and let me just zoom in once more. There we go, looking good. What we're going to do is we're going to create our router. And this, of course, is going to be equal to create router, invoke it, and we're going to pass in some options. The first option is going to be history. We're going to say create web history, import.meta.env.base URL. All right, so that's the very first thing. The second thing are the routes. And we're really only going to have two routes in our application. So we're going to have two different objects. So the first one's going to be the slash path. And this one's just going to show all of the different quizzes. So we're going to say name, and we're going to say quizzes, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, well, render a specific component. Now at this point, we're kind of running into an issue because what we did was we added all of our code right over here inside of the app.view, which obviously at this point is not sustainable. So let's go over here, and what we're going to need to do is to create a view directory. So we're going to go here, we're going to say views, and within this we're going to create a quiz is view.view, like so. And we're going to really pretty much just copy and paste all of the different code that, well, we have created in here. So let's go to our app. And, well, we have our setup. Okay, that's good. Let's go to our template. I think what we can do is just very simply copy everything we have here and just paste it inside of here. And instead of having any of this logic directly in my app.view, we're just going to very simply have a script tag. And what we're going to do is let's actually have a div with a container. And over here, we'll have some style, scoped, and we will have our container styles. Where is that? Right here. We'll cut that out from here and we'll put it right in here, just so we can have this container style for every single page within our application. All right, so that's looking good. We'll save that. And because we did that, we can just remove the class container from here. All right, so now if I actually went ahead and I decided to render the quiz view component here, it should look a-okay. But that's obviously not what we're going to want to do for now. So let's go over here and let's import the quizzes view from, and we're going to, let's find that directory. That's going to be views / and then we're going to say quizzes view.view. And that's the component that we want to render. Now, of course, how are we going to render this in the app.view? Well, we're going to use that router view from view router. So let's go over here, script setup. And then what we're going to do is we're going to import from view router the router's view, right so. So let's remember what this is going to do is look at the path and figure out exactly what component it needs to render. So now if we save this, theoretically our application should look exactly the same. So let's go over here, and of course that was theoretical. Something will always go wrong. Let's look at our console, and it's yelling at us for something. And it is yelling at us for saying cannot read property value of undefined. Nice. All right. Why is that? So we got the router here. We got the quizzes. Do we have anything here? Oh, quizzes.value. Oh, yes. So because we have moved our thing around, what we're going to start needing to do is update our paths. So now it's going to be slash data, because we're going to need to move out of that directory. And now if I refresh, do we still get that error? Yes, we do. Okay, so let's see. All right, let me go over here, comment this out, and let's refresh. Okay, so it seems as though when I render the quizzes view, so let's just go ahead and just try to render the quizzes view itself. So we'll say quizzes view, and we'll say from, and we need to go to the source, or sorry, not the source. We need to go to the views / quizzes view. And let's go ahead and just render the quizzes view itself. And it seems as though, there we go. We're getting some sort of error Seems as though, well, we got an auto import here. Let's get rid of that. Oh, okay. So that's looking good. Let's do a little refresh. So that's working. So now let's try to render the router view. And it is completely failing. Interesting. Type error, cannot read property if undefined. That is, oh my goodness. All right, so yes, we have defined the rules, but I can't believe I forgot this. We have defined the rules, and then over here inside of the app.view, we have defined where we want to utilize it. But now what we need to do, of course, is to connect it to our view application. So over here, we're going to need to go to the main.js file. And what we're going to need to do is do a const app is equal to create app, like so. And then we're going to say app.use. And then we're going to say over here, we're going to utilize our application. So let's go over here. We're going to say app.mount. And we're going to utilize the router that we have just created. So we're going to say router from, we need to make sure that we're export defaulting the router. So export default router. So let's export default that. And then we're going to say from, we're going to say router index, like so. And then we're going to utilize that router. All right. And there we go. So theoretically, again, everything should be working a-okay. But this time we're utilizing routing. All right. So the last thing that we need to do is actually make these cards clickable. So when we actually click on these cards, we can navigate to the page that we want. Now we have two choices here. We can either use a router link or we can use a more programmatic approach. Now, because these cards are actually indeed divs, and I probably do not want to change it to an anchor tag, I'm going to use the programmatic approach. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go here. Let's go to our components, our card. So over here, we're going to use the programmatic approach instead of using the router link approach and changing this div to an anchor tag. So in order to use the programmatic approach, we're going to need to import something. So let's remember that we need to import use router. So we're going to say use router, not use route. Use route is to get information from our application or from our paths, whereas use router is to actually mutate and modify it. So we're going to say const router. And we're going to say that this is going to be equal to use router. We're also going to create a function. So let's create a function right over here. I'm going to say navigate to quiz. And then this is going to be an arrow function. And we're going to say very simply router.push. And we're going to use template literals here. We're going to say /quiz and then $, curly braces to use some JavaScript. And then we're going to say quiz.id. Very simply, the quiz that we get from the props. And if we click on this, so if you add a click listener here, we're just going to say navigate to quiz. So now if I were to click on this, you can see it actually does indeed navigate us to that path, which is really good. But of course, there's nothing really being presented there. So what we can do to fix this is to go over here. Let's just create a quiz view dot view. And for now, we'll just have a template, a div, an h1 that says hello. Very simple stuff here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to our route file right over here. We're going to add a new rule. So we're going to say whenever you go to /quiz and then that particular quiz's ID, and that's what we're going to call it. The ID is going to be the variable name for that path. And this over here, we're going to say the name is quiz. And what we want to render, let's just import this. So we want to render the quiz view. We're going to get that from the quiz view.view. And that's what we want to render. So if you go here, we'll render this. So if you click, you see we get hello. Now, of course, eventually we're going to modify this page to look like this. All right, everybody, welcome to a brand new section. Now in this section, we're going to kind of complete our application by building out the quiz page. So again, we just worked on this in the last section, but if we went over here, we go to our quizzes, and if we were to click on a particular card, it's going to redirect us to the /quiz/quiz ID page. Now, of course, right now there is no HTML as well as CSS, so that is what we are going to tackle in this video. We're just going to write the HTML as well as CSS for our application. Now, as per usual, if you are not interested in writing the HTML as well as CSS and you kind of just want to dive straight into the view, 100% completely fine. We're not going to be tackling any view in this lecture. So what you can do is you can actually skip this lecture and just download the source code attached to this lecture, and you can just utilize that. However, if you do want to write the HTML as well as the CSS, then continue on. But again, you're not going to be missing it out on anything if you skip this lecture and just download the source code. All right, so let's go ahead and let's move into our quiz view, because this is where, well, we're going to have our HTML as well as our CSS for that particular page. So what I'm going to do first and foremost is I am going to add a header. Let me just zoom in just a tad bit. So we're going to add a header, and inside of this header, we're going to have an H4, and we're going to have a question, and this is where we're going to have the question status. So it's going to be something like question 3 of 1. You're on the first question out of 3 questions. And then we're also going to have our bar. So we're going to have div. We're going to give it a class of bar. And then we're also going to give it a class of completion. And this is just kind of going to be the completion status of our bar. And then we'll talk about that. We'll see the styling a little bit later. Don't worry. All right, so now that we have our div, let's just go ahead and actually style this first. So that's the very first thing that we're going to style. So let's add scoped here. And let's go all the way to the bottom, and let's just begin by styling the header. So the header itself is just going to have these styles of margin, top of 20 pixels. And of course, we can always take a look at it, looking pretty good. I think the H4 is a little bit too small, so let's just do header H4, and then we're going to say font size. And we're going to say that the font size of this is 30 pixels. Looking great, looking great. All right, so that's pretty much it for that. Let us now move on to styling our bar. So let's go over here. I'm going to say dot bar. We're going to give this a width of 300 pixels. We'll give it a height of 50 pixels. And lastly, let's give it a border. So we're going to give it a nice little border of 3 pixels solid. And then we'll give it this color, whatever this color is. I don't really know, but we'll give it that color. So now you can see we have our status right over here, as well as the bar. So this is actually looking good. Now let's actually style the completion div. So the completion div, so completion, that's going to have we'll give it a height of 100%. So height of 100%. And we're going to give it a width initially of 0%. And lastly, we're going to give it a background color we'll give it a background color of the same color. So now, of course, if you go there, you can see that there's nothing changing. However, this one, we're going to actually manipulate with our JavaScript, depending on the status. So if we finally answered the very first question, then this is going to be something like 33%, and it's just going to be dynamically changing like so. So if I answer the next question, then it's going to be 66%, like so. And then it's just going to keep going until it's completely full and I finish the quiz. But for now, we're just going to leave it at 0. But then programmatically, we're going to change these styles. All right, so I think this is actually looking pretty good. I think this is A-okay. Let us now move on to the question portion of this of these styles. So let's add a div here, and right in here, this is where we're going to have all of our different questions. Now later on, we're actually going to kind of just separate our stuff out in components, but for now, let's just write the HTML for the questions themselves. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to call this question container. So question container. And this is going to have an h1 with a class of question. And of course, this is something, the value of this, we're not going to hard code, but for now we'll hard code it. So we'll just say, what is the chemical value of table salt? So this is like a chemistry question. Again, later on, we're going to kind of remove that. All right, so that's what we have here. Then let's have a div. And what we're going to have is, so this div is going to contain all of the different answers. And just for documentation purposes, we can also say answers container like so. Okay, so over here, what we can have is all of the different options, or maybe we can even call this options container. That probably makes more sense. So these are all the different options that we can possibly pick for this question, because this is going to be a multiple choice quiz. All right, so let us add a div in here. So this is going to be the option, and eventually we're going to want to v4 over this, depending on how many options we have, which in our case will always be 4. So we're going to have our option, and then within it, let's have a paragraph tag that is going to have the option label, and the option label over here, and this one is going to be A, B, C, or D. And then let's have another div. We're going to give this the option value like so. And then within this div, let's have a paragraph tag that has the value itself. So NaCl like so. All right, so this is looking pretty good. If I were to go here, you can see, obviously, stylistically, not the greatest. So let's work on styling our application first, and then we can move on. So let's go over here. And the first thing that I want to style is probably the question. So let's go here to the question. Actually, let's grab the question container, and I am going to give the question container a margin top of, let's say, 20 pixels, just so we can have some spacing between the status as well as the question itself. Now over here, let's now style the question. So the question itself, which is going to be the header, we'll give that a font size of 40 pixels. And we'll give it a margin bottom of 20 pixels. There we go, looking pretty good. And now let's style the options. So it's not really much styling we have to do for the options. We can say option like so, and we can say display flex for the option, and we're gonna say margin bottom, and this one's gonna be 20 pixels. And then we're going to say cursor pointer, like so. Cursor pointer. All right, so looking good. Oops, sorry about that, guys. My machine is beeping for some reason. All right, so there we go. And now let us style the option label. So the option label is going to have a background color of the same background color that we have been using. We'll give it a width of 60 pixels, a height of 60 pixels. We'll also give it a font size of, let's say, 30 pixels. We'll also give it a display of flex. And we will give it an align item center. And lastly, justify content center. Looking good. All right, so this is going to be one of our options here. And you might, honestly, I think this is a little bit too big. Maybe we can say 50 pixels. So over here, that is, okay, I think it now is completely off. All right, there we go. So now we have this option. So now all we got to do really is style this over here, which is going to be the option value. So that's the last thing that we really need to style. So we're going to give this also a background color. This one's going to be an RGB. It's going to be kind of like a whitish, grayish color. So let's do 244, 239, and lastly 239 as well. And then we're going to give it a width of 100% and a font size of, let's do exactly the same amount of pixels we did here. So we'll just say 30 pixels. So let's say 30 pixels. Maybe we'll make it a little bit smaller. And lastly, padding of 0 and 20 pixels. And there we go. So that looks good, pretty good to me, to be quite frank. And that's pretty much it. That's really all the styling that we need to do for our app. Now, obviously, over here for our options, we're going to have multiple different options. So it's going to be an option here, an option here, an option here. It's going to kind of look something like this. And of course, this is going to be B, C, and then D. And then obviously the values are going to be a little bit different. But this is something that we're actually going to V4 over. So I think we actually got a good template. But now let's start doing some of the stuff that we have been doing. Like separating our stuff into components, as well as utilizing V4 to iterate over our data. Whether you wrote out the code with me or you just downloaded the boilerplate, your quiz view.view file should look a little something like this. Now, in my opinion, this is kind of getting a little bit bloated for my liking. And when things get a little bit bloated, the best thing that you can do is start separating them into their own components. Now, specifically, actually, what I want to do is separate this right over here. So the question header as well as the question options into their own components. So this part right over here should just be its own component. And then from here, we just go ahead and pass in the data that we need to. So let's actually go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to create another component, and I'm going to call this question, because this is really just a question that we are, well, the HTML is just basically a question at this point. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to say template, and then I am going to copy this as well as this. So this div right over here, as well as this div, we're going to copy both of them, and we're going to cut them out, and we're going to paste it right in here. And we can fix some of the indentation. Of course, you can probably use a format on save to do this, but I don't have that set up for view, so I'll just fix it out myself manually. Not the best process, but oh well. Let's fix out some of that indentation. And what we can actually do now. So we fix this, this. I'm just going to go ahead and highlight everything and then just do a command and then square braces. And there we go. That's just going to fix a little bit of the indentation. All right, so we got that. But of course, now what we need to do is grab these styles. So we're going to say scoped. And we're going to go right over here. And what styles do we need? Well, we need the questions, container, question, and options. So literally everything right here. So everything right here. We're going to go ahead and cut that out. And let's just save this for now. So it should be kind of empty. And we're going to go over here and we are going to paste that in there. All right, so this is looking pretty good. Let's tabulate that. Looking good. So now, of course, what we want to do is eventually, of course, use this component inside of the quiz view. So this is where we want to render it because that's, of course, where we removed it. So to do that, what we're going to need to do is grab a script, setup, and we're going to need to do some import. So we are going to import question, and we're going to import that from the components directory. So we're going to move into the components directory. We're going to get question.view, and then I'm going to go ahead and render it. Let's go ahead and put question right over here as the component. And if we were to save this, ta-da, you can see that everything is fine. But now we have completely removed a lot of the bulk from our application over here. And honestly, we can also do the exact same thing with this right here, with the header. So let's actually go ahead and let's go and create a new component for this. We're going to say quiz header dot view. And this one's going to be very simple. We're going to say template. We're going to say, well, we'll just cut what we have over here. So header. I'm going to go ahead and paste what we have here now. So header. And let's just do a, yeah, that looks good to me. Now, of course, what we're going to need are some of these styling. So we're going to say style and scoped. And what we want to do is grab the header h4. So literally, there's going to be no styling inside of this file. So let's grab that, paste that in there. Let's do that. All right, so this is looking good. We can actually remove this style entirely. And from here, we can import the quiz header from quiz header.view. So quiz header.view. Go ahead and render that right here. And there we go. So now we got this wonderful looking file that is completely empty. And anytime that we want to work on anything, it's going to be specifically in the component itself. So this is really good. Now you might be thinking maybe we can just actually just grab these divs and just put that in there. But later on, we're going to actually utilize these divs to conditionally render either a question or the completion status. So we'll keep that div in there for now. Now that we got this right over here, the next step, of course, is to show the correct questions based on the quiz that you went on. So, of course, if you went to, let's say, the math quiz, you're not going to want to see the chemistry quiz, which, of course, at this point, we have just hard coded. So let's go ahead and actually kind of make this dynamic. Now, as a quick reminder, our data lives inside of the data and then quizzes.json file. And it has an ID that is always going to be the same as the path right over here. So if I click on math, my path is going to be quiz/1, and that 1 is going to be the ID of that particular quiz. So of course, what we're first going to need to do is extract that query parameter from our path and then utilize that to find the appropriate quiz within our quizzes.json file. So let's first do that. So again, step one is to extract the query param from over here. So of course, we're going to need to utilize the useRoute composable to do this. So we're going to go over here. We're going to say from viewRouter, so viewRouter, we're going to get the useRoute composable. So useRoute composable. And over here, we're going to utilize that composable by saying const route is equal to, and then useRoute, and we're going to go ahead and invoke it. Now, in order to extract the ID, very simply, what we can do now is just say const, and then we can say quiz ID. You can say that that's going to be equal to parse int, because remember, this is going to return back to us a string. So we're going to say parse int route dot, and then we're going to say route dot params dot ID. Very simple stuff right there. And just to prove to you that we indeed got our ID, we can go over here. You can see I have a 1, and if I go to /2, you can see we have /2, etc., etc. All right, so that's pretty good. But now what we need to do is we need to actually pass the current question that we're on to this question component. And what I mean by the current question that we're on is, remember, the quiz itself is an object that has an ID, image, and a name, but it also has a questions array, which also contains multiple different objects. So as soon as we click on a particular quiz, this right here is the first object is going to be the data for that very first question. So we're going to have the text here, and here are all of our options. Then, of course, we're going to move on to the next question, which is this one, and then this one. So what we need to do is first keep track with what question we are on. Now, initially, as soon as we render this quiz, we want to be on this question, the very first question, with an index of 0. So that is actually what we're going to do here. So we're going to go over here and we're going to create a piece of state saying const current question index. And this we're going to store as ref, of course, because this is going to be state. And right over here, we're going to, of course, have to import this from view. It auto-imported it for me. And initially, we're just going to set this to 0 like so. And later on, we're going to modify it once we want to click. Once we finish a particular question, we're going to modify it to 1, then 2, and then 3 if we have it. All right, so that's pretty much actually all it is that we need to do in order to pass the data that we need in here. Now, of course, the most important thing that we need to do is actually find the quiz that has this quiz ID. So let's go over here and I'm going to say import quizzes from, and I'm going to say from //data/quizzes.json. And we're going to go over here and we are going to create the actual quiz that we're on. So we're going to say const quiz and we're going to say quizzes.find. And we are going to find, and we're going to call this Q. We'll call it Q like so. Q.id is equal to the quiz ID. Now notice right now we actually utilize this within the script setup, but later on I'm going to actually show you a more elegant and a more view efficient way of doing this. So for now we'll just leave it as is, but later on we'll move it around. Okay, so now we have our quizzes. We have the current question index. So what we can do actually is pass this data to our question. So let's go over here and I'm going to say a prop called question, and that's going to be equal to quiz. And then I'm going to say quiz.questions. And then we have to specify what question. Well, for that, we're going to utilize the current question index. So I hope that is making sense. I know it's quite a lot because right here we have this quiz object. It has a questions property, which is an array, but we want a specific question to pass in here. We don't want to pass all the questions. So that's why we're going to utilize the current question index, which initially is set as the very first object. So I hope that is nice and clear. All right, so now that we got that, we can actually utilize the current question index within our question component. So of course, let's do some script setup over here, and let's import define props, because remember we passed this as a prop. So we're going to say define props, and we're going to say, hey, I want to get the question. And I'm going to say I want this from define props and question like so. Question like so. So that is, of course, going to give us the question. So now we can actually utilize that instead of hard coding our information. So I can say question.text, which I believe is what I called it, question.text. And there we go. So now let's actually just test this out to see if everything's okay. So let's go back here. If I click on math, you can see now we get the actual first question for each particular quiz. So the Krebs cycle occurs in, but of course the options are hard coded for now. But the questions are obviously different. What is the composition of table salt? All right. So now that we have that, what we can actually do is instead of hard coding all of these, we can just iterate over the options through a v4. So I'm going to get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We only really need one. And within that one, we're going to say v4. And I'm going to say for option in question dot options. So of course, we're going to also need to supply it with a key. Let's supply it right over here, right after the actual v4. And we're going to say option.id, because of course each option also has its own unique ID. All right, so that's pretty much all it is that we need to do. Now we only have to change the label as well as the option itself. So I'm going to say here option dot, and then I'm going to say label, and then over here we're going to say option dot. And this time I am going to say text. So text like so. Let's go ahead and save this. and refresh. And now if I were to click on math, you can see now I have the question as well as all of the different options. So we have 16, 1, 8, and 24. And this is actually a tricky question, so I highly suggest maybe try to figure this one out on your own. Biology, the Krebs cycle occurs in the mitochondria, the nucleus, the rough ER, the systole. I don't know if I spelled that correctly, doesn't matter. I think it's a mitochondria, but I'm not sure. I actually kind of forget. And lastly, what is the composition of table salt? This one is pretty easy. Obviously, it's K2. All right, so now we got that done. But of course, if we want to make this dynamic over here. So let's actually go ahead and do that in the next video. The process should be relatively the same. All right, my good friends, the next thing that we need to do is pass the necessary data through props to the quiz header component, because of course at this point it is hard coded. Now let's quickly think about exactly what we need to pass in. So we're always going to have this right over here. So we're always going to have this label question, but this over here is going to be dynamic, and it's going to be dependent on the current index and then also the length of our quiz array. And then this over here is also going to be kind of the division of what we have over here. So if it is 1 out of 3, then this should be 33%. So this is the information that we need to pass into this component. So let's actually go ahead and let's just begin with this portion right over here, because of course this is the simplest. So what we can actually do to achieve this is very simply just say, well, question status. We can say that this is going to be equal to a template literal, and very simply we can just grab the current question index, do $ curly braces, and say dot value over, and then $ curly brace to use the JavaScript again, and we can say here quiz dot question dot questions dot and then dot length, like so. So let's go ahead and just very simply save that. And what we can do now is actually pass this as a prop. So we can go here, pass this as a prop, say question status is equal to question status. We can then go to our question header and very simply create the script, setup, and over here we can import define props from view, and then we can say question status is equal to define props, and then an array where we have the question status. So over here we can just grab this, and instead of having this, we can just say question status. And if I were to refresh, you can see we get 0 out of 3. But now let's actually take a look at what happens when we move on to the next question. So what I'm going to do just for now is I'm going to create a button, and this is just going to have a text of next question. And of course later on we're going to remove this, but just for now I'm going to have that button. We're going to have an @click handler, and remember, to move on to the next question we're going to change this state to the next index. So we're going to say here current index plus plus, and let's just refresh. And if I were to click on this, you can see here nothing is changing, and hopefully at this point this is expected. The reason for this is because this is not state, and it is not causing a re-render of this particular component, because again, we're not storing it as a piece of state, where we would need to store it as a piece of state if we want to, well, re-render our component and actually see that output within our application. So you might be thinking, oh, okay, easy peasy, Lath. Let's go ahead and change this. So I'm going to say, I'm going to change this to a piece of state, because that's exactly what you told me to do. So I'm going to go ahead and do a quick refresh. And now you can see we get kind of the same exact problem. So yes, this time we have changed our question status to state, an actual piece of state. However, we're not actually updating our question status. We need to actually update it. Even though this is changing, this over here, the question status itself, isn't. And it's always going to be the default value that we have, well, gave it. So how are we going to do this? Well, the question status, we want to change it anytime our current question index changes as well. So whenever our current question index changes, we want to change our question status. So what we can actually do is watch for any changes that occur to the current question index.value. Anytime there's any particular change to this, we can actually run some logic, and in this case, the logic is going to be to update this piece of state over here. Now, this might be a little bit confusing, so let me actually go ahead and show you what I mean. So within View, we can actually import something else called watch. And again, what this is going to do is, well, we're going to go ahead and invoke it, and it is going to watch for a particular entity, a particular thing that might potentially change. In this case, it is the current question.value. So we're saying here, we want you to watch for the current question.value. And anytime that it changes, as the second parameter, we're going to pass in a callback, and we want you to run this callback. So let me just go ahead and do a quick little console.log here, console.log. I'm just going to say hello, or maybe something more descriptive. I'm going to say current question index, or let's just say this, like so. Current question index has changed. So let's go ahead and save this. I'm going to go inspect my console, and I'm going to do a quick little refresh. So at first there's nothing, but then when I change it, there's still nothing. And actually, that's because this over here, my apologies, should be a function. So it's a function that is going to return what it wants to listen to. So let me go ahead and actually refresh this. And now you can see here, current question index has changed. So it changed from 0 to 1. If I click it again, it gets console logged again. So again, the first parameter is going to be a function that is going to listen to, the first parameter is going to be a function rather, that is going to return the value of the thing that we eventually want to listen to. And then the second parameter is another function, and this is going to be kind of the callback handler that we are going to call whenever this value changes. All right, so now what we can very simply do is say, well, question status dot value is equal to, and we can say that it is equal to basically the exact same thing. So we can just say question status dot value is equal to this, but this time this value is going to be different because the current question index dot value has changed. So now let's give this a quick go. So refresh, and there we go. You can see that it is updating. Now, of course, if I continue on, we're going to get some sort of error in the console, but you can see that it is indeed working. So that right there is the watch, and we're going to be utilizing this quite a bit throughout this course whenever we want to do something, anytime a piece of state changes. So we were able to successfully calculate our question status and then pass it into our quiz header. However, we had to perform two different steps in order to do this. We had to first define our state, and then we had to have this listener, and anytime this current question index changes, we updated our question status to utilize the new current question index. And there's actually a much more elegant and faster way of doing this. Now, this is working, this is completely fine, but there's a better way in terms of code to do this. So right here, this value very simply is heavily dependent on this value. So whenever this changes, of course, we want to change this value, but that's pretty much all it is that we want to do. We just want to change this value to accommodate changes to this value. We don't really need this watch method, because this watch method, what it does is it gives us the ability to do a bunch of other things. So for example, maybe we change the value and we need to fetch some data from an external API. We can go ahead and do that here, and then we can do some checks here and everything, etc., etc. But what we're doing right now is very simply just using this watch to update our, well, question status anytime that this changes. And for this piece of functionality, there's actually another thing that we can use called computed. So we can use this computed anytime we want to compute a certain value that is based off of another value. And if this value ever changes, the computed status is going to actually know that and then update this value accordingly. Well, enough of the explanation. Let me just go ahead and show you what I mean. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. And then I'm going to say const and then question status. And instead of actually making this equal to a piece of state, I'm going to say that this is equal to computed. And then I'm going to, inside of this computed, I'm going to have a callback function that is going to return something. Well, what is it going to return? It's going to return this right over here. So I'm going to say return, and I'm going to go ahead and return that. And that right there is actually all it is that we need to do instead of doing these two things right over here. And just to prove to you that this is completely functional, I'm going to go ahead and refresh, and you can see that this is working a-okay. And even we can actually go ahead and simplify this to a one-liner by just removing the curly braces. And you can see we have just removed 5 lines of code, and we have made 1 line over here. So what this is very simply doing is, in essence, what we did right here. So it listens to any of the values that are in this computed function, this computed callback. So if any of these change, what it does is it recomputes the question status, which is exactly what we want. And it treats it like state. So if this changes, it's going to re-render any particular component that utilizes it. So again, we get kind of the best of both worlds by having this very, very simple line, but we have the same exact functionality. I'm going to leave this functionality here just as a comment, just so you can see that this right here is the equivalent of this. The next thing that we need to pass into our header right over here, our quiz header, is the status of our bar. Now this is similarly going to be something that we are going to compute. And actually we can probably even compute it with the question status within our quiz header. But also we can do it over here and pass it to our quiz header as well. So this is very simply just going to be the division of the current question index divided by the length of the questions in this particular quiz. And then what we're going to do is just add a % sign to it, because this is what we're going to utilize to style our app. So this, of course, is going to be a computed value, because this value is going to be dependent on the value of this. So let's just go ahead and actually create that. So let's just say here const, I'm going to say bar percentage. I'm going to say computed, and this is going to be a function. And very simply, this function is going to return a string, and we'll use template literals for this. And we're going to do $sign and then curly brace. And we're just very simply going to do the current question dot value and then divided by, we're going to divide that by the length. And then we're going to multiply it by 100 to get the actual percentage. So we're going to divide them. So if it's 0 divided by 3, it's going to be 0 times 100. So 0. If it's 1 divided by 3, it's going to be 0.333 times 100. So it's going to be around 33%. So let's go here and let's do times 100. And then over here, we're going to add the percentage sign so we can have 33.3333%. So we can actually pass that into the quiz header. So that's pretty much all it is that we need to do. Let's just quickly verify that this is indeed working the way that we expect it to. So let's just go ahead and actually log this in here. Save that. And you can see here, it starts off at 0%, moves on to 33%, then 66%. All right, really cool stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and actually pass this as a prop. Now, so far, we've only really been passing one prop at a time, but we can actually pass multiple props to a component. So over here, we can actually say another prop, and we can call this, well, bar percentage. And over here, I can go ahead and say bar percentage. So now we have passed in 2 different props, and now we can actually utilize that prop within our quiz header. So let's go ahead and extract that prop from here. And we can also define that as another string within our array. And just so I can make things clear, we can actually have multiple different lines. So this is just a kind of a syntax thing. You can either get a formatter that's just going to automatically do this for you, or you can just do it yourself. Let's go here. This looks good. And this looks great as well. And let's get rid of that and that. There we go. Nice and beautiful. All right. So now we can actually utilize the bar percentage as a style for the width. So remember, we actually hard-coded the width to be 0%, but now we want to dynamically do it with JavaScript. So over here, what we can do is we can define the style. So we can say style, but this time this is going to be dynamic and from JavaScript. So we're going to add the colon to make this a directive, a vbind directive. We're going to say that this is going to be equal to some strings. And then over here, we're going to define the style. So we're going to say background, not background color. We're going to say width. And this width is going to be, well, the bar percentage that we have just defined. So you can say bar percentage like so. And that's pretty much all we have to do. So if we do a quick little refresh, you can see here that the bar percentage is working. So now we get this working as well as this working, and everything is working a-okay. All right, my good friends, I think we are in a wonderful position at this point. We have our header, we have our question, and when I click on this particular button, you can see that everything is updated accordingly. The question has changed as well as the options, and over here, our header is updated correctly. Now this seems all fine and dandy, but of course we do not want to have this button over here that is going to move us on to the next question. We only really want to move on to the next question when we select a particular option. So once I select a particular option, do I want to move on to the next question? And then if I select another option, then I'm going to move on to the next question, and so on and so on. So of course, we do not want to have this button. We really only added it for testing purposes. All right, so you might be thinking, well, that's going to be really easy. All I can do is pretty much just do what I did over here for this button, and I can do the same thing within these options. And if you thought that, well, you're kind of wrong, because actually having this functionality within the options is going to be a tad more complicated than having the functionality within the question. And let me tell you exactly why. So when I select a particular option, I actually want to do two different things. So the first thing is, of course, I want to move on to the next question. And we've seen that with the button. So we want this functionality. The other thing that we want to do is eventually we want to record if the answer that the person has answered is correct or not, because at the very end of the quiz we want to display the results. So you got 4 out of 5 right, or 3 out of 5 right. So for example, how many oxygen molecules are in hemoglobin? I think it's 4. So if the person selects 3, we want to say, oh, they got it wrong. That means so far they have 0 right. But if they selected 4, then oh, they got 1 right. So I'm gonna, well, say now they have 1 right. And if they move on to the next question, and let's say that they select this one, which is, let's say this one is right, then it is going to increment the right value by 1. Now they got 2 right. And at the very end of the quiz, once we reach it, what we want to do is display, hey, you got 2 out of 3 correct. So we want to store that information. Now, in order to understand exactly where to store the information, let's just look at our component structure. So right now we have our quiz view component. And within our quiz view component, we are rendering the question component. So this over here is the parent component, and this is the child component, because this component is rendered within the parent. And of course, we can always see this. So we can go to the quiz view component, and right over here, we are rendering the question component. Now, let's talk about exactly how communication happens across these components. So for example, if the question component needs information from the quiz view component about, let's say, which question it needs to render, so which question and which options it should have, well, we provided that information through props. So we pass that data down through a question prop. And again, of course, we can see that right over here. So this information lived inside of the quiz view component, but we passed it down to the question component through this question prop. All right, so this makes quite a bit of sense. So we have a question component, we have a quiz view component, we're passing data in through props. In this case, it is the question prop. Now, eventually, once we reach the end of the quiz, what we're going to want to do is not display a question component, but maybe completely remove that component and then instead display the results component. And then over here within the results component, you can say, hey, you got 4 questions right. So something like that. And this actually kind of presents a tricky problem. So the problem is, well, where is this data going to live? How is the results going to know exactly how many questions it got right? And well, in this case, what we're going to need to do is actually pass that down from the quiz view component down to the results component. So what we're going to need to do is basically have a piece of state in there, and we need to store that state, like number of correct questions answered, 0. And then what we're going to need to do is actually pass that data in to the results component. So this number of correct answers needs to live inside of the quiz view component. Now, this kind of presents a little bit of a tricky problem. So let's actually just go through that quiz again from the very first question. So we're rendering a question component. And let's say that this person answers the question incorrectly. So as soon as they answer a question incorrectly, what we want to do is actually modify the state values within the quiz view component. So even though the action itself has taken place inside of this component, we want to modify the state in the quiz view component. So this is actually a little bit tricky because, well, before what we were doing is we were passing information down from the parent to the child, but now in essence what we want to do is pass information from the child to the parent. And we can't do that through props, because if I were to go to the question component, well, I'm not rendering the quiz view component in here at all. So how am I supposed to pass that information down as a prop? So that's not something that we actually cannot do. So let's say that this person goes ahead and answers it incorrectly. Somehow, some way, what I want to do is I want to leave the number of correct answers to 0, but I also want to update the current question index to 1, just so we can move on to the next index. So that's what we want to do. And now we move on to the next question. Let's say that this person now, or the same person obviously, answers this question correctly. Well, now what we want to do is we want to update the number of correct answers to 1 and the current question index to 2. And then eventually we're going to reach the end of the quiz, and we have all of the information that we need within our quiz view component to, well, display the correct results. So that begs the question, how are we going to communicate information from the question component to the quiz view component? Because again, so far what we have been doing is communicating information from the parent to the child, not from the child to the parent. Well, we can actually easily do that by something known as emitting events. Let me show you exactly what I mean. So what we're going to do here, and oh, I just forgot about this example. So let's say that this person goes ahead and answers this question correctly, and then it goes ahead and moves on to the next question. Whatever, nonetheless, let's move on. So this is what we're going to do. So anytime that an option is selected, what we're going to do is we're going to emit an event. And let's say we could call this event whatever we want. Let's say we call this event option selected. And once we emit this event, we can also pass any data that we want. So we can pass in false, true, whatever it is, an object, an array, whatever it is that we want. In this case, we're probably going to just want to pass in a Boolean value, whether the person got the question right or wrong. So false or true. So we're going to go ahead and emit this event, and then the quiz view component is going to continuously listen to this event, kind of like an event handler, like an @click handler. It's going to continuously listen to this event. And well, once this event occurs, it's going to run some sort of logic that we are going to have inside of a function. So it's going to listen to this event. It's going to check, oh, is this false or true? If it's false, then it's going to keep the number of correct answers to 0, but then it's going to increment this by 1, the current question index by 1. And then let's say we select another option. It's going to go ahead and emit another event. Let's say this time it is true. The quiz view component is going to listen to that event, and then it's going to say, oh, okay, I'm going to increment the current question index by 1, and this time it's true, so I'm also going to increment the number of correct answers by 1. So that is exactly what we're going to do. In order to get child-parent communication, what we need to do is emit events. So now that we got that, got that kind of understanding, that conceptual overview, let's actually go ahead and code it out in the next video. All right, my good friends, in this video, what we're going to do is actually implement what we talked about. Anytime that we click a particular option, what we're going to do is emit an event called option selected with a particular value. In this case, it's going to be a Boolean value. Then the quiz view component is going to listen to that event and run some logic. So the first thing that we're going to do is, okay, when I click this over here, when I click a particular option, let's just go ahead and emit an event. So let's go to our question component. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to grab something called define emit. And that's exactly what it means. We first have to define the emit events that we want, and we use it exactly like this. So we say const emit is equal to define emit, and then over here we have all of the different events that we can emit, because a component can emit multiple different events. In this case, it's only going to be one, but again, it can emit multiple. So over here, let's go, and what we're going to do is we're going to say const emit is equal to, and we're going to say define emits, and we're going to say, in this case, we have a select option emit. So that's what we did, a select option. All right, so this is looking pretty good. So what we want to do is we want to emit this event anytime that we click on, well, this div, any one of these options. So let's go over here to our div. And what we're going to do is we are going to say at click, and let's just run a function called, let's call this function selected option. Or maybe we can call this emit selected option. We can call this function whatever it is that we want. We haven't really created it at this point. So let's go above here and let's just create this function. So I'm going to say const, and then I'm going to say emit selected option. And we'll just make this an arrow function. And once we call this function, what we want to do is we want to pass in whether the person got the question right or wrong. So they could have selected any one of the options. And if you go to the quiz, you can see that each option has a value of is correct, and it can either be true or false. So in essence, what we want to do is we want to pass in the is correct value. So let's go over here to emit selected option. We're going to go ahead and pass in some parameters. So we're going to say option and then dot is correct. So option dot is correct, like so. And this is either going to be a Boolean or a true value. It's going to be a Boolean value, or it's going to be a Boolean value. It's either going to be true or false. Hope that makes sense. So let's go over here and we're going to say is correct. We're going to get that from the parameters. And what we want to do is very simply just emit a select option event, and we want to pass this information within it. So how do we do that? Well, what we do is we call emit, and then in a string, we select the event that we want to emit. And actually, you can see here, we get kind of this type helping, telling us, well, the only real option that we can emit is this select option. If I went ahead and added like another event, and I tried to add a string, it gives me both of these. Now, of course, I want this one. So let's go ahead and remove this. And as the second parameter, we can pass in any data that we want. In this case, what we want to do is we want to pass in the is correct. All right, so that's pretty much it. So at this point, we are successfully emitting an event called select option anytime that we click on this particular option. So we are completely done with this portion right over here. And let me just do a quick little refresh. There we go. So we're completely done with the question component over here. So the question component is indeed emitting event anytime that we select an option, and it is passing in the correct information. So is it correct or is it not? This Boolean value. So now what we need to do is actually start working on the quiz view component. So within this component, we need to start listening to this event that we have just created and then modifying our values appropriately. All right, so how are we going to listen to a particular event? Well, let's remember that our question component is emitting this select option event. So let's just go ahead and copy that. So in order to listen to a particular event, we actually do the exact same thing that we do when we listen to an event on a regular handler, like on a regular HTML element. So like on this button, in order to listen to a click event, we did @click, and then we ran some logic. Now, in order to listen to a select option event on this question component, we actually do the exact same thing. So over here, what we can do is we can say and then select option. And then once this event is happening, and that's only once it is emitted when we click a particular div on the question component, then we want to run some logic. So let's actually go ahead and create a function called onOptionSelected, because this is the function that is called once an option is selected. Now we haven't created this function. So let's say const onOptionSelected. And let's go over here. We'll make this a arrow function like so. So over here, this is actually going to take in the Boolean value. So whether it's true or false, because remember, when we emit this event, we are also supplying it with the Boolean value. So over here, what we can say is correct. And what we can do just for now, just to see that if this works, let's just go ahead and log emitted event. I'm going to say is correct, like so. So I'm going to go ahead and inspect this for now. Let's go to the console, refresh. I'm going to click, and as you can see here, emitted event true. If I select this option, emitted event false. Select this option, emitted event false, emitted event false, emitted event true. So you can see that it is indeed actually reaching the quiz view component, and it is running the function that we want it to. So in here, well, very simply now we can just update our logic the way that we want. So for example, we can say, hey, if this is correct, so if is correct, then what we can do is we can increment the number of correct answers by 1. Now, of course, we actually didn't create this piece of state now. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create that state right now. So we're going to say const, and we're going to say number of correct answers, and we're going to say that that is going to be equal to ref. Initially, we're going to say, obviously, this is going to be 0. So let's go ahead and actually increment this. So if it is correct, we're going to say dot value, and then we're going to say plus plus to increment it by 1. All right, so this is really, really good. So now what we want to do is, of course, well, we want to go ahead and regardless if the question is right or wrong, we also want to increment the current question index. So I'm going to say current question index dot value plus plus. All right, so that's pretty much all it is. And now, theoretically, if I click on a particular question, it should obviously move us on to the next question. And also, it should also update the number of correct answers. But of course, we're not using that anywhere in our HTML, so we can't really see that. But just to see that it is indeed working, let's just render it anywhere. Like render it right here. So now you can see it's 0. So I'm going to go ahead and get this answer right. Mitochondria. You can see now this is updated to a 1. I'm going to get this question wrong. It's going to move on to the next question, but it's going to leave this one at 1. I'm going to try to get this one right. Cones are for color, and then rods are for black and white. I think that was the case. Was that not the case? Let me see. I may have just gotten the question wrong. Let's see here. No, it was correct. Very suspicious. Let's try that again one more time. So mitochondria for, and then here, and I think some kind of goofy things are going on. I think what's happening here, and we'll probably fix this later, is we're getting some sort of error, and that's because we're reaching the end of the index. So we'll actually end up fixing that a little bit later, and that's why this isn't working. So let's actually do that in the next video. The next thing that I want to work on is what happens when we complete the quiz. Right now, what happens is if we complete the quiz, well, we can just continue going answering this final question, and it just continues and continues and continues. So of course, this is not what we want. And actually, it's going to trigger a bunch of different errors in the console that we don't actually see. So if I were to go to the final answer, you can see here right away we're getting some sort of, hey, I cannot find a particular property, which makes complete sense because we are now in a current index that is not inside of our array. So you can see that we're getting a bunch of errors, and obviously this isn't a great experience. So instead, what we want to do is, instead of rendering this component, this question component, what we want to do is render a result component whenever we are completely done this quiz. So what we want to do is, again, instead of rendering this component, we want to render this other result component that we haven't created yet. I just added it there so we can have a nice little visual. So let's actually go ahead and create this result component, and then we're going to go ahead and work on the logic to render it a little bit later. So let's go over here. We're going to go to our components directory, and inside of our components directory, we will create a result.view file. And within here, well, of course, we're going to write the HTML as well as the CSS for this results.view. Now, this is going to be relatively simple, so let's just go ahead and quickly bang it out together. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a div with a class of results, and I'm going to have a p tag, and I'm going to say your results, and then ... And then I'm going to have an h1, and then within this h1, we're going to have some results. So for now, let's just hard code some results, like you got 4 out of 8 correct. All right, looking great. Let's go ahead and just very, very quickly do some styling here, just so we can have a more elegant and beautiful application. So we're going to say style, scoped. And over here, we're going to say results. And this is going to be the actual div that's going to contain everything. Let's just do an align or text align of center, as well as a padding of 100 pixels and then 0 pixels. So 100 pixels to the top and the bottom, 0 pixels left and right. All right, so that looks pretty good. Let's quickly style our p tag. So we're going to say for the paragraph tag, let's give it a font size of 25 pixels. And for the h1, let's give it a font size of 80 pixels. And I think that's pretty much all it is that we need. Later on, we're going to add a button that's going to allow us to navigate back to the quiz page, but that's going to involve view routing. So we'll talk about that when we are done with this. All right, so let's go over here and let's render that result component just to see how it looks like. So over here, we're going to import result, and we're going to say from components/result. And what we're going to do now is go ahead and just render it. So we're going to go ahead and render it like so. And you can see here we get this quiz component, and we also get this really nice looking result component. So of course, what we want to do is we want to either render this component or this component based on a condition. And that condition is we completed the quiz. So if you completed the quiz, then we want to render this component. If we haven't completed the quiz, then we want to render this component. Anytime we want to render components on a particular condition, we're going to use the vif velse directive. So that is exactly what we are going to utilize. So it's going to look something like this. So we're going to have something like vif. So we're going to say vif, and let's just say some condition. And let's say that condition is true. Then we're going to render the question component. And then over here, we're going to say velse. So we're going to go and render it like so. But of course, right now, it's always going to render the question component because we literally hard-coded true. And actually, you can kind of see that, that the result component is pretty much dimmed out. So now let's go ahead and actually work on our condition. So our condition is actually something that is going to be a piece of state because we wanted to re-render our HTML whenever it is changed. Because of course, we want to either render this component or this component. So what I'm going to do here is, as a piece of state, I'm going to create a new variable or a new piece of state called show results. So I'm going to say show results. And I'm going to say that this initially is equal to false. So I'm going to say show results. Initially, I'm going to say that's equal to false. And let's actually just go ahead and use that. So I'm going to say vif, and I'm going to say show results, or actually if not show results, then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and render this. However, if this is now true, then I want to render the result. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And again, as you can see, it works exactly the same way. So now what we actually need to do is to, well, figure out where we actually update the show result piece of state. And personally, I think the best place to update the show result state is right here inside of the on option selected function or method that we have just created. So remember, this is going to be called anytime that we select a particular option. So when we select a particular option, our question component is going to emit an event, and it is going to result in us calling this function over here. So it'll be actually nice to, figure out, oh, did we just answer the last question? If we did, let's just go ahead and, show the results. So let's just go over here. And right after the if is correct, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if, and then I'm going to say if the quiz.questions.length, so this is going to be the length of all of the questions that we have. Now, at this point, we only have 3 questions for each quiz that we have. So we can say that this is going to be 3. And then I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to the current question index.value. However, the problem is that this is going to be 3 once we reach the end of the array, and then this is actually going to be 2 once we reach the end of the array. So let's actually just go ahead and do a -1 just to keep them in sync. And that's because, of course, this starts at the index of 0, while getting the length starts at 1. And very simply now, all we need to do is just say show results.value, and we can say that that is going to be true. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And let's just do a quick little refresh and let's test it out. And there you go. How terrific and cool is that? And if I were to inspect the console, you can see that there is no errors occurring. There we go. How cool is that? Now, of course, this isn't the final product that we want. We want to not hard code this value. So let's go over here and let's just pass in some props. So we're going to need to pass in some data. So let's go over here, and I am going to pass in, we can pass in either 2 props or 1 prop that is just going to say the results. I'm going to go ahead and pass in 2 props. I'm going to let the results component render exactly how it is that it wants to use it, because maybe later on it's going to actually need those values to do something else. So the first thing I'm going to say is the question length. So I'm going to say quiz question length. And I'm going to say that that is going to be equal to, it's going to be equal to this over here. So let's just go ahead and grab that. And we're going to go ahead and pass that in as a prop. The second prop that we need is how many answers that we got correct. And remember, we stored that value right over here. So we're going to say number of correct answers. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that in there, and we're going to say number of correct answers. Looking great, looking great. So let's go over here and let's just get our props from our script tag. So I'm going to say script setup, and over here, let us import, and we are going to import define, or from view, we're going to import define props. So I'm going to say define props like so. And I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say define props. I'm going to invoke it, define all of the different props that we have. So we have the quiz question length, and we also have the number of correct answers. So let's grab that as well. Let's go over here, and let's copy that and paste that in. Looking good, looking good. So now what we can actually do is just derive this ourselves. We can create a computed component, or we can just derive it ourselves. It's very simple. So instead here, what we can say is instead of 4, we can just hard code, or we can dynamically code number of correct answers. And then over here, I can say question or quiz question length. Go ahead and save that. And for now, it seems kind of goofy what's going on. So let me just go ahead and refresh. And there we go. You can see that we actually get our results. So the last thing that I want to do is I want to add a very simple button over here. I don't even really care about the styling. All I really wanted to do is just to take me back to the promised land. Take me back to the original page. So let's just go ahead and quickly do that. And we're going to do that with a router link. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to import in a view router, and we're going to import in a router link from view router. So we're going to say router link, and this is going to be an anchor tag. And over here, we're going to just go ahead and render this component like so. And within it, I'm going to say go back. How cool is that? And then I'm going to say to, and well, go back to the home page. So just a slash page. And that way we have this button that will allow us to go back and now take another quiz. So now that we are pretty much actually done the functionality of the quiz, let's just go ahead and try to answer it correctly. So what is the composition of table salt? NaCl, obviously. What is potassium's chemical symbol? Well, K. And then which is not organic? So an organic molecule, and I could be completely wrong about this, but an organic molecule is one that has a bunch of carbons and hydrogens, and it could have other molecules, but I know for a fact that this is not organic. And there we go. We have gotten 3 out of 3 correct. All right, so that we have pretty much finished the functionality of our quiz. Now there's still some things I would like to work on, and we're going to do that in the next section.